Welcome back to Worlds of Protheka audiobooks. And if this is your first time, be warned. Once you step into Protheka, you'll never want to leave. With beasts who will stop at nothing to protect the women they love, and women who are only just finding out what a real man can be, you'll lose yourself in the dark romance of these fantasy stories. To bring you these free full audiobooks, we have to listen to this platform's guidelines, and they say that Protheka's steamiest scenes aren't allowed. But you can still get them from the unabridged version of any Prothekan audiobook. All you have to do is go to worldsofprotheka.com. With promo code YouTube30, we're offering you the opportunity to get 30% off of any audiobook, ebook, or bundle. We appreciate you subscribing to the channel, as it makes bringing these free full audiobooks to you possible. Don't forget to like and comment to let us know what you think. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this story is just the beginning. Chapter 1. Lirael. The salty breeze from Velmorin's harbour mingles with the cloying sweetness of night-blooming jasmine. A cruel joke, really. This city's beauty masks its rot. I press against rough stone walls, my ash-stained skin helping me blend with the shadows as a patrol of Miu warriors strides past, their violet eyes scanning the streets. Did you hear about the new decree? One guard's boots crunch on broken glass. The Kuzuth are demanding double the human labour for the silk factories. As if those animals weren't working themselves to death already. His companion laughs, the sound setting my teeth on edge. Though I heard Lady Vestra's taken another human pet, it's becoming quite the fashion. My fingers brush the knife at my hip. The temptation to sink steel into their throats burns hot, but I force myself still. Not tonight. Tonight has different targets. A group of human workers shuffles past, heads bowed, bodies bent from 16-hour shifts in the perfume distilleries. Their clothes reek of crushed flowers and defeat. One stumbles, and a Zagfair overseer's magic crackles through the air, leaving angry welts on exposed skin. I weave through the narrow streets of the Lowtown, where the buildings lean together like drunken mourners. Here, away from the magical lights and silk-draped mansions of the Kuzuth districts, humanity's suffering has a sound. Muffled sobs, pained groans, the occasional scream quickly silenced. The building I seek squats in darkness, its windows boarded, its door hanging crooked. Perfect. I slip inside, my boots silent on rotting floorboards. The basement entrance gapes like a wound in the floor, steep stairs descending into absolute black. Dark Elves fear what lies beneath. Their underground trauma is perhaps their only weakness, one we've learned to exploit. I start down the stairs, each step bringing me closer to tonight's real work. The wood creaks beneath my feet, and my hand trails along the damp wall as I descend into darkness. The basement opens into a dimly lit chamber where dozens of humans huddle around makeshift tables and sleeping pallets. The air hangs thick with sweat and determination. Baron stands at the centre, his scarred hands spread over a detailed map of the palace. "Our little ghost returns," Corwin says, materialising at my side. His shoulder brushes mine as he peers over my body. "Run into trouble." Nothing I couldn't handle. I step away from his touch, ignoring the flash of hurt in his eyes. "Welcome, Lirael." Baron's gravelly voice cuts through the murmurs. "The Dark Elves have ruled for long enough. The time has come for us to kill the king." Grayson, cleaning his blade in the corner, grunts. "And Lyra's our key in." "The elves' new fashion for human pets works in our favour," Baron continues. "If Lirael's disguise doesn't work, they'll see what they expect to see. Another noble's plaything. Get close enough and—" He draws a finger across his throat. "Their magic will detect weapons," someone protests. "Not if they're made of bone." I pull out my knife, crafted from human remains. Their detection spells ignore anything that was once living, a gift from their own arrogance. Corwin moves closer again, his voice dropping. You don't have to do this alone. I work better solo. The words come out sharper than intended. His concern, his constant hovering, it makes something twist in my chest that I can't afford to examine. One shot, Baron reminds us. One death to spark the uprising we've waited generations for. The humans in the silk factories, the perfume distilleries. They're ready. They just need a signal. The resistance nods as one. We're tired of being pets, tired of being prey. Time to show these elves that even dogs can bite. The dance of petals begins tomorrow, Baron says, unrolling a detailed map of the palace. 7 nights of revelry, 7 chances to end this. I trace the palace's layout with my finger. The king will attend each ball? According to our sources, he should, but security will be tightest on the final night when the petals fall. Baron's weathered face tightens. Your best chance is the first night, when they're still settling into the routine. I've got the dress, Corwin adds, pulling out a bundle of midnight blue silk. Stolen from a Chivduyu's wardrobe. Should help you blend right in. And this. Grayson hands me a vial filled with a white substance. It's not strong enough to kill, but it will render him unconscious if need be. I slip the vial between my breasts, feeling its cool weight. The ash staining should do the rest. I've been working on the skin tone for weeks. Remember, Baron's voice drops lower. 3 of us will rotate shifts here, waiting for your return. Once it's done, make your way back immediately. The chaos that follows will be our signal. I've heard this part a dozen times. The factory workers are ready, the house servants, everyone's just waiting for the spark. And if something goes wrong? Corwin steps closer, concern etching lines around his mouth. Nothing will go wrong. I secure the bone knife against my thigh, where the silk will hide it. I get in, find the king, get close enough to use this, and get out. Simple. Simple, Baron echoes, but his eyes say different. The palace will be crawling with Miu guards, but they'll be focused on external threats. No one expects the danger to come from inside, dressed in silk and playing pretend. I lift the dress, its fabric whispering promises of blood. Then let's give them a show they'll never forget.
Chapter 2. Decarian. The numbers blur before my eyes as I squint at the ledger. Another petal drifts down, landing on my half-eaten plate of roasted pheasant. I brush it away with more force than necessary, leaving a smear of sauce across the pristine white pages. Your Majesty? My Zagfer hovers at my elbow. The decorators need your approval for the grand ballroom's flower arrangements. What's wrong with last night's arrangements? The scratch of my quill against paper punctuates each word. They've wilted, sire. Of course they have. I slam the ledger shut. Do you know how many gold pieces we're hemorrhaging for these festivities? The silk merchants have halved their usual output. The perfumeries are operating at 1/3 of their capacity. Also, we can throw flower petals at each other for a week. A servant scurries past, arms laden with garlands of white roses. The sickly sweet scent wafts through the air, mixing with the aroma of my cooling dinner. The Mother's Festival is tradition, sire. The people could benefit more from full coffers than empty gestures. I push away from the table, my chair scraping against marble. Don't bother asking me. Bother Alaris instead. And tell the kitchen to stop garnishing everything with rose petals. I'd like to eat my dinner without picking flowers out of it. Another servant enters, carrying yet more flowers. The dining hall already resembles a greenhouse, with cascading vines and blooms draping every available surface. Even my throne hasn't escaped, festooned with ribbons and blossoms in shades of pink and white. The trade reports from last year's festival actually show... I know what they show. I cut him off, running a hand through my hair. But that doesn't make this display any less. I gesture at the overwhelming decor. Frivolous. The Zagfir's expression remains carefully neutral. Shall I have them scale back the decorations? No. I sink back into my chair, reopening the ledger. The damage is already done. Let them have their festival. Just keep the flowers away from my food. I massage my temples, trying to ward off the headache brewing behind my eyes. The festival might promote peace, but the cost weighs heavy on our treasury. Still, the reports don't lie. Violent crimes drop significantly during this week of celebration. The click of heels against marble draws my attention to the entrance. Ilaris sweeps in, her silver hair adorned with fresh roses, wearing a gown that shifts between shades of dawn, pink to lavender to gold. "Brother dearest, why are you hiding in here?" She plucks a grape from my plate. "The decorators are in absolute shambles without your approval." "I'm not hiding, I'm working." I tap the ledger, something you might try occasionally. She perches on the edge of the table, deliberately crushing a cascade of petals beneath her. "Work can wait. The Mother's Festival only comes once a year." "So you remind me, hourly. Look what I've done with the West Wing." Her eyes sparkle as she gestures expansively. "The lanterns change color with the setting sun, and I've had them arrange the roses to look like they're growing straight from the walls." Despite myself, my lips twitch. Is that why the gardeners were cursing in 3 different languages this morning? "They'll thank me when they see the final result." She leans forward, lowering her voice conspiratorially. "I may have also commissioned a few mechanical butterflies from the Tinkers Guild. They'll release rose petals when they fly." "Ilaris, don't worry about the cost." She waves away my concern. "I used my personal allowance." The genuine joy in her expression softens my resolve. It's been too long since I've seen her this animated, this invested in something beyond her usual casual mischief. "Just keep the mechanical insects away from the food," I concede. "I've had enough flowers in my dinner for one evening. And stop telling the Zagfir to ask for my approval. You know I don't care." Alara sighs, her fingers tracing patterns in the scattered petals on the table. "I just want you to be part of this, Dex. When's the last time you actually enjoyed yourself at a festival? Or anything, for that matter." I enjoy plenty of things. I gesture at the ledger, but she shoots me a look that could wither roses. I eye her elaborate gown, the way it catches the light streaming through the stained glass windows. "The festival doesn't start until tomorrow. Did you raid the seamstress's entire stock of dawn-colored silk?" "This?" She twirls, sending petals swirling in her wake. "This is just a simple day dress. Wait until you see what I'm wearing tomorrow night." The treasury weeps. "And you need to put those dreary books away and eat your dinner while it's still warm." She reaches across the table and closes the ledger, nearly catching my fingers. "The numbers will still be there tomorrow." "The numbers multiply when I'm not looking," I mutter, but I push the books aside. My sister's smile brightens, and I can't help but soften. Even after everything we've been through, she still knows exactly how to wrap me around her finger. "Fine. You win." I pull my plate closer, picking up my fork. "But only because I know you'll pester me until I do." She claps her hand excitedly, taking a seat beside me and waving for her food to be brought over. I shake my head, trying to hide my smile. My darling sister is the only one who can win an argument with me. Oh, how my counsel would love her powers of persuasion.
Chapter 3. Lyriel. The stone walls of the basement meeting room press in around me, their dampness a familiar comfort. Everyone else has scattered like rats into their holes, but I remain, tracing my fingers along the rough-hewn table. 8 years of attending these meetings, yet the ache never dulls. My mind drifts to that night, as it always does in these quiet moments. The scent of Mum's herb garden wafting through our tiny kitchen window. Dad's hands calloused from working the forge all day. They'd just returned from a resistance meeting, their voices low but charged with purpose. "We can't let them keep treating us like this, Eva," Dad had said, using Mum's name like he always did when he was serious. "Our girl deserves better." The memory makes my chest tight. I'd been curled up at the top of the stairs, pretending to sleep, but hanging on their every word. Mum had been crushing dried leaves for her medicines, the sharp, clean scent of mint, mixing with something earthier. "I know, James, but we have to be careful. If they catch us..." A crash. The door splintering. The mint leaves scattered across the floor, crushed under heavy boots. I remember the metallic tang of blood in the air, the way Mom's scream cut short. Dad lunging for his sword, too late, always too late. My fingers dig into the table's surface, splinters pricking my skin. The pain grounds me, pulls me back from the edge of that memory. But I can still see the guard's sneering face as he dragged me from my hiding spot, can still feel the rough stones scraping my knees as they forced me to kneel beside my parents' bodies. "Let this be a lesson," he'd said, yanking my head back by my hair. "Know your place." I straighten, brushing wood fragments from my hands. 8 years, and I've learned my place well enough, in the shadows, with a blade, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. The dance of petals will give me that chance. Mom, Dad, I'll make sure your deaths meant something. Mum's last words echo in my head, a constant reminder of everything I've lost. Don't ever let them turn you against your own kind, Lyra. Never. The name still catches in my throat. Why she'd used the king's name in her final moments remains a mystery that haunts me. Boot scuffs against stone make me whirl around, a dagger already sliding into my palm. Corwin emerges from the shadows, hands raised in mock surrender. "Easy there, killer. Just me." I slip the blade back into its sheath. Thought everyone had cleared out. And missed the chance to catch you brooding alone in the dark. He leans against the wall, arms crossed. The candlelight catches the scar above his eyebrow, a souvenir from our first sparring match years ago. "What's on your mind?" "Nothing." I turn away, gathering the maps we'd been studying earlier. The parchment crinkles under my fingers, marked with the palace's layout in precise detail. "Right, because you always look like you're ready to murder someone when you're thinking about nothing." "Drop it, Corwin." He pushes off the wall, moving closer. "You know, sometimes talking helps." I said drop it. The words come out sharper than intended, but I don't apologise. Corwin knows better than to push when I get like this. He raises his hands again, this time in genuine surrender. All right, consider it dropped." Corwin shifts his weight, crossing his arms. "So, about tomorrow night. You sure you're ready for this?" I roll my eyes, smoothing out a crease in the palace map. "No, I thought I'd just wing it after 8 years of training." "Come on, I'm being serious here." So am I. The candlelight flickers across the detailed drawings of corridors and guard rotations. I can recite every minute detail of the plan, of his appearance, of every crime he's committed against me. I could do this blindfolded. And the dancing. A hint of amusement creeps into his voice. "Last I checked, assassination wasn't the only skill you needed for a royal ball." My fingers trace the path I'll take through the palace. 3 months of practice. I can waltz well enough to fool any stuck-up noble. "That's not what I remember from last week's session. Pretty sure you stepped on my feet at least twice." Maybe I just didn't like my partner. He clutches his chest in mock hurt. "You wound me truly." "You'll survive." I fold the map with precise creases, tucking it into my vest. Besides, I only need to dance well enough to get close. After that, I pat the hidden sheath strapped to my thigh. "Just don't get distracted by all those pretty lanterns and silk dresses. The only thing I'll be focusing on is putting 8 years of training to good use." The weight of the dagger against my leg is a constant reminder of why I'm here. This isn't some fairy tale ball for me, Corwin. It's a job. Corwin's expression softens, and I hate it. That look of concern that makes my stomach twist because it reminds me of how Dad used to look at me. You know I've got your back, right? If anything goes wrong, I know where to find you. The words come out flat, rehearsed. Save the speech. He takes a step closer, and I resist the urge to step back. I mean it, Lyra. We've known each other since I was that scared little girl hiding in the alleys. My fingers curl into fists. Is that what you see when you look at me, Corwin? That same helpless child who needed someone to teach her how to hold a knife. That's not what I don't need your help. The words slice through the air between us, or anyone else's. I stopped being that girl the moment they killed my parents. The candle's flame casts dancing shadows across his face, and for a moment, I catch something in his expression. Guilt? Pity? Either way, it makes my skin crawl. I push past him, my boots silent against the stone floor. The darkness of the stairwell swallows me whole, and I welcome it. It's easier this way. No concerned looks, no unwanted protection. Just me and the shadows, the way it should be.
Chapter 4. Decarian. I'm halfway through buttoning my shirt when my chamber doors burst open, the heavy wood crashing against the stone walls. Alara sweeps in, a vision in lavender silk that probably cost more than some nobles make in a month. You're not even dressed yet? She grabs my arm, her fingers surprisingly strong for someone who's never lifted anything heavier than a teacup. The whole city is waiting. The whole city can wait a few more minutes. I laugh as she tugs me toward the door. Unless you want your king to address his subjects half naked? At this point, I don't care if you go out there in your underclothes. The merchants have been setting up since dawn, and I can smell the roses from here. Well, heaven forbid we keep the flowers waiting. I reach for my formal jacket, but she snatches it first, holding it open for me with exaggerated impatience. You know, some kings actually enjoy their duties. She smooths the fabric across my shoulders, her touch gentler now, especially the ones that involve celebration and happiness. I enjoy plenty of things. I adjust my collar while she circles me like a particularly well-dressed vulture. Efficiency, organization, peace and quiet. Boring things. She grabs my hand again. Now come on, there are lanterns to light, speeches to give, and I won't let you ruin the start of my favorite festival with your brooding. I don't brood, I protest as she drags me into the corridor. I contemplate. There's a difference. Save your contemplation for tomorrow. Today we celebrate. She doesn't release me as she scurries down the halls, her silk skirts swishing against the polished marble floors. The sound echoes off the vaulted ceilings, a reminder of just how empty the palace feels without the usual bustle of courtiers and servants who are all gathered outside. We pause before the balcony doors, where the sounds of the gathering crowd filter through the thick wood. The muffled excitement and music drift up from the courtyard below, a symphony of anticipation for the festival's opening ceremony. My fingers work on the last few buttons of my shirt, while Alaris bounces on her toes beside me, her silver hair catching the light from the enchanted sconces. The magical flames cast dancing shadows across her face, making her look even younger than she is. You're going to wear holes in those silk slippers, I say, watching her childlike excitement with a mix of amusement and fondness. She's wearing her favorite pair, dyed the exact shade of twilight to match her festival gown. 132, she's barely more than a child by our standards, though she'd hex me if I said that aloud. Sometimes I forget just how young she is until moments like these, when her enthusiasm breaks through the careful composure expected of a royal. The crowd's getting restless. She peers through a gap in the curtains. Oh, the Chivduyu Guild brought their new crystal harps, and look at all the lanterns! I straighten my collar, taking in her radiant expression. The festival transforms her every year, bringing out the light that sometimes dims during the long months of court politics and social obligations. You know, I say, adjusting my cuffs. If you're so eager to start the celebrations, perhaps you'd like to make the opening announcement yourself? She freezes mid-bounce, violet eyes widening. But that's the king's duty. You always... And as king, I'm delegating it to my sister, who clearly has more enthusiasm for the task than I do. Tears spring to her eyes, and before I can brace myself, she launches into my arms. The impact nearly knocks me back a step. "Thank you," she whispers against my chest. "Thank you. Thank you." "You're wrinkling my shirt," I grumble, but I wrap my arms around her anyway. The balcony doors swing open and a wall of sound crashes over us. The plaza below teems with life, dark elves in their finest silks and even humans in their modest but clean attire. Lanterns bob like fireflies against the early morning sky. I step forward, and the crowd hushes. The words flow from my mouth, practiced and polished as the crown I wear. "Citizens of Velmorin, we gather once again to honor the Mother's blessing." My mind wanders even as my mouth continues its rehearsed dance. Behind me, Alaris practically vibrates with excitement, and I catch myself smiling mid-sentence. The sight of her joy makes this theatrical display almost worthwhile. So we remember that even in darkness, beauty blooms. The crowd murmurs appreciatively. A young dwarf child releases a handful of rose petals into the air, earning scattered laughter. "But perhaps," I continue, deviating from the script, "someone better suited can speak to the beauty of this celebration." I turn, extending my hand. "My sister, Princess Alaris of Velmorin." She freezes for a heartbeat before gliding forward, her lavender silk catching the last rays of sunlight. The crowd's reaction is immediate. They adore her, this bright spark of joy in our somber court. "My dear friends," she begins, her voice clear and strong, "let the dance of petals begin." The plaza erupts in cheers, the sound echoing off the palace walls and washing over me like a wave. Musicians strike up a lively tune, their flutes and strings weaving together in an ancient melody that speaks of joy and celebration. The first wave of flowers rise into the twilight sky, hundreds of colorful petals soaring upward before falling back down. Alaris squeezes my hand, her fingers trembling with excitement, and for once, I don't mind the spectacle of it all.
Chapter 5. Lyriel. I slide the silken fabric over my skin, the deep blue dress flowing like water around my feet. The bodice hugs my waist, creating the illusion of height I need to pass as one of them. 8 years of preparation has led to this moment, yet my hands shake as I secure the hidden blade beneath the flowing sleeve. "Perfect spot for a quick draw," I whisper, testing the movement. 3 more blades find their homes, one strapped to my thigh, another tucked into my boot, and the last nestled in the small of my back. The vial comes last. I slip it between my breasts, the cool glass a reminder of my purpose. The poison inside cost us 3 months of planning and 2 lives, but it'll be worth it to see the king choke on his own blood. My fingers trace the intricate ear jewellery before settling them into place. The metal is cool against my skin as I adjust them to hide my rounded ears. The disguise is flawless. I've practiced this part countless times. I step back, taking in my reflection. The ash-stained skin, the elegant dress, the careful way I've styled my hair to fall just so around my face. I look exactly like one of them. My stomach turns. The mirror shows me everything I hate. The arrogant tilt of the head I've practiced. The cold expression in my eyes that marks every dark elf I've ever seen. Even knowing it's all artifice, bile rises in my throat. "You're not one of them," I remind myself, fingers curling into fists. "You're nothing like them." But the reflection tells a different story, and I have to look away. The streets pulse with magic and music, a nauseating display of excess that makes my skin crawl. Floating orbs of light dance between buildings, casting rainbow shadows across the cobblestones. The scent of night-blooming flowers mingles with incense, sweet enough to make my head spin. "My lady!" A Kasheng merchant steps into my path, his violet eyes bright with opportunity. "These crystals would complement your dress perfectly." He holds up a string of gems that catch the light. I wave him away with practiced disdain, channeling every arrogant dark elf I've ever observed. The merchant bows and retreats, already seeking his next target. The crowd thickens as I near the palace gates. More merchants line the street, their stalls overflowing with trinkets and charms. A young elf girl tugs at her mother's sleeve, pointing to a display of enchanted butterflies that flutter in glass jars. Fresh roses, blessed by the mother herself. Another merchant thrusts a bouquet toward me. The flowers shimmer with an unnatural gleam, magic meant to keep them forever in bloom. The palace looms ahead, its spires reaching toward the stars like grasping fingers. Lanterns float in graceful arcs between the towers, and flowering vines cascade down the walls. Magic ripples across the grounds in visible waves, making the air itself seem to shimmer. Guards flank the main gates, their armour gleaming. But their eyes barely glance my way as I stride in. The courtyard beyond takes my breath away despite myself. Rose petals drift through the air, caught in an endless dance by enchanted winds. Fountains spray water in intricate patterns that defy gravity. Music flows from somewhere above, haunting and beautiful. Marble columns soar overhead, their surfaces etched with scenes from dark elf mythology. Each one tells a story of their supposed persecution underground, conveniently leaving out how they've turned around and done worse to my people. Magic pulses through crystal veins in the walls, feeding the endless light show above. A Kazuth noble sweeps past, her gown trailing sparkles in her wake. The fabric alone could feed a human family for months. Behind her, a human servant stumbles under the weight of her purchases, head bowed, shoulders hunched. My fingers itch to reach for my blade, but I force them still. "Did you hear?" A dark elf woman's voice carries across the courtyard. "The Miu captain just bought himself another human pet. That makes 3 this month." "How fashionable," her companion replies, "though I prefer mine more broken in." They laugh, the sound like glass breaking. I taste copper. I've bitten my cheek too hard. Around me, the elite of Velmorin twirl and preen. Their jewellery catches the light of floating lanterns, casting prismatic shadows across their grey skin. A Chivduyu plays a crystal harp that hovers in midair, the notes weaving through conversation like silk threads. The entrance to the palace proper looms ahead, great doors of polished obsidian inlaid with silver. 2 Miu guards flank them, their armour enhanced with chaos magic that makes the metal ripple like water. I think of the slums where I grew up, of children fighting over scraps while these monsters feast on gold plates. Of my mother's blood soaking into floorboards while they dance in halls of marble and light. My steps don't falter as I approach the doors. I am vengeance in a blue dress, death wrapped in stolen finery. And I'm exactly where I need to be. The guard steps forward as I approach, and my heart slams against my ribs. Ice spreads through my veins. Did they notice something off about my gait? The ear jewellery? My height? "My lady," he says, his violet eyes roaming over my dress. "The mother herself must have blessed you with such beauty." The tension in my shoulders eases, but my stomach churns. His gaze lingers too long on the neckline of my dress. "You honour me, good sir." I tilt my head, letting my hair cascade over one shoulder the way I've seen noble women do. "But surely a strong Miu warrior such as yourself has more pressing matters than flattering passing ladies." He grins, revealing perfect white teeth. "No matter more pressing than ensuring the safety of one so lovely. I don't recall seeing you at previous festivals." I've been away. I step closer, close enough to smell the magic woven into his armour, close enough to slip a blade between his ribs if needed. Studying in Voig, but I couldn't miss the dance of petals, could I? Indeed not. His hand brushes mine, and it takes everything in me not to recoil. Perhaps we'll share a dance later. I laugh, the sound practiced to perfection. If the mother wills it. I touch his arm lightly, suppressing a shudder. Though I really must get inside, I promise to meet friends. Of course, of course. He steps aside with a flourishing bow. I'll look for you on the dance floor. I sweep past him into the palace, my smile never wavering. Only once I'm out of sight do I wipe my hand against my skirt, trying to erase the feel of his touch from my skin. But I'm inside. The first step is complete.
Chapter 6. Decarian. I rub my temples, staring at the trade routes mapped across my desk. The sound of music and laughter drifts through my window, a constant reminder of the festivities I'm avoiding. These numbers don't lie. We're too dependent on luxury goods. Perfumes and silks won't sustain us forever, I mutter, marking another potential trade route with my quill. The ink bleeds into the parchment, much like our coffers bleed gold during this wasteful celebration. A knock at my door makes me look up. Your Majesty? It's one of the Zugfer, likely sent by my sister. The dancing has begun in the Great Hall. I'm occupied. The scratching of my quill punctuates my dismissal. The silence that follows tells me they've left. Good. I return to my maps, tracing the coastline with my finger. We have the perfect position for a trading port, yet we waste it on shipping roses and scented oils. What Velmorin needs is stability, not more frivolous exports. I lean back in my chair, eyeing the ledgers from the past decade. Each year shows the same pattern: huge profits during festival season, then a steady decline. One bad harvest in the flower fields could cripple us. There has to be more. I spread out another map, this one showing the resources of neighboring cities. Metals from the mountain ranges, grain from the valleys, practical goods that maintain their value year-round. The music swells outside, and I shut my window with more force than necessary. The sharp clack of the latch echoes my frustration. Our port could handle twice the current traffic if we diversified. But convincing the merchant houses to change their centuries-old trading patterns. I dip my quill again, starting a list of potential new trade goods. We have the workforce. Humans are strong, capable laborers when properly motivated. Perhaps it's time to reconsider how we utilize our resources, all of them. The door creaks open without a knock. I don't bother looking up from my work until I hear the distinct sound of stumbling feet and poorly stifled giggles. A woman in a gauzy dress of seafoam green leans against my doorframe, her hair cascading in waves that someone clearly spent hours arranging. The scent of wine and rose perfume wafts toward me, making my nose twitch. Oh, she presses a hand to her chest in mock surprise, swaying slightly as she steadies herself against the ornate doorframe. I'm so sorry. I thought this was the powder room. Her words slur just enough to suggest she's had more than a few glasses of festival wine. I set my quill down with deliberate slowness, watching as a petal from one of the hall's flower arrangements drifts past her shoulder. The lie is as transparent as her dress's silk overlay, which catches the lamplight in a way that makes me question the modesty of current festival fashions. No one accidentally makes it past 3 guard stations and up 2 private staircases to reach my secluded wing of the palace. Did you now? I lean back in my chair, studying her carefully painted face, from the silver dust highlighting her cheekbones to the artfully darkened lips. House Scronium, if I remember correctly. 3rd or 4th daughter. They all look the same after a while, these nobles' daughters with their identical courtly manners and calculated stumbles. Perhaps not then. Strange, considering the powder room is on the opposite side of the palace, past the grand ballroom. She sways forward, batting silver-dusted eyelashes. Is it? Everything's so confusing after a few glasses of wine. Her fingers trail along my desk as she approaches. And who might you be, working so diligently during the festivities? Someone who values honesty, I mutter, rolling my eyes at her obvious ploy. My fingers drum against the polished wood of my desk as I study her face. And who knows exactly which noble house is attempting this particular gambit tonight. Though I must say, the silver dust is a nice touch, very festive for the dance of petals. Her coy smile falters, the carefully painted lips twitching downward. I don't know what you mean. The stammer is too perfect, too rehearsed, like everything else about her performance. Her heels catch on nothing as she rounds my desk, and she pitches forward with practiced grace. My reflexes betray me as I catch her perfume overwhelming my senses. The sharp scent of roses mixed with wine makes my head swim, and I silently curse myself for falling into such an obvious trap. Her silk dress rustles against my arms, the fabric so fine it feels like water, and beneath it I can feel the tension in her muscles, too controlled for someone truly stumbling. Oh! Her hands press against my chest, fingers splaying across the fabric. How clumsy of me! The wine must be affecting me more than I thought. I try to set her upright, but she clings to my shirt. My lady, while I appreciate your enthusiasm, I'm not interested in whatever game you're playing. Game? Her lower lip trembles. I simply got lost, sir. If you are lost, then you should find your way somewhere that is not into my lap. My hands find her shoulders, attempting to create distance between us. Perhaps you should return to the ball. She leans closer, her silver hair brushing my cheek. But I'd much rather stay here with you. My lady. The rest of my protest dies as she presses her lips against mine.
Chapter 7. Lirael. The grand ballroom swallows me whole, a glittering maw of excess that makes my stomach turn. Crystal chandeliers drip from the ceiling like frozen tears, each prism catching and splitting the light into rainbow fragments that dance across silk-draped bodies below. The scent of roses mingles with jasmine and expensive perfumes, thick enough to coat my tongue. My borrowed dress whispers against the marble floor as I weave through the crowd. The fabric feels wrong against my skin. Too soft, too fine. One dress probably costs more than what my entire community sees in a month. A couple spins past me, the woman's laugh tinkling like the crystals above. Her jewellery catches the light, momentarily blinding me. Another reminder of their wealth, their privilege. My fingers twitch toward the blade hidden in my skirts, but I force them still. More wine, my dear. I nearly jump as a server materializes beside me, his tray laden with delicate glasses filled with purple liquid that sparkles like starlight. The crystalware alone could feed a family for weeks. No, thank you. I manage a smile that feels like broken glass on my lips. All around me, elves move in practiced patterns, their feet barely touching the ground as they dance. They're ethereal, beautiful, and completely oblivious to the suffering beyond these gilded walls. A woman feeds her partner a sugar-dusted pastry, giggling as crumbs dust his expensive jacket. In the corner, a couple shares heated kisses behind a strategically placed potted plant. The music swells, something with too many strings and floating notes that makes my chest ache. It's beautiful, hauntingly so, and I hate how it makes me want to sway along. This isn't my world. These aren't my people. I'm here for one purpose only. Yet I can't help but notice how the lantern light plays off the painted ceiling, how the air itself seems to shimmer with magic and possibility. For just a moment, I allow myself to imagine belonging here, being one of these carefree dancers with nothing heavier on their minds than which wine to sample next. The thought tastes like betrayal. I drift toward the banquet tables, my steps measured despite the hunger gnawing at my insides. The spread before me stretches endlessly, platters of roasted meats glistening with herb-flecked juices, pastries dusted with sugar that sparkles like fresh snow, and fruits I've only heard whispered about in the markets. My fingers hover over a slice of beef, perfectly pink in the centre. The aroma makes my mouth water. I glance around, but no one pays attention to yet another party guest sampling the feast. The rosemary-crusted lamb is divine, a tall elf says beside me, reaching past for a delicate crystal glass. Though I'm partial to the fish myself. I nod, keeping my eyes lowered as I place a morsel of beef on my plate. The first bite nearly brings tears to my eyes, tender, perfectly seasoned, dissolving on my tongue. I've never tasted anything like it. Before I can stop myself, I'm trying everything within reach. Flaky pastries filled with savoury meats, crisp vegetables dressed in oils and herbs, sweet bread still warm from the oven. Each bite is a revelation, a stark reminder of what we're denied in the low towns. The wine beckons, magical flames dancing across its surface. I lift a glass to my lips, inhaling the bouquet of berries and spice. The liquid slides down my throat like liquid silk, warming me from within. It's dangerous. I need my wits about me, but I can't resist another sip. First time at court? The same elf asks, still lingering nearby. I nearly choke on my wine. Is it that obvious? He laughs. Only in your appreciation of the food. Most of these jaded souls barely touch it anymore. I set my glass down, my fingers trembling slightly. I've drawn attention. Time to move on. I slip away from the banquet table, finding refuge in an alcove draped with silk curtains. The vantage point gives me a clear view of the ballroom while keeping me partially hidden in shadow. Perfect for hunting. Such a lovely creature, standing here all alone. A dark elf materializes beside me, shorter than most of his kind, with black hair that looks like it hasn't seen soap in weeks. His violet eyes rake over me with undisguised hunger. His clothes scream wealth, a doublet threaded with gold, rings on every finger. But something about the combination feels gaudy, like he's trying too hard. I am Solren. He steps closer, his breath heavy with wine. And you are? Not interested. I keep my eyes on the crowd, scanning for my true target. Come now, don't be coy. His hand brushes my arm. I have private chambers just down the hall, much more intimate than this noisy affair. My fingers twitch toward the blade strapped to my thigh. I'm here to meet someone. Whoever he is, I assure you I can offer far more entertainment. He leans in, and the scent of wine grows stronger. I've never seen you at court before. New to the city. I said no. I step back, letting ice creep into my voice. And I meant it. His face darkens. No need to be rude. He straightens his gaudy doublet. Do you know who I am? Someone who can't take no for an answer, apparently. He stalks off, muttering under his breath about uppity women who don't know their place. I watch him go, memorizing his face, just in case. Back to the task at hand. The king has to be here somewhere. From the depths of the darkness of Protheka,
or clawing up from the realms of fantasy,
come the most fearsome beasts you have ever seen.
These monsters are done watching from the shadows.
Now, as they step into the light, something unexpected grips them.
Something even they can't fight off.
Love.
Vampires.
Demons.
Dark Elves.
Gods.
Minotaurs. Creatures of light and dark.
They will protect their mates.
Do whatever needs to be done.
Morally grey heroes who will burn the world. To protect the women who love them.
10 audiobooks.
Fall into over 60 hours of fantasy romance.
20 ebooks.
Over 1 million words of these brutes who will protect their women.
Even if they might destroy themselves in the process.
Get the immersive Protheka fantasy romance bundle.
For 80% off, right now, dive into Protheka at a once-in-a-lifetime discount.
The first bundle to offer both ebooks and audiobooks on worldsofprotheka.com. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this romantasy bundle will make it endless.
Chapter 8. Decarian. The door swings open with a heavy creak, and I snap my head toward the sound, grateful for the interruption that saves me from making a decision I might regret. The woman on my lap still has her hands splayed across my chest, her face hovering mere inches from mine, her perfume overwhelming my senses. Ilaris stands in the doorway, her festival dress a cascade of shimmering silk that catches and scatters the candlelight like stars. Her violet eyes narrow dangerously as she takes in the scene before her, and I recognize that particular look of sisterly disapproval. Really? She crosses her arms over her elaborate gown, her bangles jingling with the motion. Working during the festival wasn't pathetic enough. Now you're entertaining. Whatever this is. Her tone drips with the special kind of disdain only a sister can muster. The woman on my lap straightens, her hands sliding down my chest in a way that makes me increasingly uncomfortable. "Excuse me?" she asks, her voice sharp with indignation. "And who might you be?" She tilts her chin up defiantly, clearly unaware she's challenging a princess. A laugh bubbles from Ilaris's throat, but it holds no warmth. "Oh, sweetheart." She saunters into the room, her dress swishing against the marble floor. "Get your hussy fingers off my brother before I snap you like a twig." "Your brother?" The woman's weight shifts on my lap. "You're the princess." "Indeed." Ilaris's smile grows sharper, reminding me of a predator toying with its prey. "And you're currently molesting the king." I wasn't." The woman scrambles off me so quickly she nearly trips over her own feet, her silk dress tangling around her legs. Her perfectly styled hair has come undone, making her look even more disheveled. "Your Majesty, I had no idea." "Of course you didn't." I straighten my shirt, smoothing out the wrinkles her wandering hands left behind, keeping my voice level despite my growing irritation. "Just as you had no idea this was the king's private study when you stumbled in here." Her face flushes deep purple, the telltale sign of embarrassment in Dark Elves. The confidence she displayed moments ago has completely evaporated. "I should go." "Yes." Ilaris steps aside, gesturing to the door with an exaggerated sweep of her arm, every inch the imperious princess. "You should." I bite back a laugh as the woman's silk dress swishes against the floor in her haste to escape, her heels clicking rapidly down the hall. The sound fades, leaving only the distant music from the ballroom below. "That was unnecessary," I say, though I can't keep the amusement from my voice. "I had it handled." "Oh yes, I could see how well you were handling it." Ilaris perches on the edge of my desk, the crystals on her dress catching the candlelight, with her tongue about to be down your throat. She caught me off guard. I straighten the papers she's now sitting on. "And you're wrinkling trade agreements. Trade agreements that can wait until after the festival." She picks up one of the papers, scanning it before tossing it aside. "Besides, I just saved you from what could have been a very uncomfortable situation. A simple thank you would suffice." "My deepest gratitude, dear sister, for your valiant rescue." I press a hand to my chest and bow my head. "However shall I repay such bravery?" Her eyes light up. "Well, now that you mention it." "No." "You don't even know what I was going to say." "You want me to come down to the ball?" I return to the papers on my desk. "And the answer is no." "One dance." She slides off the desk and comes around to my side, her lower lip jutting out. "Just one little dance with your favorite sister." "You're my only sister." "Exactly. Which means I'm also your favorite." She tugs at my sleeve. "Come on, Dex, please." "No." I keep my eyes on the trade agreements, though the words blur together. You're impossible. Alaris's silk dress rustles as she paces behind my chair. One dance won't kill you. The kingdom won't run itself. The kingdom can survive one evening without you hovering over it like a mother hen. She snatches the paper from my hands. Come celebrate with your people. I grab another document. I am celebrating, in my own way. By hiding in your study? I'm not hiding. Then what do you call this? She spreads her arms wide. 'Cause from where I'm standing, it looks an awful lot like hiding. It's called working. The numbers on the page swim before my eyes. Something you might consider on occasion, Princess. Her sharp intake of breath tells me I've struck a nerve. At least I know how to live. When's the last time you actually enjoyed yourself? When's the last time you let yourself feel anything? I feel plenty. Stress doesn't count. She plants her hands on my desk, leaning forward. Neither does annoyance, which I'm sure you're feeling plenty of right now. Alaris... No, you know what? Stay here. Waste away in your study with your precious papers. She straightens, her voice tight, but don't expect me to watch you do it. The door slams behind her with enough force to rattle the inkwell on my desk. The silence that follows weighs heavy in my chest, mixing with something that tastes too much like regret. I stare at the trade agreements, but the numbers might as well be in another language. My victory rings hollow in the empty room.
Chapter 9. Betrayal. The scent of roses and wine permeates the air as I weave through the crowd, my borrowed jewellery clinking with each step. 3 hours of searching, and still no sign of the king. The weight of the knife against my thigh reminds me why I'm here, why I can't give up. Corwin's words echo in my head as I scan the faces around me. You'll know him when you see him. Over 200 years old, greasy black hair that probably hasn't seen soap in decades. Wears enough jewels to feed the entire slums for a year. Real piece of work. A burst of raucous laughter draws my attention to a corner of the ballroom. Through the sea of dancing bodies, I spot a figure that matches the description perfectly. He's draped in silks and precious stones, his long dark hair hanging in stringy waves past his shoulders. His fingers are adorned with rings that catch the light of the crystal chandeliers. My stomach turns. The beef I'd been savouring moments ago sits heavy in my gut. A servant passes by with a silver tray, and I place my half-eaten plate on it, never taking my eyes off my target. I glide toward him, letting my hips sway with the music. His eyes land on me and track my movement like a predator. But little does he know who's really hunting whom. The dress whispers against my skin with each step. My lord, I purr, dipping into a curtsy that shows just enough cleavage. You seem lonely tonight. His lips curl into a smile that doesn't reach his eyes. Not anymore, it seems. Care for a dance? I'd love nothing more. The lie tastes bitter on my tongue. His hand settles on my waist as we join the other couples. The rings on his fingers dig into my flesh through the fabric. I resist the urge to break each one of those fingers. You move like water, he says, pulling me closer than necessary. Where have you been hiding? Oh, here and there. I flash him a coy smile. Though I must say, the view is much better up close. He preens at the compliment. Perhaps we could find somewhere more private to discuss the view. Behind him, 2 nobles pass by, their voices carrying over the music. Another year, another festival without His Majesty gracing us with his presence. I heard the king won't come out of his study. Ice floods my veins, my feet stumble, breaking our rhythm. Everything all right, my dear? The man, definitely not the king, asks. The knife strapped to my thigh burns against my skin, a reminder of my failure. My apologies, but I'm feeling rather faint. I press the back of my hand to my forehead, stepping away from the not king's grasp. The wine, I fear. Let me escort you somewhere more comfortable. His fingers reach for my arm. I know a tavern just down the way. A guard's voice cuts through the music. The ball is concluded for tonight. Please make your way to the exits. But surely, the noble starts. I'm already melting into the crowd, my heart hammering against my ribs. The sea of silk and jewels pushes toward the grand doors, and panic claws at my throat. 8 years of planning, wasted. The resistance is counting on me, and I've failed on the first night. Unless... Through the shifting bodies, I spot him, the shorter dark elf from earlier, hovering near a column with a goblet in his hand. His gaudy attire catches the lamplight, all flash and no taste. What was his name? Sulren. His chambers, in the palace. The crowd continues to thin as I make my way toward him, forcing my lips into a demure smile. My mother's last words ring in my ears. Never betray your own kind, but she's dead, and her killers sleep peacefully in this very palace. I hurry towards Sulren, letting my shoulders slump and my lower lip tremble. My fingers play with the silk of my dress, a nervous habit I've practiced for weeks. My lord, my voice quavers. I hate to disturb you, but... What? He barely glances at me, swirling the wine in his goblet. A tear slides down my cheek. Perfect timing. I was supposed to meet someone. He promised to show me the gardens, but... I choke back a sob. I've waited all evening. His attention shifts, violet eyes raking over my form with renewed interest. My skin crawls, but I force myself to step closer. Some fool stood you up. Sulren's lips curl into what he probably thinks is a charming smile. How fortunate I remained behind. I dab at my eyes with trembling fingers. I feel so foolish, and now they're making us leave. Such beauty shouldn't go to waste. He reaches for my hand. His palm is damp, his grip too tight. I have chambers here in the palace, much more impressive than the gardens. I glance away, as if considering. I couldn't possibly... I insist. His thumb strokes my wrist. Allow me to salvage your evening. My stomach churns at his touch, but I manage a watery smile. You're too kind, my lord. If only he knew how many ways I could kill him, with just the weapons hidden in my bodice. But I need him alive. For now. Shall we? He offers his arm with an exaggerated flourish. I slip my hand into the crook of his elbow, remembering the faces of my parents as the guards dragged them away. Lead the way.
Chapter 10. Decarian. I push open the door to my private council chamber, the sounds of merriment from the ball still echoing through the halls. The scent of roses and jasmine follows me in, a constant reminder of the festivities I'd rather ignore. Vadrin and Zevrak sit at the long table, both looking as thrilled to be here as I feel. 3 other council members occupy chairs near them, their formal attire slightly rumpled from the long evening. Your sister put on quite the show tonight, Zevrak says, drumming his fingers on the polished wood. Though I'd have preferred to still be enjoying it. We all would, I say, taking my seat at the head of the table. But this couldn't wait. Vadrin straightens, his sharp features catching the lamplight. What news could be so urgent it couldn't wait until morning? My informant in the lower district has reported increased activity among the humans. I spread my hands on the table. Secret meetings, weapons changing hands. Sound familiar? Like 8 years ago, one of the council members mutters. Precisely. I lean back, studying their reactions. And we all remember how that ended. In blood, Zevrak says, as it should have. The timing can't be coincidental, Vadrin says, his lip curling. The festival, when our guard is down and the city is chaos with visitors. My thoughts exactly. I tap my fingers against the arm of my chair. Double the guard rotations, especially around the palace perimeter. and I want eyes on every human gathering spot in the city. Even during the festival, Zevrak asks. It will cause talk. Better talk than dead elves. I stand, unable to keep still. Not in my city. Not again. Perhaps we should consider more permanent solutions to our human problem, Vadran suggests, his voice silk over steel. I turn to face him. We're not starting a purge, Vadran. That's not how I rule. No, he says. You rule with mercy. And look where that's gotten us. Kill them all, one of my council members spits. Round them up and execute every last one. I rub my temples, the scent of roses now cloying. And then what? Who works the factories? Builds our homes? We have magic, Vadran says. Magic doesn't feed a city. I lean forward. Or have you forgotten the famine when my father tried that approach? Zevrak clears his throat. What about the mines? Send them underground. A chill runs down my spine at the mere suggestion. No. Who will work the factories? You truly think that elves will line up to get their hands dirty? Then banishment, another suggests. Push them beyond our borders. To join forces with our enemies. I shake my head. They'd return with armies at their backs. Then we're back to execution, Vadran says. Quick, clean, efficient. There's nothing clean about genocide. The word tastes bitter on my tongue. And it would destabilize the entire region. The humans may be lesser, but they're woven into the fabric of our society whether we like it or not. Then what do you suggest? Zevrak asks. Wait until they kill more of us? I stand, pacing the length of the table. We find their leaders. Cut off the head of the serpent, but we do it quietly, carefully. No mass graves, no exodus, no mines. Your father would have... I'm not my father, I snap, violet sparks crackling between my fingers. And this isn't his kingdom anymore. I wave my hand in dismissal, watching as my council members file out. Vadran lingers at the doorway, his shoulders stiff with disapproval. You're making a mistake, he says. Not the first time you've thought so. I turn to the window where lantern light still flickers in the courtyard below. And yet, here we stand. Here we stand indeed, with humans plotting against us while we dance and celebrate. His voice drips with disdain. At least consider increased restrictions in the lower districts. Good night, Vadran. He makes a sound somewhere between a scoff and a sigh, but his footsteps finally retreat. The door closes with a bit more force than necessary. Alone at last, I press my forehead against the cool glass. Below, the last of the festival goers stumble their way out of the palace gates, their laughter carrying up to my window. The sweet scent of roses still lingers in the air, making my head ache. 8 years since the last uprising, since I had to avenge the lives of the innocent. I close my eyes, but the memories come anyway. The screams, the sorrow. I summon a guard with a quick word, and Captain Rallner materializes at the door within moments. His armor gleams in the lamplight, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. You called, my king. Double the guard rotations! I lean against my desk, the wood cool beneath my palms. I want eyes on every entrance, every window, every servant's passage. No one enters without thorough screening. Rallner's posture stiffens. Even during the festival. Especially during the festival. The image of Alaris dancing in the ballroom flashes through my mind, her silver hair catching the light. My fingers curl against the desk. If anyone so much as whispers about rebellion, I want to know immediately. And the princess? 2 guards shadow her at all times. Magic crackles beneath my skin at the mere thought of her being vulnerable. Choose them personally. I want your best. Of course. Thendril hesitates. Should we tell her about the threat? No. The word comes out sharper than intended. She loves this festival. I won't ruin it for her unless absolutely necessary. As you wish. He bows. I'll implement the changes immediately. One more thing. I straighten. If you hear anything, even a whisper, about planned violence, you come to me first. Not the council. Not the advisors. Me. Understood, my king. I dismiss him with a wave, watching as he disappears into the rose-scented hallway. The sound of distant laughter drifts up from the ballroom, but all I can think about is keeping my sister safe.
Chapter 11. Lyrael. The heavy doors click shut behind me. My stomach churns as I take in Solrin's private chambers. The room reeks of expensive incense, so thick it makes my eyes water. Gaudy tapestries in clashing colours drape the stone walls, and an ornate mirror reflects the warm glow of dozens of crystal-encased candles. The centrepiece is a massive four-poster bed, its dark wood carved with twisting vines and roses. The silk sheets shimmer in deep purple, topped with far too many embroidered pillows. Do you like what you see? Solrin's breath is hot against my ear. I force myself not to flinch as his hands snake around my waist, his fingers digging into the fabric of my dress. His lips press against my bare shoulder, leaving a wet trail that makes my skin crawl. The weight of the knife strapped to my thigh burns like a brand. It's beautiful, I whisper, my voice trembling, though not for the reasons he thinks. I spin around, burying my face in his shoulder to hide my revulsion. He's shorter than I expected for a dark elf, barely taller than me. His expensive robes can't mask the softness of his body, a testament to a life of indulgence and excess while my people starve. There. His hand strokes my back, dipping lower. Let me help you forget whoever disappointed you tonight. The silk of his robes is soft against my cheek, but all I can think about is how many months a human family could live on what he spent on them. My fingers curl into the fabric as I fight to maintain my act. You're so kind, I murmur, letting a hint of vulnerability creep into my voice. I didn't know what I would do when he... There, sweet girl. I know what will make you feel better. Solrin's fingers trail down my arm, raising goosebumps, and not the good kind. My throat tightens. Could I have something to drink first? His violet eyes light up, a predatory gleam that makes my stomach turn. Of course, I have just the thing. He glides to an ornate cabinet, its wood inlaid with mother of pearl. The bottles inside catch the candlelight, their contents shimmering like liquid gold. He selects one and pours the honey-coloured mead into 2 crystal goblets. The finest from my personal collection. He hands me one, nearly full to the brim. Much too good for the rabble downstairs. I take a long drink, letting the sweet burn coat my tongue. The sooner I finish this, the sooner I can get what I need. It's wonderful. May I have another? His lips curl into a pleased smile as he sets his untouched glass on the side table. Such an appreciative palate. Allow me. The moment his back turns, I reach into my bodice. My fingers close around the small vial Grayson pressed into my palm earlier. The white powder dissolves instantly in Solrin's mead, leaving no trace as I stir it with my finger. Solrin turns with a fresh glass, his fingers brushing mine as he hands it over, lingering a moment too long. I take a deliberate sip, watching him drain his own glass in 3 long swallows, his throat working greedily. His violet eyes never leave my face, dark with an intensity that makes my skin crawl. Why don't we get more comfortable? I trail my fingers down his arm, suppressing a shudder at the contact with his clammy skin. The powder should take effect soon, but I need to keep him distracted until then. Yes. His words already slur slightly, the potent combination of mead and sedative working faster than I'd expected. You're quite forward. He sways a little where he stands, though his predatory gaze remains fixed on me. I guide him to the bed with a gentle push, watching him stumble back onto the purple silk sheets. His movements are already uncoordinated, his hands clumsily pawing at my waist as I straddle his lap, my skirts bunching around my thighs. The fabric rustles against the bedding as he rolls over with surprising speed, getting on top of me. His breath reeks of mead, and I force myself to maintain a coy smile as his weight presses down. The powder should take full effect any moment now. "You're so sexy," he mumbles, reaching down to his trousers. His breath is hot and sticky with mead. "I can't wait to screw you like a... His head drops heavily to my shoulder, his body going slack against mine like a sack of grain. For a moment I freeze completely still, barely daring to breathe as I wait to see if he's truly unconscious. When his only response is a loud rumbling snore that vibrates against my collarbone, I shove him off me with a grunt of disgust and relief. Ugh, finally! I wipe my neck vigorously with my sleeve, trying to erase the feeling of his hot breath on my skin, then roll his dead weight onto his stomach with effort. The purple silk cord from one of his gaudy curtain ties makes quick work of binding his wrists securely to the ornate bedpost. Sulrin doesn't even stir as I roughly shove him the rest of the way off the bed, and he lands on the plush carpet with a satisfying thump, face down and completely helpless. "Sweet dreams, you pompous ass." I kick off my shoes and stretch out on the other side of the massive bed. At least I'll get one good night's sleep on these ridiculous silk sheets before I have to go hunting for the real king tomorrow.
Chapter 12. Decarian. The morning sun streams through the stained glass windows, casting rainbow patterns across the marble floors as I make my way to breakfast. My head throbs from last night's council meeting, but I maintain my composure, acknowledging the guards with slight nods. "Good morning, Your Majesty." A servant curtsies as I pass. The scent of fresh bread and honey wafts from the dining hall. Ilara sits at her usual place, her silver hair cascading over her shoulders as she stares at her untouched plate. Strange. She's usually chattering about something or other by now. "I see you're up early for once," I say, settling into my chair at the head of the table. She doesn't look up, just pushes her eggs around with her fork. What's wrong? Did someone ruin an arrangement at last night's ball? Still nothing, not even an eye roll. I snap my fingers at a nearby Zagfer. Bring my usual breakfast and some of those pastries my sister likes. The servant bows and hurries off. "I'm not hungry," Alaris mutters, still focused on destroying her eggs. "You're always hungry. Remember when you ate an entire platter of sweet cakes meant for the summer solstice celebration?" No response, not even a hint of a smile. Something's definitely wrong. My sister's never this quiet unless she's cross with me. The Zagfer returns, placing a steaming plate of eggs and smoked fish before me. The aroma of freshly cooked food fills the air as he arranges various dishes across the table. "Did you sleep well?" I cut into my eggs. "I heard there's to be a masquerade in the city tonight. Should be right up your alley with all the..." "Don't." Alara stabs a piece of egg so hard her fork scrapes against the plate. "Come now. What's gotten into you this morning?" She drops her fork with a clatter. "You really don't get it, do you?" "Is this about the dance?" I sigh, setting down my own utensils. "I told you I had work to do. It's not about the dance." She pushes away from the table. "It's about you hiding in your study during the one time of year when our people come together. When I get to see you actually smile instead of frowning at trade reports." "I smiled yesterday." "When?" "When that woman tried to seduce me and you threatened to snap her like a twig." "That doesn't count." Alaris crosses her arms. "And stop trying to distract me with humor. This festival means something, Dex. To our people. To me. But you'd rather lock yourself away with your papers and pretend it's all beneath you. The hurt in her voice makes my chest tighten. "That's not... Come celebrate with us for once," Alaris pleads, her violet eyes bright with unshed tears. "The merchants have brought treats from the east, and there's a troupe of fire dancers performing in the courtyard tonight. You used to love watching them when we were younger." I push my plate away, appetite gone. Some of us don't have the luxury of spending our days chasing entertainment. I have responsibilities, Alaris, duties to attend to. The words hit their mark. Alaris's face flushes dark purple, her hands clenching into fists at her sides. "How dare you? Just because I don't have a crown doesn't mean... Doesn't mean what?" The words taste bitter on my tongue, but I can't stop them. That you don't understand what it takes to keep this kingdom running? That you don't grasp the weight of actual responsibility? She stands so quickly, her chair topples backward, crashing against the marble floor. The sound echoes through the dining hall, making the servants jump. "Go rot in your study then, your majesty. Wouldn't want to burden you with my frivolous presence." The doors slam behind her with enough force to rattle the crystal chandelier. I stare at my reflection in the polished silver plate, hating what I see. The crown weighs heavy on my brow, a constant reminder of the gap between us. My stomach churns with guilt. I shouldn't have said that. She's young, yes, but she's far from ignorant. And her presence... it's the only thing that makes this cursed crown bearable some days. I massage my temples, wondering how long it will take her to forgive me this time. The dining hall feels colder, without her laughter filling it. I push away from the table, my chair scraping against the marble floor. The sound echoes through the now empty dining hall, a harsh reminder of Alaris's departure. My breakfast sits untouched, growing cold. "Clear this away," I tell the nearest servant, who jumps at being addressed. The halls smell of the most expensive perfumes. Alaris is doing, no doubt. She's filled every available surface with fresh blooms and hanging lanterns. Even the usually austere guard stations have garlands draped over them. "Your Majesty." A guard bows as I pass. The trade reports from... "Send them to my study." My footsteps quicken, eager to escape the festive atmosphere that seems to mock me at every turn. Alaris's words echo in my mind. "Go rot in your study, then." A group of servants dart out of my path, their arms full of silk streamers and more flowers. Always more flowers. The scent is beginning to give me a headache. The morning sun streams through stained glass windows, painting the corridor in blues and golds. Alaris used to sit here for hours as a child, watching the colors shift across the floor. I'd find her asleep sometimes, curled up like a cat in the warmth. I shake off the memory. There's work to be done, reports to review, a kingdom to run. I can't waste time dwelling on hurt feelings and childhood memories, even if the ache in my chest suggests otherwise. My study door closes behind me with a satisfying thud, shutting out the sounds of celebration. Here, at least, things make sense. Numbers don't sulk or cry or accuse me of being cold-hearted, even if they're right.
Chapter 13. Lyril. Sunlight streams through gauzy curtains, and I stretch luxuriously against silk sheets that cost more than most humans make in a year. The mattress cradles my body like a cloud, and for a moment I forget where I am. I prop myself up on my elbows. The nobleman remains exactly where I left him, wrists bound to the ornate bedpost. His round face is slack with drug-induced sleep, greasy black hair spread across the pillow. Even unconscious, his lips curl in that perpetual sneer of superiority. "Entitled bastard," I mutter, sliding from the bed. The chamber screams of excess, gilded mirrors, crystal decanters, hand-painted murals of half-naked nymphs dancing across the ceiling. A wardrobe that could house a family stands against one wall, its doors inlaid with mother-of-pearl. The carpet beneath my feet probably cost enough to feed my entire neighbourhood for a month. My fingers find Solrin's throat, checking his pulse. strong, and steady. The powder wasn't meant to kill, just keep him under long enough for me to get my bearings in the palace. Still, I can't help but press a little harder than necessary against his windpipe. Sweet dreams, my lord. I pat his cheek mockingly. Thanks for the bed. The air in here is thick with perfume, roses and jasmine competing with the lingering smell of last night's spilled mead. I crack open a window, letting in a fresh breeze that carries the sounds of the festival below. Merchants are already calling their wares, and music drifts up from the courtyard. I cross to the silver carafe, my bare feet silent on the plush carpet. The water is cool and crisp, clearly filtered through the palace's expensive purification system. Another luxury my people will never know. I drain the glass in 3 long swallows, savouring the clean taste. At the mirror, I smooth my hands over the silk dress, checking that none of my hidden blades show through the fabric. The material kisses my skin as I adjust the neckline. My reflection shows a different woman than the one I know. Painted lips, artfully arranged hair, jewellery dripping from my ears and throat. The metal pieces clipped to my ears still hide their rounded shape perfectly, giving me the pointed tips of elven nobility. Just another spoiled noble, I whisper to my reflection, practicing the haughty expression I've seen on so many dark elf faces. A soft groan from the bed makes me freeze, but Solrin just shifts in his drugged sleep, the ropes creaking as he moves. I slip my feet into the heeled shoes, another torture device of the nobility, and practice a few quiet steps to ensure I can move silently in them. The leather is butter soft, probably worth more than most humans see in a month. At the door, I pause to listen for guards or servants. The hallway beyond is quiet, except for distant music floating up from the lower floors. I ease the door open and step out into the corridor, my heels clicking softly against marble floors, polished to a mirror shine. Lanterns cast a warm glow over elaborate tapestries and vases overflowing with fresh flowers, all perfectly arranged for the festival. Time to find my real target. The palace corridors twist like a serpent's coils, each turn revealing new displays of obscene wealth. Crystal chandeliers float without chains, their light dancing off polished marble floors and gilded wall sconces. The air smells of roses and magic, that distinct ozone tang that makes my nose itch. Tapestries depicting elven victories line the walls, their threads shimmering with enchantments that make the scenes move. I pass one showing humans bowing before dark elf conquerors, and my fingers twitch toward the blade strapped to my thigh. The festival decorations become sparse as I venture deeper into the palace. Fewer lanterns, less flower garlands. The sounds of celebration fade behind me, replaced by the whisper of my silk skirts against the floor. A flash of movement catches my eye, guards patrolling ahead. I duck into an alcove, pressing against a statue of some long-dead elven hero. Their boots click against marble as they pass, discussing shift changes. Once they're gone, I slip out and continue down a narrower corridor. The decor here is more subdued. This must be the private wing. Portraits of the royal family watch me with painted eyes. "Miss!" My heart stutters. A guard's voice too close behind me. I round the corner without looking back, forcing myself to maintain an unhurried pace. "This is the private wing. You shouldn't be here." His footsteps quicken. I take another turn, pulse hammering in my throat. The corridor ahead stretches empty, nowhere to hide. I slip through the nearest door, easing it shut with trembling fingers. My heart pounds against my ribs like a caged bird as I press my ear to the polished wood. 1, 2, 3. Bootsteps echo in the corridor, growing closer. The fabric of my dress rustles as I hold my breath. 4, 5, 6. Could have sworn I saw someone. The guard's voice carries through the door, too close. 7, 8, 9. My fingers drift to the blade strapped against my thigh, ready. If he opens this door, 10, 11, 12. The footsteps pause just outside. My pulse thrums in my ears, drowning out the distant festival music. A bead of sweat rolls down my spine. 13, 14, 15. Must be seeing things, he mutters. The boots resume their steady rhythm, growing fainter with each step. 16, 17, 18. I count to 30 before letting out the breath I've been holding. My legs feel weak, and I lean against the door, willing my racing heart to slow. That was too close. Earth is pretty much a desolate wasteland since the orcs came over from Protheka, and being a woman, the best you can hope is to be someone's property. Now, after my curvy body catches Korthar's eye, he'll claim me, and I'll serve him, in any way he pleases.
You're mine now. Listen to this story and more when you get the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka audiobook and ebook bundle.
40 books, 19 audiobooks, 19 ebooks. You even get 1 free novella and 1 free audiobook.
All for a shocking 90% off.
Protheka's magic is eternal, and the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka bundle will bring over 100 hours of that magic to you.
Chapter 14. Decarian. The parchment before me blurs as my mind drifts to Alaris's hurt expression at breakfast. My quill hovers over the trade agreement, dripping ink onto the pristine surface, creating a dark stain that spreads like my sister's disappointment. With a sigh, I set it down and lean back in my chair, the leather creaking under my weight. "You're being unreasonable," I mutter to myself, pinching the bridge of my nose. "She's young. She needs this." The words taste bitter, knowing that my protective instincts might be doing more harm than good. As king, I must make difficult decisions, but when it comes to Alaris, objectivity seems to escape me entirely. The memory of our mother's cold stare flashes through my mind. A princess does not skip through halls, Alaris, and father's constant disapproval of my soft heart when it came to my sister. I drum my fingers on the desk, remembering the day they died with painful clarity. Alaris was barely 100 years old, still learning to control her magic, sometimes setting curtains aflame when she sneezed. While the council prepared for my coronation, arguing over ancient protocols and succession rites, she'd hidden in my chambers, trembling beneath the heavy velvet curtains like a frightened bird. "Promise you won't be like them," she'd whispered, her violet eyes wide with tears and fear. The echo of our parents' harsh words still lingered in the halls like unwanted ghosts. I'd sworn I wouldn't. Since then, I've made sure she has everything she could want. Dresses from the finest silk makers in the eastern provinces, jewels that would make merchants weep, an entire wing of the palace to decorate as she pleases. Everything except my time. Perhaps I've gone too far in the opposite direction, but the memory of her tear-stained face that day still haunts me. Better to err on the side of indulgence than cold discipline. The trade agreement sits accusingly on my desk, its gilded edges mocking my indecision. I push it aside, revealing the festival schedule beneath, all those carefully planned celebrations I've yet to attend. Perhaps just an hour wouldn't hurt. The kingdom won't fall apart if I take a brief respite from duties. Alaris would certainly approve, though she'd likely demand more than an hour of my time. The door to my study swings open without warning, and my fingers tighten around my quill, sending an errant drop of ink spattering across the trade agreement like a dark tear. Not again. These festival nights bring out the worst in every noble seeking an audience, each one convinced their petty concerns can't possibly wait until morning. The dance of petals seems to embolden them, as if the mother's celebration gives them divine right to disturb their king at all hours. I can already hear the excuses, the desperate pleas for attention wrapped in silken words and false urgency. but this one's different. The woman who slips inside doesn't even glance my way, her attention fixed on the door as she presses her ear against the polished wood, her breath coming in quick, shallow bursts. The position gives me a generous view of her ass, and I find myself staring longer than propriety allows. The silk of her dress pulls taut across curves that I've never seen a woman possess, but her movements reflect the natural grace of elven women. Boots thud past in the hallway. One set, then another, the heavy footfalls echoing against marble floors. The woman's shoulders tense beneath the fabric of her gown, and she holds her breath until the footsteps fade into silence. Her fingers curl against the wood, and I notice they're trembling slightly. A smile tugs at my lips as I observe her, and her careful, quiet breathing. She's hiding from someone, obviously. Perhaps an overeager suitor during the festival celebrations. But who would be stupid enough to chase an elven woman as beautiful as this one into the king's private wing? Especially on a night when the palace guards are particularly alert, their numbers doubled for the festivities. Either her pursuer is remarkably brave or spectacularly foolish. I think they're gone, I say, unable to resist the amusement in my tone. She whirls around, her festival dress swirling with the motion, the deep purple silk catching the lamplight and shimmering like water in a way that makes my breath catch for just a moment. Her hand twitches toward her thigh, probably to cover the skin exposed at the turning motion. This is no simpering noble seeking my bed, hoping to catch the king's eye during the festivities. Her stance is too alert, her movements too controlled. She clearly didn't even realize that I was here, which makes her presence in my private wing all the more intriguing. Most of my would-be suitors at least have the decency to pretend they've stumbled upon me by accident. But now she's facing me fully. My breath catches. She's magnificent. Not in the delicate way of elven women, but in the way a steel blade catches firelight. Her brown hair cascades past her shoulders in waves, framing high cheekbones and full lips. The ash-gray tint to her skin can't hide its warmth, a peculiarity among elven women. Her eyes, a striking amber, meet mine with an intensity that makes my pulse quicken. The festival dress hugs curves that would make any man beg for mercy. This woman is stunning.
Chapter 15. Lirael. My heart is frantic against my ribs as I stare at the dark elf who just spoke, cursing my own carelessness. 8 years of training, and I make such a rookie mistake, bursting into a room without checking it first. Amateur hour. But my self-reproach fades as I take in the sight before me. He sits at an ornate desk, one eyebrow raised in amusement, and I can't help it that I notice he's nothing like the repulsive elves I usually encounter. His sharp violet eyes catch the light streaming through the tall windows, making them gleam like cut gems. Black hair falls past his shoulders in silken waves, framing a face that belongs in one of those fancy paintings rich elves hang in their mansions. He's dressed simply for an elf, just a white shirt with the sleeves rolled up and a black vest, but the quality of the fabric screams wealth. The way he holds himself, lounging in his chair like he owns the place, speaks of power and complete self-assurance. Who are we hiding from? His deep voice cuts through my observations, the hint of amusement in his tone making my skin prickle. I force a delicate laugh, letting my shoulders relax as I lean against the door. A rather persistent admirer from last night's festivities, he doesn't seem to understand the meaning of no. His lips quirk up at one corner. Ah, and here I thought my study was becoming the designated hiding spot for women fleeing unwanted attention. Oh! I take a careful step forward, keeping my movements graceful. Is that a common occurrence? Just last night, actually. He sets down his quill, giving me his full attention. Though she was less interested in hiding and more interested in... He trails off meaningfully. Poor thing, I say, noting how his eyes track my movement as I drift closer to his desk. Forced to endure the advances of desperate women throwing themselves at you. The burden of status. He sighs dramatically, but there's a glint in his eye. though you seem more interested in running away from admirers than chasing them. Perhaps I'm just more selective about who I chase. Is that so? He leans forward, resting his elbows on his desk. And what criteria must one meet to earn such attention? The playful exchange makes my stomach turn, but I maintain my coy smile. That would be telling, wouldn't it? At least tell me if I should be concerned about property damage from your spurned admirer. Oh, he's quite thoroughly indisposed at the moment. His eyebrows lift. Should I send the guards to investigate? I shrug noncommittally at his question about the guards, letting my gaze wander around his study instead. The room breathes wealth from every corner, from the intricately carved bookshelves to the plush carpet beneath my feet. A massive window bathes everything in morning light, making the gold-leafed spines of leather-bound books glitter. The desk alone probably cost more than most humans make in a year. You must work for the king, I say, trailing my fingers along the edge of a shelf. One of his advisors. His violet eyes follow my movement, and for a heart-stopping moment, I wonder if he sees through my disguise. But then his lips curve into a grin that makes my pulse quicken for entirely different reasons. You got me. The way he says it, like we're sharing some private joke, sets off warning bells in my head. But I can't help noticing how his smile transforms his whole face, softening those aristocratic features into something almost approachable. I mentally shake myself, focus. This isn't some social call. I'm here to find and kill the king, not admire his advisor's dimples. My mind races with possibilities. An advisor to the king would know his schedule, his habits, maybe even where he sleeps. This could be exactly what I need. I drift toward one of the towering bookshelves, running my fingers along the spines. These are all economics and trade manuscripts, aren't they? I tilt my head, pretending to study the titles. No poetry or romance novels hidden among them? Not much time for fiction when you're managing a kingdom's finances. How dreary. I pull a leather-bound volume from the shelf, carefully turning its pages. Though I suppose someone has to do the tedious work while the rest of us dance and make merry. He leans back in his chair, a glimmer of interest in those violet eyes. You find economics tedious? Not at all. I return the book to its place with deliberate care. I find it fascinating how numbers can tell stories. Like those reports on your desk there, they're really chronicles of people's lives, aren't they? What they value, what they need, what they're willing to sacrifice to get it. His eyebrows lift slightly. Most visitors to my study don't typically share that perspective. Most visitors probably aren't much for stimulating conversation. I perch on the edge of his desk, close enough to catch the scent of ink and parchment. Though I can't imagine why. Surely discussing market trends is far more exciting than dancing. A low chuckle escapes him. Now I know you're teasing. Perhaps. I smile, letting my gaze linger on his face. But I do enjoy a man who knows how to use his mind. And what about a man who knows how to use much more than that? The heat in his gaze makes my stomach flip. For a moment, I almost forget why I'm here. Almost. I stand abruptly, smoothing my skirts. I should go. I've taken up enough of your time. You don't have to. No, really. I back toward the door, forcing a shy smile. I'm sure you have important matters to attend to. Thank you for the distraction. Before he can protest further, I slip out the door, my heart hammering against my ribs. Once I'm safely in the hallway, I press a hand to my chest, trying to steady my breathing. What the hell was that?
Chapter 16. Decarian. I tap my quill against the parchment, but the numbers blur together. The trade routes to the southern ports should have my full attention, yet my mind wanders to curves wrapped in silk and a smile that lit up my study better than any lantern. Your Majesty? A servant's voice breaks through my thoughts. Would you like more tea? No. I wave him away, dropping my quill onto the desk. The ink splatters, ruining the document. Perfect. Leave me. The door clicks shut, and I lean back in my chair, rubbing my temples. That woman, the way she moved, like a dancer, but with something else, something delicious that I can't quite place. Her skin, kissed by sun in a way I've never seen on our kind. And those eyes, the numbers mock me from the ruined parchment. What was her name? Why didn't I ask? I should have kept her here longer, found out more about her. A daughter from the council, perhaps? No, she didn't carry herself like nobility. A merchant's offspring, maybe. Damn it all. I stand, pacing to the window. Below, festival-goers crowd the courtyard, their laughter drifting up. Petals float on the breeze, and I catch myself searching the faces, hoping to spot her among them. This is ridiculous. I'm acting like some lovesick youth instead of a king. And yet, my fingers drum against the windowsill. I could have the guards search for her. No, too obvious, too desperate. Besides, in a palace full of elven women during the festival, how would I even describe her? The one with the mysterious smile who made my study feel too small? I return to my desk, determined to focus on work. The trade routes won't review themselves. But as I reach for a fresh piece of parchment, all I can think about is how she looked over her shoulder before slipping out my door like she was memorizing my face. I tap my fingers against the oak desk, my mind drifting to her again. Is she dancing in the grand hall? Or perhaps she's in the gardens, letting the breeze play with her hair. That man she mentioned, is he still pursuing her? The thought sends an unexpected surge of irritation through me. My jaw clenches. Over 100 years of discipline, of maintaining perfect control, and here I am acting like a fresh-faced youth over a woman whose name I don't even know. The candlelight flickers across the parchment before me, and I realize I've been staring at the same line for who knows how long. This woman has crawled under my skin without even trying. No batting eyelashes, no calculated touches, no obvious attempts at seduction. Just that quick wit and those knowing eyes that seem to see right through me. The doors burst open and my heart leaps, then immediately sinks as Alara sweeps in, her silver hair adorned with fresh roses. Still hiding? She plants her hands on my desk, leaning forward with narrowed eyes. Working. Brooding. She picks up one of my papers, scanning it. Trade routes? Really? During the festival? I snatch it back. Brother dearest. Alaris's silk skirts swish as she paces, her heels clicking against the marble floor. Do you know what I see when I look at you? I'm sure you're about to tell me. I shuffle the ruined papers, trying to appear busy. She stops, jabbing a finger at my chest. A man who's forgotten how to live. When's the last time you danced? When's the last time you let yourself enjoy anything? I enjoy plenty of things. As I've told you, trade routes don't count. She resumes her pacing, the roses in her hair bobbing with each emphatic step. The mother didn't bless us with this festival, so you could hide in your study counting coins. Alaris. No! She whirls, hands planted on her hips. I'm not finished. You're coming to the ball tonight. You're going to wear something that isn't equivalent to the attire of a farmer. And you're going to dance with your beloved sister until your feet hurt. Are you quite done? And you're going to smile? Actually smile, not that diplomatic thing you do with the council. She leans over the desk, violet eyes narrowed. Because if you don't, I'll tell everyone about the time you fell into the fountain trying to catch that frog when you were 50. My lips twitch. You wouldn't dare. Try me. I think of mysterious eyes and quick wit, of the way she looked around my study with such curiosity. Fine. I mean it, Dex. You... She blinks. What did you say? I said fine. I'll come to the ball. Alaris's mouth drops open. Just like that? I shrug, keeping my expression neutral. Just like that. She squints at me suspiciously. Who are you and what have you done with my brother? I roll my eyes and shove the trade documents away, knowing my mind won't settle until I find that mysterious woman again. The parchment crinkles under my fingers as I stack it haphazardly, something I never do. Am I at least allowed to dress myself? I ask, rising from my chair. Or would you like to handle that as well? Alaris plants her hands on her hips, nose wrinkled. Don't tempt me. The mother knows what dreary outfit you choose. She taps her foot against the marble floor. But no, I'll wait outside of your chambers until you emerge. And you better not try climbing out the window again. That was one time. I stretch, my shoulders popping. And I was barely older than you are now. The same age as the fountain incident. Her eyes sparkle with mischief. What an eventful year. Out? I point to the door, fighting back a grin. Before I change my mind. You wouldn't dare. She hooks her arm through mine as we exit the study. Besides, I saw that look in your eyes when you agreed. You want to go to the ball? I say nothing, but my sister's knowing smile tells me she's already figured out more than I'd like. The scent of roses trails behind us as we walk, and I find myself wondering what that woman's scent might be.
Chapter 17. Lyrael. I slip into the ballroom, my stomach already rumbling at the aromas wafting through the air. Tonight's spread puts yesterday's to shame. Whole roasted quail nestled in beds of purple rice, their tiny bodies glazed with honey and sprinkled with crushed nuts. Seafood towers stretch toward the ceiling, glistening with pearls of caviar and decorated with exotic fruits I've never seen before. My fingers itch to grab everything in sight, but I force myself to move with deliberate grace as I select a few choice morsels. A servant passes with a tray of sparkling wine, and I snag a glass, using it to wash down a bite of butter-poached fish that melts on my tongue. Divine, isn't it? A nearby elven woman says, helping herself to the same dish. The kitchen outdid themselves tonight. I nod, not trusting myself to speak while fighting the urge to stuff my face. Back home, we're lucky to get fish once a month, and it's never this fresh. After sampling what feels like half the buffet, including something called dragon fruit that doesn't taste nearly as exciting as it sounds, I wipe my fingers on a silk napkin and begin my circuit of the room. The marble floors gleam beneath my feet, reflecting the thousands of floating lanterns above. Couples twirl across the dance floor, their jewellery catching the light. The women's dresses flutter like butterfly wings, and I adjust my own gown, making sure my weapons are still secure beneath the fabric. My eyes scan the crowd, searching for any sign of the king. The music swells, and I dodge a stumbling drunk elf who reeks of expensive liquor. Pardon me, my lady. He attempts a bow and nearly falls over. I steady him with one hand, already moving past. Perhaps some fresh air would do you good. He mumbles something unintelligible and weaves away, giving me a clear view of the room once more. Still no sign of the king, but I notice more guards posted at the entrances than yesterday. Their hands rest on their sword hilts, eyes sharp despite the festivities. I scan the crowd, frustration building with each passing moment. Corwin's description of the king might as well fit half the men in this room. Black hair, check. Expensive clothes dripping with jewels, double check. Pompous attitude, triple check. You seem lost, little dove. A deep voice makes me tense. An elf towers over me, his violet eyes narrowed. I don't believe I've seen you at court before. I force a smile, trying to appear demure. I've recently returned from the eastern provinces. Ah, that explains the unusual colouring. His gaze lingers on my brown hair, and I resist the urge to touch it self-consciously. Though I must say, Your skin has quite an interesting tone to it. My heart pounds. The weeks I spent carefully applying stains and oils to darken my complexion suddenly feel wasted. My mother was from the Southern Territories. Another elf joins us, this one with platinum hair. Southern Territories? I wasn't aware we had any noble houses there with such distinctive features. They're circling now, like vultures sensing weakness. More eyes turn our way, and whispers ripple through the crowd. I need to move to get away before their suspicion grows. If you'll excuse me, I promised a dance. To whom? The first elf blocks my path. I'd love to meet this lucky gentleman. I slip between two dancing couples, my carefully constructed facade cracking. 8 years of training, and Corwin's intel is falling apart in less than 2 days. I need a new plan, and fast. My sweet dove! Solrin's voice cuts through the crowd like a rusted blade. My stomach turns as he pushes past the suspicious elves, his greasy hair gleaming under the lanterns. I've been looking everywhere for you. The other nobles step back, their earlier suspicion morphing into knowing smirks. I force myself not to grimace as Solrin's clammy hand finds my waist. Last night was... He leans in close enough that I catch the sour tang of wine on his breath. Absolutely magnificent, though waking alone left me quite bereft. My mind races. The drug should have kept him unconscious well into the morning. He must have dreamed up whatever he thinks happened between us. Perfect. I duck my head, letting my hair fall forward to hide my face. My lord, I was so ashamed. Ashamed? His fingers tighten around my hip. Whatever for? Precious. I've never... I bite my lip, channeling every ounce of demure maiden I can muster. My inexperience must have been obvious. I couldn't bear to face you in the light of day. His chest puffs up like a preening bird. Oh, my dear, you were absolutely delightful. Such enthusiasm. The surrounding nobles titter, and I resist the urge to drive my concealed knife into his throat. Instead, I peek up at him through my lashes. Truly? You're not just being kind? I would never lie about such matters. He strokes my cheek with his thumb. Perhaps we could continue your education tonight. I lean into Solrin's touch, though my skin crawls. You're too kind, my lord. Perhaps after the festivities. Why wait? His fingers trace my collarbone. We could slip away now. And miss the king's appearance? I pout, playing the part of the social climber. I've heard so much about his majesty. Surely you understand my curiosity? Solrin's face sours. The king rarely graces us with his presence at these events, always locked away in that study of his, or prowling the private wing like some caged beast. Private wing. My pulse quickens. How disappointing. Though I suppose a king's duties never cease. Duties? Solrin scoffs. More like avoiding his responsibilities to the nobility. Did you know he's rejected 3 marriage proposals this year alone? I make a sympathetic noise, filing away the information. The private wing would be heavily guarded, but at least now I know where to focus my efforts, and just how to get there. And with Solrin's obvious infatuation, I have my way back in should tonight prove unsuccessful. Tell me more about our reclusive king, I purr, playing with the collar of Solrin's gaudy jacket. I find myself absolutely fascinated.
Chapter 18. Decarian. I scan the ballroom, searching for those unique curves and that tanned skin that's been haunting my thoughts. The grand hall buzzes with activity, lanterns casting a warm glow across the sea of faces. As I enter, heads turn and bodies bow, a ripple effect that makes my jaw clench. Your Majesty, a nobleman dips low. We're honored by your presence. I nod, already moving past him. Alaris squeezes my arm, her earlier anger forgotten in the excitement of having me here. "There's Lady Moraine," she says. "I need to speak with her about tomorrow's ceremony, but you promised me a dance later, so save one for me." "I did no such thing." She narrows her eyes. "Dex!" "Fine." I smooth down my jacket, though I doubt there's anyone else here worth dancing with. "You're impossible." She releases my arm with a huff. "Stay. Mingle. Try not to scare anyone away with that scowl." As she weaves through the crowd, I drift toward the shadows near a marble column. The irony isn't lost on me. The King of Velmorin, trying to become invisible at his own festival. But these gatherings have always felt like an elaborate performance, one I've never quite mastered. A server passes with a tray of wine. I take a glass, using it as a prop to avoid conversation. Around me, couples twirl to the music, their laughter and chatter filling the air. Still no sign of her. Perhaps she's avoiding the festivities altogether. A woman after my own heart. "Sire," another noble approaches. "Might I have a moment of your time?" I take a long sip of wine. I'm afraid I'm not that interested. I scan the crowd, knowing those curves would stand out among the willowy forms of elven nobility. The candlelight catches on jewels and silks, but none of them compare to the memory of her sun-kissed skin. My fingers tap against my wineglass, remembering how she leaned against my desk, completely unaware of who I was. "What? The king is here? Really?" The voice makes my spine stiffen. Through the sea of dancers, I spot Lady Garanium's signature emerald dress, the same one she wore in my study last night before Alara saved me. I pivot, seeking the nearest exit, perhaps behind that group of merchants or through the servants' corridor. But it's too late. She's already seen me, recognition flashing in her calculated eyes. Lady Garanium slinks through the crowd, her emerald dress swishing against the marble floor. "Your Majesty!" She curtsies low, too low, giving me an unwanted view down her bodice. "What a pleasant surprise to find you here." "Lady Garanium." I keep my tone flat, uninterested. "I trust you're enjoying the festivities." She steps closer, pressing against my arm. "Much more now that you're here." Her fingers trail up my sleeve. "I was hoping we could finish our conversation from last night. I believe my sister made her thoughts on that quite clear." "The princess isn't here now. Her perfume, too strong, too sweet, makes my nose itch. And I have so many ideas about strengthening the bloodline." I drain my wineglass, searching the crowd for salvation. "How forward of you." "I can be much more forward in private." She leans in, whispering against my ear. "My chambers are just down the hall, unless you prefer yours." The music shifts to a slower melody, and I spot Alaris's silver hair by the refreshment table. Perfect timing. "My apologies, Lady Garanium, but I promised my sister the next dance." I step back, breaking contact. She can be quite fierce when crossed. Before she can protest, I stride away, weaving through the crowd toward Alaris. My sister's eyes light up as I approach. "Save me," I mutter, taking her arm. She glances over my shoulder and smirks. "Lady Garanium again? Dance with me before she proposes marriage." Alaris laughs as I lead her onto the dance floor. "My big brother running from a woman. Wait until the council hears about this." "They'll thank me. Can you imagine her as queen?" We take our positions as the music swells around us. I guide Alaris through the steps, muscle memory taking over from years of formal training. Her joy is infectious, and I find my perpetual scowl softening. "Look at you," she says, "almost enjoying yourself." Don't spread such vicious rumors. "Too late," I've already drafted a proclamation. Citizens of Velmorin, rejoice! Your king has discovered the existence of fun. I spin her in time with the music. I'll have you tried for treason. Worth it. She grins up at me. You should do this more often. The nobles might stop thinking you're made of stone. Being made of stone has its advantages. Weave between other dancing couples. No one tries to marry a statue. Except Lady Garonia. She'd marry a tree if it wore a crown. Alaris's laughter rings out, drawing smiles from nearby dancers. The sound reminds me of when she was younger, before our parents' expectations weighed so heavily on us both. Perhaps I could spare a few minutes each night for this. The trade reports would still be there after... That's when I see her. The mystery woman from my study stands at the edge of the dance floor, watching me with those impossibly dark eyes. But she's not alone. A man's arm circles her waist possessively, his fingers splayed across her side. Something hot and unfamiliar coils in my chest. "Dex," Alaris asks, "you're crushing my hand." I loosen my grip, but I can't tear my gaze away from the pair at the edge of the floor. The man, Lord Solrin, I realize, whispers something in her ear. Her shoulders stiffen slightly, though her face remains carefully neutral. "Oh," Alaris says, following my line of sight. "Who is she?" I don't know. But this time, I'm going to find out.
Chapter 19. Lyriel. Solrin wraps his arm around my waist, pulling me closer than I'd like. My skin crawls at his touch, but I force a demure smile. "You see, my dear, that's why I'm the most successful silk merchant in the Eastern Quarter." Fascinating. I take another sip of wine he keeps pushing on me, pretending to swallow while letting it pool in my mouth. When he turns to wave down a servant, I discreetly spit it back into the glass. The last thing I need is clouded judgment. "Another glass for the lady," he calls out, snatching 2 fresh goblets from a passing tray. "You simply must try this vintage, imported from the southern vineyards." I accept the wine with a practiced giggle. "You're spoiling me." Nothing's too good for such a rare beauty. His fingers bite into my hip as he steers me through the crowd. Though I must say, your colouring is quite unique for our kind. My heart skips. I lean into him, playing up the tipsy act. My mother was from the coastal regions. The sun there affects our skin differently. "Ah, of course." He doesn't sound entirely convinced, but the wine seems to have dulled his suspicions. The music swells as we approach the dance floor. Couples twirl past us in elaborate patterns, their jewellery catching the light. Solrin's grip tightens, and he turns toward the dancers with an expectant smirk. My stomach drops. The dancing couples sweep closer, threatening to pull us into their orbit. The wine glass trembles in my hand as I realise his intention. Number dancing means close contact. It means his hands all over me, means staying in the light where anyone could spot the flaws in my disguise. Where anyone could notice I don't know the proper steps. Relief floods through me as Solrin stops at the edge of the dance floor, rather than pulling me into the swirling mass of silk and jewels. My muscles unwind until his pudgy arm snakes around my waist, drawing me against him. The overwhelming scent of his perfume makes my nose itch. That's when I spot him through the crowd, the king's advisor from the study. My breath catches. The lantern light plays across his sharp features, casting shadows that accentuate his high cheekbones. His midnight blue formal coat fits perfectly across broad shoulders, trimmed with silver thread that catches the light as he moves. Unlike Solrin's gaudy display of wealth, his attire speaks of quiet elegance. He spins his dance partner, a woman in a flowing pink dress, with practiced grace. Their movements are perfectly matched, yet his expression remains distant, as if his thoughts are elsewhere. Beautiful, isn't it? Solrin's hot breath hits my ear as he squeezes me closer. Though not as beautiful as you, I force myself not to cringe as he touches me again. You're too kind. I can't leave. Not when the king's advisor could be my key to reaching his master. My fingers tighten around the stem of my wine glass as I watch him move across the dance floor. The way he holds himself, the subtle authority in his stance. He must be close to the king. The music swells to its final notes, and I glance back at him. My breath catches. His dark eyes are fixed on me, intense and unwavering even as he guides his partner through the last steps. Heat creeps up my neck, and I quickly look away. The audience breaks into applause as the dance ends. Through my lowered lashes, I see him and his partner turn in my direction. My pulse quickens. I need to get rid of Sulren, fast. More wine? I tilt my empty glass toward him, batting my eyes. You simply must tell me more about those silk imports. Sulren's face lights up like a child promised sweets. Of course, my dear. The finest vintages for you. His sweaty palm slides from my waist. Don't move an inch. I'll be right here. I lie, watching him waddle toward the refreshment table. The moment he disappears into the crowd, I exhale in relief, my shoulders dropping. The advisor and his partner are only a few steps away now. My heart flutters as I smooth my skirts, preparing to... We meet again, he says, his voice carrying a hint of amusement. The advisor stops before me, and my breath catches in my throat. The lantern light plays across his features, highlighting sharp cheekbones and full lips that curve into a subtle smile. His eyes seem to glow with an inner fire, and his midnight hair falls in perfect waves past his shoulders. Up close, his presence is even more commanding, radiating power and grace that makes my knees weak. I mentally slap myself. What am I doing? He's a dark elf, the enemy, the same race that murdered my parents, that enslaves my people. Yet my traitorous heart skips when his gaze meets mine. His eyes flick toward where Sulren disappeared into the crowd. I take it that's the unwanted attention you were fleeing earlier today. I wrap my arms around myself, suppressing a shiver at the memory of Sulren's grabby hands. Is it that obvious? Only to someone who's been watching. His voice carries a hint of amusement. Your husband? Gods, no! The words burst out like they're desperate to escape. I clear my throat, trying to regain my composure. I mean, no, definitely not. Good. His smile widens, showing perfect white teeth. Good. Wait, why is that good?
Chapter 20. Decarian. I study her face in the warm glow of the lanterns, captivated by details I missed in the light of my study. Her brown hair catches copper highlights, falling in soft waves around a heart-shaped face. The strange coloring of her skin makes her green eyes shine like emeralds. Most elven women are all sharp angles, but her features are softer, more inviting. A sharp elbow digs into my ribs with surprising force. For someone so delicate, Alara certainly knows how to make her point. I shoot her a sideways glare, but she just raises an eyebrow and clears her throat pointedly, looking far too pleased with herself. The sound draws the mystery woman's attention to my sister, and I catch a flicker of something in her expression. Wariness? Interest? The two women study each other for a heartbeat that seems to stretch forever. I realized, I say, drawing those striking eyes back to me, grateful for the distraction from whatever silent assessment is happening between them. I never caught your name during our earlier encounter. Her lips curve into a smile that makes my chest tighten, a genuine warmth reaching her eyes that transforms her entire face. Lirael, she says, her voice carrying a musical lilt that seems to dance in the space between us. Though most call me Lyra. The way she offers the shortened version feels like an invitation to familiarity, one I find myself eager to accept. I'm Dex, I say, watching her lips form my nickname silently, as if testing how it feels. The shortened version of my name feels intimate in a way I haven't experienced before, especially coming from her. Alaris's head whips toward me, violet eyes wide. Her mouth opens, then closes, then opens again. I can practically see the gears turning in her head. "And who might this be?" Lyra asks, gesturing to my sister with a graceful sweep of her hand. "This is my sister, Alaris." The words tumble out quickly, hoping to cut off whatever revelation is brewing behind Ilaris's expression. "It's lovely to meet you," Lyra says, dipping into a small curtsy. Her movements are precise, practiced. "Your dress is absolutely stunning." Alaris's brow furrows slightly as she studies Lyra, but she manages a smile that only looks slightly strained. "Thank you. That's very kind." The music shifts to a slower melody, and I find myself grateful for the distraction. The way Alaris keeps glancing between us makes me nervous, like she's solving a puzzle I'd rather keep scrambled. "You two should dance," Alaris chirps, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Before Lyra can respond, I take her hand and guide her toward the dance floor. Her fingers are calloused against mine, unusual for an elf of her apparent status, but I find myself more intrigued than concerned. As the music swells, I pull her close, one hand settling at her waist while the other keeps hold of hers. Her body is warm against mine, fitting perfectly against my chest. That's when I catch it, a scent unlike anything I've encountered in centuries of reviewing our kingdom's perfume trades. It's raw, earthy, with hints of something I can't quite place. Not floral, not sweet, just her. "What perfume are you wearing?" I ask, spinning her in time with the music. "I don't recognize it from our local houses." A small smile plays at her lips as she follows my lead with surprising grace. I'm not wearing any perfume. My breath catches. The scent is entirely her own then, no artificial fragrances masking her natural essence. Something primal stirs in my chest at the thought. "That's refreshing," I manage, my voice rougher than intended. Her eyes meet mine, a challenge dancing in their depths. Not fond of artificial things. I prefer authenticity in all its forms. We move together across the floor, and I notice how perfectly she matches my rhythm, anticipating each step as if we've danced together 100 times before. The music wraps around us like silk, and for the first time in years I find myself actually enjoying this cursed festival. I spin her again, watching how the lantern light plays across her features. "You're from Velmorin?" My fingers trace small circles where they rest against her waist. "Born and raised." Her response is quick, practiced. "Though I suspect you already knew that from my accent." "Clever observation." The corner of my mouth lifts. "But I don't recognize you from court gatherings." She matches my steps perfectly, her movements fluid and controlled. "Perhaps you weren't looking in the right places." "Oh? And where should I have been looking?" "And why should I tell you?" There's a playful lilt to her voice that draws me in closer. I study her unusual coloring, the way she carries herself. "You couldn't possibly be nobility." The words slip out thoughtfully, more observation than judgment. Her eyes flash, green fire igniting behind them. The sudden intensity of her reaction catches me off guard, making my breath catch. Her fingers tighten against my shoulder, not enough to hurt, but enough to notice. "And why is that?" Her voice carries an edge sharp enough to cut. Interesting. Most elves would preen at being mistaken for a higher caste, not bristle at being excluded from one. I file away this reaction for later contemplation. "My apologies," I say smoothly, leading her through another turn. "I simply meant I would have remembered seeing someone like you before." She remains silent, and I curse myself. 5 minutes, and I've already put my polished shoes straight into my mouth.
Chapter 21. Lyrael. Dex's hand rests warm against my waist as he guides me through another turn. The scent of sandalwood and something deeper, richer, wafts from his skin. My heart skips. I blame it on the wine. So, Dex. I lean in closer, letting my breath brush his ear. Tell me about the king. What's it like to work for him? He spins me out, then pulls me back with practiced ease. Curious about our illustrious ruler? Who isn't? My fingers trace the expensive fabric of his jacket. They say he's quite particular. A low chuckle rumbles in his chest. Do they now? I hear he's obsessed with profit margins. I wrinkle my nose. Sounds dreadfully boring. Perhaps he's simply dedicated to his kingdom's prosperity. His violet eyes gleam with amusement. Though I must admit, the numbers can get tedious. Speaking from experience? Let's just say I've sat through my share of meetings. He guides me through a complicated step sequence that leaves me breathless. But what about you? What brings you to court? Maybe I'm here to seduce a wealthy advisor. I flash him a wicked smile. Is that so? His grip tightens slightly. And how's that working out for you? Well, you're dancing with me, aren't you? He laughs, a genuine sound that makes my stomach flutter traitorously. That I am, though you still haven't answered my question about the king. Neither have you answered mine. Touché. His thumb traces circles on my waist. What would you like to know? Why doesn't the king ever attend these parties? I tilt my head, studying Dex's expression. Seems odd to host festivities in your own palace and never show. His lips quirk. The king finds such gatherings frivolous. He prefers focusing on matters of state. All work and no play? I arch an eyebrow. Sounds lonely. Perhaps. His hand slides to the small of my back as the music shifts. Though I imagine running a kingdom leaves little time for dancing. The previous song ends, but Dex's grip remains firm. A new melody begins, slower this time, and he draws me closer. The scent of him fills my senses again. Does he at least appreciate the decorations? I gesture to the lanterns casting their warm glow across the ballroom. They're beautiful. They were his sister's doing. His thumb traces circles against my spine. The princess has quite the eye for these things. And what about trade agreements? I ask, keeping my tone light. I heard the northern routes have been difficult lately. His chest rumbles with laughter. You seem very interested in politics for someone who came to seduce an advisor. Heat creeps up my neck. Is there a law against a woman being multifaceted? Not at all. He spins me in time with the music, pulling me back against his chest. Though I find myself more interested in your curiosity than the king's trade routes. The way he looks at me makes my skin tingle. I need to focus. This is my chance to learn about the king, not get lost in an advisor's eyes, no matter how striking they are. Dance with me again, he murmurs as the second song ends, already leading me into the third. My feet follow his lead before I can protest. You're quite demanding for an advisor. His smile turns mysterious. You have no idea. The lanterns dim as the night draws to a close. My feet ache from dancing, but Dex's presence makes the discomfort worth enduring. His hand hasn't left the small of my back since our last dance ended. A familiar, unwelcome voice cuts through the peaceful moment. There you are, precious. Sulrin's squat figure materializes from the thinning crowd, his beady eyes raking over me. The memory of his hands on my waist makes my skin crawl. I've been looking everywhere for you. He extends a pudgy hand. Care to join me for another glass of wine? We can continue where we left off. Before I can respond, Dex shifts. The temperature around us seems to drop several degrees. His voice comes out soft, dangerous. Turn around and walk away, Solren. Solren's face flushes. But you're... I won't repeat myself. Dex's tone could freeze flame. If you value your position at court, you'll leave without a word. Now. Something in Dex's stance must convince him. Solren's mouth opens, closes, then opens again. But no words come out. His face pales as he takes an unsteady step backward, then another. Without another word, he melts back into the crowd. I release a breath I didn't realise I was holding. That was... effective? Dex's thumb traces a soothing pattern against my spine. I was going to say impressive. I turn to face him. Dex's violet eyes dance with mischief as he leans closer. Why don't you stay with me for the night? My jaw drops, the nerve of this man. Heat creeps up my neck, from anger, definitely anger. I spin on my heel, my skirt swishing against his legs. Unbelievable. Just because you scared off one creep doesn't mean you get to replace him. His rich laughter follows me as I stalk away. Before I make it 3 steps, his fingers wrap gently around my wrist, turning me back to face him. The warmth of his touch sends unwanted tingles up my arm. Fine. You can have your own room for tonight. His thumb traces circles on my pulse point. Come now, Lyra. I'd feel better knowing Solren can't find you. Oh, so now you're my protector. I try to inject venom into my voice, but it comes out breathier than intended. Think of it as professional courtesy. His lips quirk up. I'd like to continue our conversation tomorrow, perhaps over breakfast. Something tightens in my chest. Anticipation, opportunity, definitely not attraction. This is perfect. Getting close to the king's advisor could give me exactly the information I need. Still, I hesitate just long enough to be believable before nodding. Fine, but I choose which guest chamber. His answering smile makes my stomach flip. Of course, shall we?
Protheka is a dark and dangerous world.
My parents sold me to the dark market.
I am the avatar of chaos, and nothing will stop me from fulfilling the prophecy.
And the quest for godhood has made it even darker.
Looks like you're the only one left. Take a step forward.
Delia only seeks her freedom.
A gilded cage is still a cage.
But Thorn has something else in mind for her.
It's her. She's the woman from the prophecy. My key to godhood.
Will they be able to escape their fate? Get every episode from worldsofprotheka.com right now. Get the series bundle and score a 70% discount. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this series is just the beginning.
Chapter 22. Decarian. I guide Lyra down the private wings corridor, watching her take in the detailed tapestries and ornate vases. Her fingers trail along the wall, touching the intricate carvings with a mix of wonder and something else I can't quite place. This one. She stops at the third door, pushing it open. The guest chamber opens to a sitting area with plush chairs and a crackling fireplace. Beyond that, gauzy curtains frame floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the palace gardens. Moonlight spills across the massive bed. Lyra circles the room like a cat exploring new territory. She checks the windows. The adjoining washroom even peers behind the heavy drapes. This will do. Just do? I lean against the doorframe. And here I thought the silk sheets would impress you. She runs her hand over said sheets, her lips quirking. I've seen better. Have you now? Wouldn't you like to know? Her eyes spark with challenge. I push off the doorframe, taking a step closer. The candlelight plays across her features, highlighting those full lips that have been tempting me all evening. But there's a wildness about her, barely contained beneath her elegant exterior. I have a feeling any attempt to kiss her would end with my head mounted on her wall. Sleep well, Lyra. I give her a slight bow. Good night, Dex. The way she says my name sends heat through my chest. I force myself to turn away, closing the door behind me. Back in my chambers, I shed my formal attire, but sleep feels impossible. My mind keeps drifting to her. The way she moves, that sharp tongue, how perfectly she fit in my arms while we danced. There's something about her that doesn't quite add up, but that only intrigues me more. I'm in trouble. Deep, deep trouble. Sleep eludes me, taunting like a shadow just out of reach. With a frustrated sigh, I throw back the silk sheets and pad across the cool marble floor to pour water from the crystal carafe. The liquid does nothing to quench the burning in my chest. My feet carry me to the window overlooking the moonlit gardens. Lanterns still flicker among the roses, casting dancing shadows across the paths where couples steal midnight kisses. Damn it all! I press my forehead against the cool glass. Her scent lingers in my mind. Jasmine and something earthier, wilder. The way her hips swayed as we danced. How her fingers gripped mine with surprising strength. Those full lips curved into a smirk every time she challenged me. What would they taste like? Would she fight me for dominance or yield? The thought of her beneath me, that fire in her eyes as I... Gods. My member strains against my sleeping trousers, demanding attention. I grip the window frame, trying to focus on anything else. Trade routes, council meetings, tax collections. But my treacherous mind keeps circling back to Lyra. The way she'd thrown her head back, laughing at one of my quips, exposing the elegant line of her throat. How perfectly she'd fit against me during our dance, like she was made to be in my arms. A groan escapes me as my arousal throbs painfully. This is madness. I'm acting like some untried youth instead of a centuries-old king. And yet... Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprotheka.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the Worlds of Protheka are waiting for you.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable.
Silence settles like snowfall. Through the arched window, the twin moons leer. Weary fingers comb through sweat-damp hair. I stare at the mess on my stomach, disgust curdling with lingering want. Disgraceful, I mutter to the empty room. The admission tastes bitter, not for the act itself, but the loss of control. 2 centuries of disciplined rule undone by a girl's laugh. Cold water splashes my face at the wash basin. Through the ripples, my reflection scowls. Violet eyes darken to amethyst, lips swollen from being bitten silent. I scrub until my skin stings. Dawn's first light gilds the horizon when I finally slump back into bed. I swear I can still smell her.
Chapter 23. Lyra. Sunlight filters through gauzy curtains, rousing me from the most comfortable sleep I've had in years. The mattress cradles my body like a cloud, making my worn cot in the resistance hideout feel like sleeping on rocks in comparison. Well, this is new. I stretch, savouring the silken sheets against my skin. My dress from last night lies draped across a velvet chaise, jewels still glinting in the morning light. The room itself is larger than my entire living quarters, with ornate tapestries and polished wooden furniture that probably cost more than I'd make in 10 lifetimes. I sit up, running fingers through my tangled hair. No man trying to sneak into my bed, colour me surprised. The thought of the king's advisor brings an unwanted flutter to my stomach. I'd expected him to press his advantage, like every other entitled elf I've encountered. Instead, he'd simply bowed and wished me good night. A laugh bubbles up before I can stop it. A gentleman dark elf. Right. And I'm the Queen of Velmorin. My bare feet sink into plush carpets as I explore the room. A writing desk with fresh parchment and ink. A bookshelf filled with leather-bound volumes. A privacy screen painted with dancing flowers. Everything screams wealth and privilege, while my people starve in the streets below. The scent of fresh bread stops my bitter musings. There, on a side table near the window, sits a silver tray laden with still steaming pastries, fresh fruit, and what smells like real coffee. My mouth waters at the sight of perfectly crisp bacon. Damn. I pick up a warm roll, its crust crackling beneath my fingers. Maybe I should have tried infiltrating the palace years ago. The warm bread melts in my mouth, and I reach for another piece when something catches my eye. A large box wrapped in emerald silk ribbon sits beside the breakfast tray, a folded note tucked beneath the bow. What's this? I pluck the note free, recognizing the bold, angular script from official proclamations I've seen posted around the city. For today's festivities, I hope it suits you. Inside the box, layers of tissue paper part to reveal a dress that steals my breath. The fabric shimmers between deep red and crimson, adorned with delicate silver embroidery that catches the light like starlight. Damn. I run my fingers over the material. This probably costs more than everything I own combined. After finishing my breakfast and sneaking a few extra pastries into a napkin for later, I slip into the dress. It fits perfectly, which is both impressive and slightly unsettling. The neckline dips just low enough to be enticing without being scandalous, and the skirts swish around my legs like water. I wrestle my hair into submission, pinning it up in a style I've seen noble women wear. A few strands escape to frame my face, but it'll have to do. The hallway outside my room stretches in both directions, lined with tapestries and floating orbs of magical light. Left or right, both look equally grand and equally likely to get me lost. When in doubt, go left, I mutter, choosing the direction that seems to lead deeper into the palace. The silk of my new dress whispers against the marble floor as I walk, and I can't help admiring how it moves. Focus, Lyra. You're here to kill a king, not play dress-up. But as I round another corner, I have to admit, it's a really nice dress. I push open another door, finding myself in what can only be described as an artist's sanctuary. Sunlight streams through tall windows, casting golden light on easels bearing half-finished paintings. Clay sculptures in various stages of completion rest on wooden pedestals, their surfaces smooth and expertly crafted. Gods! I whisper, trailing my fingers along a workbench scattered with charcoal sketches. The drawings capture moments of daily life. A mother cradling her child, lovers embracing beneath a willow tree, an old man feeding birds in a garden. A canvas near the window catches my eye. It's a landscape of Velmorin at sunset, the city's spires bathed in warm light. The artist captured the way the sea mist rolls in from the harbour, softening the harsh edges of the buildings. I used to draw, I think to myself, picking up a piece of charcoal. Its familiar weight brings back memories of sitting at our rickety kitchen table, sketching while my mother prepared dinner. Mother always said I had a gift. My fingers itch to make a mark on the blank paper nearby, to see if I remember how to capture light and shadow the way I once did. But I set the charcoal down, wiping the dust from my fingers onto my skirts. Still, I can't help but imagine a different life, one where I wake up each morning to paint the sunrise, where my biggest concern is mixing the perfect shade of blue, one where my parents weren't murdered for daring to dream of equality. But wishing only brings disappointment to a girl like me. I see you found my collection. Dex's voice rings out behind me. My heart leaps into my throat as I spin around, the charcoal stick clattering to the floor. The sound echoes through the sunlit room, a sharp reminder of how he's managed to sneak up on me twice now. Heat rises to my cheeks. I'm losing my edge. An assassin who can't hear someone approaching? Pathetic. He leans against the doorframe, arms crossed over his chest. The morning light catches in his dark hair, highlighting strands of deep blue I hadn't noticed before. His clothes are simpler again today. A white shirt with the sleeves rolled up, dark pants, and boots that probably cost more than a year's worth of food in the low town. But it's the way he's looking at me that makes my stomach flip. Intense, curious, like he's trying to solve a puzzle. The dress he gave me suddenly feels too tight, too revealing. I'm exposed, vulnerable, everything I've trained not to be.
Chapter 24. Decarian. I can't help but laugh at Lyra's startled expression. Her hand flies to her throat, and her crimson dress shifts with the movement, catching the morning light streaming through the windows. "You need to stop doing that," she says, dropping her hand to smooth down her skirts. "And you need to stop wandering into rooms where I already am." I cross my arms, leaning against the doorframe. That's twice now. A blush creeps across her ash-tinted skin. "I didn't realize anyone was in here. You're far too quiet." Her eyes drift back to the paintings lining the walls. "These are incredible. Are they yours?" "Most of them." I push off from the doorframe and walk to where she stands before an unfinished landscape. Except for that ceramic vase in the corner and the sculpture of the dancing woman. Those are Alaris's work. "You're quite talented." She traces the air above a dried paint stroke, not quite touching the canvas. I wouldn't have expected the king's advisor to be an artist. My chest tightens at the lie, but I push the feeling aside. "There's a lot you wouldn't expect about me." "Like what?" She turns, and we're suddenly much closer than I anticipated. The scent of roses clings to her hair. That would be telling. I tap her nose playfully. "Where's the mystery in that?" Her eyebrows lift as she studies the artwork more closely. "You're full of surprises." "Everyone needs an escape." I move to a blank canvas, running my fingers along its edge. Some hunt, some drink, some chase women at festivals. I come here when the world gets too loud, and create beauty instead of destroying it. There's a bitter edge to her voice that makes me turn. She's tracing the outline of a flower painting, lost in thought. "My mother used to paint. Nothing as grand as these. Just little sketches, really. She always tried to teach me, said I had natural talent." Her hand drops. "I was terrible." "I doubt that." "No, really. My flowers looked more like deformed spiders." A ghost of a smile touches her lips. She kept them anyway, hung them right next to hers like they were masterpieces. The raw emotion in her voice stirs something in me. I grab a fresh canvas and set it on an easel. "Come here." "What?" "Let me teach you." I pick up a brush and hold it out to her. "Unless you're afraid of a few deformed spiders." She hesitates, then takes the brush. "I warned you." I step behind her, guiding her hand to the palette. "Art isn't about perfection. It's about seeing the world differently." My chest presses against her back as I help her mix colors. "What do you want to paint?" "A rose," she whispers, "like the ones in the festival." Her hand trembles beneath mine as we mix deep crimsons and soft pinks. The morning light streams through the windows, catching the sway of her dress and the shine in her hair. She's close enough that I can feel the warmth radiating from her body, smell the lingering traces of rose water on her skin. "Gentle strokes," I murmur, guiding her hand in sweeping arcs. "Let the paint flow naturally." "Like this?" Her voice is barely a whisper as we create the first petal together. "Perfect." The word catches in my throat as she leans back slightly, her spine pressing against my chest. Now for the shadows. We dip the brush in darker red, and I show her how to layer the colors, creating depth and texture. Her breathing quickens when my thumb brushes across her knuckles, adjusting her grip on the brush. "I've never seen roses like the ones here," she says, her focus entirely on the canvas. "They're different from the ones that grow." She stops herself, focusing on the painting. "The ones I'm used to." I nod mindlessly, caught up in the way she fits against me. "The palace gardeners breed them specifically for the festival. Each color has its own meaning." "What does red mean?" She turns her head slightly, and I can see her pulse flutter at her throat. "Passion." The word hangs between us as we add another petal. "Among other things." She swallows hard, and I feel the movement against my chest. "What other things?" Instead of answering, I guide her hand to add highlights to the petals we've already painted. The rose begins to take shape under our joined hands, each stroke bringing it more to life. We work in comfortable silence, the brush strokes becoming more confident under my guidance. Her body relaxes against mine as we add delicate shadows and highlights to each petal. The morning light streams through the windows, casting a warm glow over our shared canvas. When the final stroke is complete, I step back to admire our work. The rose seems to bloom right off the canvas, its petals unfurling in deep crimson waves. "Beautiful," I murmur, setting down the brush. "You've got natural talent after all." "Hardly." She laughs softly, shaking her head. "This is all you're doing. I just held the brush while you did the real work." "Give yourself more credit." I reach past her to adjust the canvas slightly, bringing it into better light. "Art comes from the heart, not just the hand." She turns then, looking up at me over her shoulder. Paint smudges her fingers and a strand of hair has fallen across her cheek. This close I can see flecks of gold in her eyes, a warmth I hadn't noticed before. My breath catches as her gaze drops to my lips, then back to my eyes. The air between us grows thick with unspoken words. Her lips part slightly, and I find myself leaning closer, drawn by some invisible force. She stumbles backward suddenly, nearly knocking over the easel. I need to." Her hand trembles as she smooths down her skirts. "Thank you for the lesson."
Chapter 25. Betrayal. My heart thunders against my ribs as I step back, putting distance between us. His hand lingers in the air where mine had been moments ago, and the ghost of his touch burns across my skin. The charcoal marks we made together blur before my eyes. "You're welcome." His voice comes out low and husky, sending an unwanted shiver down my spine. "Focus. I'm here for information, not whatever this is." I turn away from the artwork, forcing my mind back to the mission. "So, tell me more about what it's like working with the king. Does he spend much time in his study?" "Quite a bit, actually." Dex leans against his workbench, arms crossed. He's rather dedicated to his work. I fidget with the charcoal in my hands, pretending to study the rough sketch we'd made together. "And does he ever come out of his study, or—" My. Dex's lips curl into a knowing smirk. "You seem far more interested in His Majesty than in present company." Heat rushes to my cheeks. "I'm sure you're used to that. Women must always be asking you about the king." "Actually, no." He takes the charcoal from my fingers, setting it aside. "Most find other topics far more engaging." "Really?" I arch an eyebrow, grateful for the opening. "I heard he's quite—" I wrinkle my nose. "Well, repulsive, actually." Dex throws his head back and laughs, the sound echoing off the art room's walls. His shoulders shake with genuine mirth, and for a moment I forget to breathe. "Repulsive?" He wipes at his eyes, still chuckling. "Do tell. What exactly have you heard about our illustrious king's appearance?" I lean against the workbench, crossing my arms. "Well, I heard his hair is greasy and unkempt, and he dresses like a spoiled brat who's never worked a day in his life. The words come easily. After all, it's what Corwin told me. Apparently he's the most repulsive creature to ever sit on a throne. Dex doubles over, clutching his sides. His laughter fills the room, deep and rich, bouncing off the artwork-covered walls. The sound wraps around me like warm silk, and before I realise it, I'm laughing too. Oh, gods! He wipes tears from his eyes. That's quite the description. What? It's what I heard. I try to keep a straight face, but his continued chuckling breaks through my resolve. Stop laughing, I'm being serious. Are you though? He straightens up, still grinning. And who, pray tell, gave you such a detailed account of his repulsiveness? A reliable source. I wave my hand dismissively, fighting back another giggle. Though now I'm starting to question their reliability. As you should. He steps closer, eyes dancing with mirth. I assure you, our king takes excellent care of his hair. That sets us both off again, and I have to grip the workbench to keep from doubling over. My stomach aches from laughing, and for a moment, just a moment, I forget who and what I am. Once our laughter subsides, I wipe tears from my eyes. Well, since you're so well informed about the king's grooming habits, what else can you tell me? Dex picks up a piece of charcoal, twirling it between his fingers. He's quite tall. That's it? Just tall? And devastatingly handsome, or so I'm told. His eyes sparkle with mischief. Though I'm hardly qualified to judge another man's looks. I snort. Now I know you're lying. You wound me. He clutches his chest dramatically. When have I ever been anything but honest? Since the moment we met, I'd wager. I pick up another piece of charcoal, mimicking his casual twirling. You seem the type to keep secrets. Says the woman who won't tell me where she's from. He steps closer, and my breath catches. Or why she's so interested in our king. Maybe I just find power attractive, I tease despite the sudden thumping of my heart. Is that so? His voice drops lower. Then why waste time with a mere advisor? My heart skips. This is dangerous territory. Perhaps I'm working my way up. Ambitious. He grins. I like that in a woman. You don't know anything about me. I know you're terrible at drawing. He gestures to our earlier attempt at artwork. And that you laugh at your own jokes. I do not. You just did. His smile widens. It's rather endearing, actually. I roll my eyes and push past him, my silk skirts rustling. What could possibly be so important that the king can't even join his own festival? The bitterness in my voice isn't entirely feigned. Everyone else takes time to celebrate. The king has responsibilities. Even the humans in the factories get breaks during the festival. The words are harsh, too harsh, but I can't stop them. I turn back to face him, crossing my arms. Or did you not know that? Too busy in your cushy advisor's office to see how the other half lives? Dex's expression shifts, something unreadable flickering across his features. You seem rather well informed about factory workers. Anyone with eyes can see them. I wave toward the window, where festival lanterns cast dancing shadows across the courtyard. They're out there right now, probably spending their last copper on wine they can't afford, pretending for 1 week that they're not. I catch myself drawing in a sharp breath. That they're not beneath us. You know, for someone who claims to be from Velmorin, you have rather strong opinions about its social structure. Oh, please, that's what we all think. I turn away, studying a half-finished sculpture. I'm just saying it out loud. I've said too much. My mind screams at my warning bells going off. But when I turn back toward him, he's not focused at all on my words. His eyes drift back up my body with a lazy smirk. Were you just... I trail off in disbelief. Admiring a work of art? Certainly. I scoff and cross my arms, trying to bite back my smile. Despicable. He smirks. As despicable as that description of the king. It only takes a moment to burst into another fit of laughter.
Chapter 26. Decarian. I can't contain my laughter, watching Lyrael's animated gestures as she describes what she's heard about, well, me. My stomach aches, and tears gather at the corners of my eyes. I haven't laughed like this in decades. Come on, you probably know it's true. His hair. She scrunches her nose. I heard it's so greasy you could cook with it. Another burst of laughter escapes me. Is that so? That's what everyone says. She crosses her arms, a playful smile tugging at her lips. Though I suppose you'd know better than most, being his advisor and all. I wipe a tear from my eye. Oh, I know him quite well. Then tell me. She leans forward, conspiratorial. Is he really as pompous as they say? Walking around like he owns the place. Well, technically he does own the place. She rolls her eyes. You know what I mean. The pure irony of this moment strikes me again. Here she is, this beautiful woman, telling me to my face how repulsive I am. And the strange part, I'm enjoying every second of it. What would you do? I ask, trying to keep my voice steady. If you met him, and he wasn't at all what you expected. She snorts. I doubt that's possible. I bite my lip to hold back another laugh. You never know. Rumors can be deceiving. Please. She waves her hand dismissively. Next you'll tell me he's actually charming and witty instead of the stuffy bore everyone says he is. I haven't felt this light in years. Something about her sharp tongue and quick wit strips away centuries of careful control. And what if he was? Then I'd eat my words. She grins. But since that's never going to happen, I don't think I'll be worrying about it. I lean against one of my half-finished sculptures, studying her profile in the morning light. What brings you to the Dance of Petals? You seem different from our usual visitors. Her fingers trace the edge of a canvas, not meeting my eyes. Different how? Less. I waved my hand vaguely, enchanted by it all. Most guests can't stop gushing about the lanterns and silks. Maybe I'm just harder to impress. She shrugs, moving to examine a charcoal sketch. It's just flowers and fancy dresses when you get down to it. A laugh bubbles up in my chest. Don't let my sister hear you say that. She'd have your head. And you? She turns, eyebrow raised. Are you going to defend this precious festival's honor? Honestly, I run a hand through my hair. I find the whole thing rather tedious. A week of interrupted trade routes and decreased productivity, all for some floating petals. Her eyes light up. Finally, someone with sense. Though I should have expected the king's advisor to agree with the king. That's what you're paid for, after all. What can I say? I smirk. I'm full of surprises. The only good thing about it is the food, she admits, and my heart warms at her candor. Have you tried those little pastries with the cream filling? The ones shaped like roses? My sister insists on having them year-round. I wince, worried that I've said too much. Lucky her. Something flashes across her face. Pain? Envy? But it's gone before I can place it. A lock of brown hair falls across her face as she studies one of my paintings. Tell me something, I say, breaking our comfortable silence. Do you believe what they say about the mother's blessing during the festival? Her fingers still on the canvas edge. What do you mean? They say when two people meet during the Dance of Petals, it's because the mother herself brought them together. I take a step closer, drawn to the way she shifts her weight from one foot to the other. That her blessing follows such meetings. A blush creeps across her cheeks and she drops her hands to fidget with her fingers. The gesture is oddly endearing, so different from her earlier confidence. She bites her lower lip, and my eyes track the movement. I'm not really sure about all that. The mother's ways are mysterious. But, I prompt, sensing there's more. She looks up through her lashes, and my breath catches. But it would be beautiful to believe it. Her voice drops to barely above a whisper. That some meetings are meant to be. The air between us feels charged, heavy with possibility. Part of me wants to close the distance to see if her lips are as soft as they look. But something in her expression, a flicker of vulnerability perhaps, holds me back. I watch her face as she processes my words, finding myself oddly captivated by the way her expressions shift. Beautiful indeed, I murmur. And I'm not just talking about the mother's blessings anymore. Usually by now, I'd be inventing excuses to retreat to my study, my weekly quota of social interaction thoroughly depleted. Yet here I am, actually enjoying myself. More than that, I'm seeking ways to prolong our time together. You know, I say, moving to stand beside her at the easel. I don't think I've ever met someone who shares my views on this festival before. Most people either worship it blindly or hate it entirely. She turns to face me and I catch a whiff of jasmine. And which category do you fall into? Neither. I pick up a piece of charcoal, rolling it between my fingers. I appreciate its purpose while questioning its excess. Is that diplomatic enough for an advisor? Her laugh sends an unexpected warmth through my chest. Very diplomatic. Though I notice you didn't actually answer the question. Didn't I? I grin, enjoying our verbal sparring more than I probably should. Perhaps I'm just trying to maintain an air of mystery. Or perhaps, she counters, you're just as practiced at deflection as every other politician in this palace. But I thought I was different from the others. Wasn't that what you said earlier about having sense? A slight blush colors her cheeks. I'm beginning to regret that compliment. Too late. I'm keeping it. I set down the charcoal and face her fully. It's not often I receive genuine praise rather than calculated flattery. Her eyes meet mine, and for a moment, I forget who I'm supposed to be, who she thinks I am. The weight of my crown feels lighter somehow, here in this sunlit room with this fascinating woman, who seems to see past all the pomp and pretense. Damn, I want to kiss her. No! I need to kiss her.
Chapter 27, Lyriel. The warmth of Dex's breath against my neck sends shivers down my spine as he leans in close, his presence overwhelming my senses in a way that both thrills and terrifies me. My heart races wildly in my chest, and I'm about to pull away to protect myself from these dangerous feelings when the door swings open with an unexpected bang. There you are! I've been looking everywhere for... Alaris stops mid-sentence, her violet eyes widening as she takes in the scene before her. A knowing smirk plays at the corners of her mouth. Brother? You're not in your study? Dex straightens immediately, creating space between us that feels both relieving and disappointingly cold. The loss of his warmth leaves me more affected than I care to admit. As you can see, he replies, his voice carrying that familiar edge of authority, though I detect a hint of something else beneath it. Perhaps embarrassment. And wearing paint-stained clothes, no less. Alaris's gaze shifts to me, her face lighting up with that infectious enthusiasm she's known for. Oh, Lyriel. The dress fits perfectly. I knew that shade of red would complement your complexion. Her eyes dance with satisfaction as she surveys her handiwork, making me feel even more exposed than before. My stomach drops, a cold weight settling in my chest as I realise the implications. You gave me this dress? The words come out sharper than intended, my mind racing with the knowledge that this wasn't just some random servant's choice. Of course. When I realised you were staying, I had it sent up right away. Though ... she taps her chin thoughtfully, a knowing glint in those violet eyes that match her brother's all too well. I'm not sure it's really your colour. Perhaps something in emerald would better suit your complexion. I have quite the collection, you know. I glance at Dex, who's suddenly very interested in cleaning his paintbrush, methodically working the bristles against his palm as if the fate of Velmorin depends on it. All this time, I'd thought. The warmth in my chest cools, replaced by a hollow ache I refuse to acknowledge. I'd thought he was the one who gave me the dress, that maybe he'd actually... Number, why does it matter? He's just another dark elf, another target, and I'm here for one purpose only. I can't afford to let these ridiculous feelings cloud my judgment. It's beautiful, I manage, smoothing non-existent wrinkles from the skirt, trying to hide the trembling in my fingers. The silk feels cool against my skin, a stark reminder of how out of place I am in this world of dark elf luxury. Thank you. You're welcome. Alaris bounces on her toes, her silver hair catching the light as she moves with characteristic enthusiasm. Now, what are you two doing cooped up in here? The gardens are lovely this time of day. We were just... I start, acutely aware of how close Dex is standing to me. Painting lessons? Dex cuts in, his voice oddly defensive. The brush in his hand twitches, sending a few drops of paint spattering onto the floor. Alaris's knowing smile makes me want to disappear into the floor. Her violet eyes dance with barely contained amusement as they dart between us. How sweet. Dex glares at her, his jaw clenching in that way I've come to recognise means he's trying very hard to maintain his composure. Oh! Alaris claps her hands together, her silver hair catching the afternoon light. That reminds me, the council is waiting for you. Dex's shoulders tense, his entire posture shifting from relaxed to rigid in an instant. Now? They've been assembled for nearly half an hour. Alaris's tone carries a hint of reproach, though her eyes still sparkle with amusement. Lord Zevrek was particularly impatient when I left. My pulse quickens, a familiar rush of anticipation coursing through my veins. The King's Council, the very heart of Velmorin's power structure, this could be my chance. I could come with you, I say, trying to keep my voice casual despite the way my heart hammers against my ribs. I'd love to see how the kingdom's politics work. I force myself to maintain an expression of innocent curiosity, though my mind is already racing with possibilities. Dex's expression softens as he looks at me, and something in my chest tightens. I wish you could, he says, but council meetings are restricted to advisors and... He pauses. Well, those directly involved in governance. I'll keep you company, Alaris chirps, linking her arm through mine. I force a smile, though disappointment sits heavy in my stomach. Being in the same room as the king would have made everything so much easier. That sounds lovely. Dex rises from his seat, his long frame unfolding with a fluid grace that makes my throat go dry. Paint stains his sleeves, and a smudge of red marks his jaw. My fingers itch to wipe it away. He extends his hand to me, and my heart leaps. Could he actually want me to come with him, to see the council, to get closer to... But then he bends, his dark hair falling forward like a curtain, and presses his lips to my knuckles. The kiss is feather-light, barely there, yet heat blazes across my skin like wildfire. I'll see you tonight, Lirael. My chest tightens at the way he says my name. My fake name, soft and intimate. Like a secret between us. I hate how my pulse quickens, how my hand tingles where his lips touched. Tonight, I echo, and curse the breathless quality of my voice. He straightens, his violet eyes holding mine for a moment longer than necessary, before turning away. The door clicks shut behind him, leaving me alone with Alaris and this maddening flutter in my chest that has no business being there at all.
Chapter 28, Decarian. I catch Alaris's eye before leaving the art room, a silent message passing between us. Behave. My boots click against the marble floors as I stride through the palace corridors, my mind already shifting from the warmth of Larael's presence to the cold reality of what awaits me. An unscheduled council meeting means only one thing: trouble with the humans again. The muscles in my jaw tighten as I think of their latest schemes. 8 years ago, they tried burning down the Eastern District. 3 years before that, they poisoned our water supply. Each time, innocent lives were lost, both human and elven. My hand brushes against the ornate door handle leading to the council chamber. The metal is cool beneath my fingers, grounding me in the present moment. Inside, my advisors wait with whatever new intelligence they've gathered about the resistance. The humans never seem to understand that their actions only make things worse for their own kind. Every attack leads to stricter regulations, higher walls, deeper divides. Yet they persist, driven by a hatred that blinds them to reason. My chest tightens as I remember the softness in Lirael's eyes when she looked at my artwork. Such a stark contrast to the savage nature of these rebels. The memory of her gentle laughter fades as I steel myself for whatever grim news awaits on the other side of this door. I straighten my spine, squaring my shoulders. Whatever these humans are planning, I'll handle it as I always do, with calculated precision and unwavering resolve. The safety of my people comes first, no matter the cost. I push open the heavy doors to find my council members lounging around the long table, glasses of wine already in hand despite the early hour. Lord Vadron's throaty laugh echoes off the walls as he describes his latest conquest. And then she said her husband would never know. Gentlemen, my voice cuts through their revelry like a blade. I trust there's a reason you've called me here. They straighten in their chairs, but Lord Vadron just grins. Your Majesty, we thought you'd be pleased for the distraction. You're always working during the festival anyway. That's precisely why I don't appreciate interruptions. I remain standing, hands clasped behind my back. What's so urgent? Councillor Theron clears his throat. Well, we thought, given your usual distaste for the festivities, you assumed I'd welcome any excuse to hold court? The words come out sharper than intended. Contrary to popular belief, I do have plans today. Plans? Lord Vadron's eyebrows shoot up. You? Is there actual business to discuss, or shall I return to my previous engagement? They exchange glances, clearly thrown by my irritation. Usually I'd welcome any excuse to dive into work during this frivolous week. But right now all I can think about is Lirael in the art room, and how much I'd rather be teaching her to paint than dealing with whatever nonsense they've concocted. Well, I prompt when no one speaks. We've captured one of them, Your Majesty. Councillor Theron leans forward, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. A human resistance member. My fingers drum against the polished wood of the council table. And you're certain of this? He was caught trying to steal military documents from the barracks, Lord Vadron says. When questioned, he attempted to swallow a message meant for other resistance members. Did you recover the message? Unfortunately not, Your Majesty, but his reaction was telling enough. I rub my temples, considering. Another human in the dungeons means more unrest in the slums, more whispers of tyranny. But if he truly is resistance, where is he now? Being held in a safe house near the eastern wall, Theron says. We wanted your permission before bringing him to the palace dungeons. The festival makes this complicated. I pace the length of the table, my footsteps echoing against the marble floor. The thought of handling a resistance spy with the palace crawling with visiting dignitaries sets my teeth on edge. The last thing we need is a scene with all these nobles about. Ah. We can be discreet, Vedran assures me, his voice carrying that practiced calm that comes from centuries of political maneuvering. Bring him through the servants' entrance after nightfall. The guards are already briefed on maintaining absolute secrecy. I nod slowly, coming to a stop near the window where festival lanterns cast dancing shadows across the courtyard. Do it. But I want him alive. We need information, not a martyr. The last thing the crown needs is another dead human to fuel the Resistance's propaganda. Of course, Your Majesty. Theron bows his head, hand pressed formally to his chest. Shall we begin the interrogation tonight? No, let him stew for a few hours. Sometimes anticipation loosens tongues more effectively than questioning. I've learned that fear of the unknown can be a powerful tool, one that costs nothing in blood or pain. They nod in agreement, though I catch a flicker of disappointment in Theron's eyes. He's always been eager for immediate action. Keep me informed of any developments. I want daily reports on his condition, and any information he provides. I turn to leave, my thoughts already slipping away from dungeons and interrogations, drifting instead to the art room where Lyrael waits. The festival's evening celebrations will begin soon, and I've spent far too much time dealing with this unpleasant business. Your Majesty. Zevrek's voice stops me at the door, his tone carrying that particular weight that makes my shoulders tense. There's more.
Chapter 29. Lyrael. I trail behind Alaris, my mind racing with frustration. This isn't what I planned. I need to find the king, not play dress-up with his advisor's sister. You'll love this, Alaris chirps, leading me through winding corridors. It's my favourite place in the whole palace. I force a smile, though my fingers itch to reach for the blade strapped to my thigh. The halls grow warmer, more humid. Steam curls around corners before we even reach our destination. When Alaris pushes open an ornate door, my breath catches. Natural stone rises in sweeping walls around us, creating a private sanctuary. Crystalline water tumbles from the cliff face in gentle cascades, feeding several pools that steam in the cool air. Magic-fueled lanterns float above, casting rainbow prisms through the mist. Flowering vines drape the rocks, their sweet perfume mingling with mineral-rich steam. The springs were here long before the palace, Alaris explains, dipping her toe in the nearest pool. The builders just created walls around them. Clever, right? I nod mutely, torn between awe and bitterness. While humans crowd into cramped hovels, the Dark Elves build pleasure gardens around natural wonders. We should go for a swim. Alaris claps her hands. I have spare clothes we can change into. I dot. My stomach knots. Getting undressed means revealing my weapons. Maybe another time. Oh, come on, don't be shy. She tugs my arm playfully. The water's perfect. I step back, searching for an excuse. I should probably wait for your brother to return. Dex will be busy for hours with that meeting. She sighs dramatically. You really like him, don't you? The question catches me off guard. I barely know him. But you want to know him better. Her violet eyes sparkle with mischief. Fine, I'll get in. I sigh, feigning defeat. But turn around while I change. Alaris giggles and spins to face the wall. I use her distraction to quickly slip my weapons from their hiding places, tucking them behind a decorative vase. The knife at my thigh, the thin wire in my sleeve. Each removal feels like shedding armour. Are you done yet? Alaris calls out. Almost. I shed the last of my clothes, keeping my movements silent from years of practice. Okay. Alaris, having undressed herself, turns and immediately slides into the steaming water with a contented sigh. Come on, it's divine. I ease myself in, and my breath catches. The heat seeps into muscles I didn't even realise were tense. Years of carrying weapons, of being ready to fight or flee at any moment, melt away in the mineral-rich water. Here. Alaris reaches for a shelf carved into the rock wall. Try these. She hands me several crystal bottles filled with different coloured liquids. The pink one smells like night-blooming jasmine. The blue is ocean mist. And this golden one. She uncorks it, releasing a complex scent of honey and spice. This is my favourite. I inhale deeply, surprised by how the scent makes me feel both energised and relaxed. It's beautiful. Keep it, she says, pushing the bottle into my hands. We have dozens. Velmorin's finest perfumers make these specially for the palace. The palace. Right. I'm not here to enjoy luxuries meant for Dark Elves. I'm here to... But the warm water is making it hard to hold on to my anger. So, Alaris swirls her fingers through the water, creating tiny whirlpools. How exactly did you meet my brother? The steam rises between us as I sink deeper into the pool. I was actually hiding from Lord Solren. That greasy little toad? She wrinkles her nose. Why? He kept following me around at the party. I ducked into the first room I could find and... I trail off, remembering how Dex had caught me off guard. Let me guess. My brother's study? Alaris's eyes dance with amusement. Yes, actually. I had no idea anyone was in there until he spoke. Alaris bursts into peals of laughter, the sound echoing off the stone walls. Oh, this is too perfect. The exact same thing happened the night before, except that woman was definitely not trying to hide from anyone. What do you mean? Some nobleman's daughter threw herself at him, literally, landed right in his lap. Alaris wipes tears from her eyes. You should have seen his face when I walked in. He looked like he was being tortured. I can't help but laugh, picturing Dex's discomfort. He doesn't seem the type to enjoy that kind of attention. He's not, which is why it's so interesting that he's paying attention to you. Her violet eyes fix on me with sudden intensity. The water feels too hot against my skin. I look away, focusing on the falling water instead of her knowing smile. I swirl the steaming water with my fingers, trying to appear casual. So, how did you and your brother end up working for the king? Alaris's laughter echoes off the stone walls. Working for him? What do you mean? Well, Dex mentioned he's an advisor. I trail off as she gives me a peculiar look. Oh, yes, yes. She splashes water in my direction, eyes twinkling. And what else did my dear brother tell you about his position? Not much. I lean forward, eager for information. What's the king like? Do you see him often? Oh, all the time. She picks up another bottle, inhaling its contents. But I couldn't possibly tell you about him. Palace secrets and all that. Come on, I wheedle, forcing a playful tone. Just a little hint? Is he as horrible as everyone says? Horrible? She nearly drops the bottle. Who's been telling you such things? Just rumours I've heard around the city. I shrug, watching her reaction carefully. That he's cruel, ugly. I see. Alaris's expression shifts to something unreadable. Well, I suppose you'll have to judge for yourself when you meet him. Meet him? When would I dash? Oh, look, the water's getting cold. She stands abruptly, water cascading off her form. We should get dressed before someone stumbles upon two beautiful elven women and can't help but ravish us. I bite back my frustration. Another dead end. This is not as fast-moving as the resistance made it seem. Don't worry, I know just where to take you next. Great. This huge orc brings out the animal in me.
In a world where humans have been driven underground, living like rats is the only way to stay safe from the marauding orcs.
All my life, my only job has been to make sure I have enough to eat.
These orcs of the Burning Sun clan will vow to keep their human mates safe.
There is a nobleness to these giant savages, alpha male warriors who will protect their women at all costs.
Get this complete series of books following the Burning Sun clan for 70% off. Each book is a full-length monster romance that features a giant orc with eyes for his beloved, curvy human. Happily ever after guaranteed.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
This bundle will show you that size really does matter. Chapter 30, Decarian. I step into the ballroom, the music washing over me in waves of strings and percussion. The scent of wine and flowers mingles with dozens of perfumes, none as intoxicating as the memory of Lirael's skin in the hot spring. My formal jacket feels stiff despite its perfect tailoring. I've chosen something less ostentatious than my usual royal attire, a deep blue that brings out my eyes without screaming, "Look at me." Not that I care what she thinks of my appearance. A server passes with a tray of crystal glasses. I pluck one, letting the rich red wine coat my tongue as I scan the crowd. The sea of black and silver hair parts and shifts with the dancing, but I'm searching for warm brown tresses among them. Looking for someone? I turn to find Alaris radiant in emerald silk. "Just observing the festivities, sister." She smirks. "That's why you're dressed like you're trying to impress someone while pretending not to try." I have no idea what you're talking about. I take another sip of wine. "Don't you have someone else to torment?" "Oh, plenty." She grins. "But none quite as fun as you, dear brother." "So?" I lean against a marble column, trying to sound casual. "Did she say anything interesting?" Alaris swirls her wine, violet eyes dancing with mischief. "About what, dear brother? The weather? The festival? Or perhaps about a certain king's advisor who's terrible at subtlety?" "I'm being perfectly subtle." "Is that why you've checked the entrance 17 times in the last minute?" I straighten my jacket. "I have not." "Don't worry." She pats my arm. "Your secret identity as the king's most trusted advisor is safe, though I must say, it's quite entertaining watching you pretend to be, well, not you." "What else did you discuss?" "Oh, this and that. Women's secrets." She taps her nose. "Though I will say she seemed very interested in learning about the king." My stomach tightens. "And what did you tell her?" "Nothing of consequence, though I did mention his striking good looks and impeccable fashion sense." She winks. "Alaris, if you blow my cover, I'll—" The words die in my throat as the crowd parts near the entrance. The wine glass nearly slips from my fingers as Lirael steps into the ballroom. My sister has outdone herself this time. The dress is creamy pink silk that flows like water, cut to emphasize every curve while remaining tastefully elegant. The color makes her glow, and she's woven silver threads through her brown hair that catch the light with every movement. Several heads turn as she passes. A young noble nearly walks into a column, earning an elbow from his dance partner. Two advisors stop mid-conversation, their wives shooting them venomous looks. "Well?" Alaris nudges me. "Are you going to stand here gawking all night?" I'm not gawking. "Of course not. You're just admiring the architectural features directly behind where she's standing." I tear my gaze away to glare at my sister. "Don't you have something else to do?" "And miss this spectacular display of dignity from our esteemed king? Never." She plucks my empty glass from my hand, though I must say the architecture is particularly fine tonight, especially the way that silk drapes over those columns. "Alaris, the structural support is quite impressive. I will have you banished." "No, you won't." She grins. "Now go rescue her before Lord Sulrin makes his move." He's already heading her way, and you know how persistent he can be. I spot Solrin's stocky form weaving through the crowd, his beady eyes fixed on Lyrael like she's a prize to be claimed. My jaw clenches. The warning I gave him last night should have been enough, but apparently the fool needs a firmer reminder of his place. "Excuse me," I muttered to Alaris, not waiting for her response. I move through the crowd with practiced ease, my longer stride eating up the distance. Nobles and courtiers part before me. Even if they don't know I'm their king, there's something in my bearing that makes them step aside. Solrin's getting closer to her. She hasn't noticed him yet, too absorbed in examining a detailed tapestry on the wall. The way her fingers trace the intricate threads makes something warm settle in my chest. "Back for another taste." Solrin's voice carries across the space between them. "I must say, you left rather abruptly last... Lord Solrin." My voice cuts through his words like a blade. "I believe we discussed this." Lyrael spins around, her eyes widening as they meet mine. A hint of color touches her cheeks, and I find myself wondering if it's from embarrassment or something else entirely. "Dex." Her voice is soft, almost relieved. Solrin sulks away. I sweep into a bow, taking her delicate hand in mine. Her skin is warm against my lips as I press a gentle kiss to her knuckles. The scent of warm honey clings to her wrist. One of my sister's favorite perfumes, no doubt. "You look stunning tonight," I murmur, straightening to my full height. The pink silk of her gown catches the light, making her seem to glow from within. Her eyes scan the crowded ballroom. "Do you think His Majesty will grace us with his presence this evening?" I can't help the laugh that escapes me. "Ah, yes. What was it you said? Greasy hair and dressed like a spoiled brat? I'm sure such a hideous creature would clear the room in seconds." A blush creeps across her cheeks. "Are you ever going to let me forget that?" "Not likely." I grin, offering my arm. It's not often someone describes the king so colorfully. Though I must say you've given me excellent material for our next council meeting. "You wouldn't dare!" She takes my arm, her fingers pressing into my sleeve. "Oh, but I would. Your Majesty, have you considered using less oil in your hair? A concerned citizen has brought it to my attention." She groans, but I catch the smile she tries to hide. "I hate you." "No, you don't. You find me charming. I find you insufferable." "Same thing, really."
Chapter 31. Lyrael. I let Dex guide me onto the dance floor, his hand warm against my lower back. The music shifts to something slower, more intimate, and he pulls me closer. My breath catches as his other hand finds mine, our fingers intertwining. "You're distracted tonight," he says, his violet eyes searching my face. "Just thinking." I follow his lead, our bodies moving in perfect sync. His cologne fills my senses, spicy and warm, like cinnamon and amber. About the king, actually. His thumb traces circles on my back. Again? I'm starting to get jealous. "Don't be ridiculous." Heat creeps up my neck. I'm just curious why he never shows his face at these events. Does he think he's too good for his own people? Perhaps he's shy. Dex spins me out, then pulls me back against his chest. Or maybe he's watching right now, hidden among the crowd. My heart skips. Is he? Would it matter if he was? His voice drops lower, sending shivers down my spine. No, The words stick in my throat as his hand slides up my back. I've never felt this unsteady on my feet before. Never felt my resolve crack like this. "I enjoy dancing with you." "Good." He draws me closer still, until I can feel the steady beat of his heart against my chest. "Because I'm not ready to share you with anyone else yet. I should pull away, should focus on my mission." Instead, I rest my head against his shoulder and breathe him in, letting the music carry us both away. The music shifts, and Dex twirls me before pulling me back against him. His eyes narrow playfully. If I didn't know any better, I'd start to think you're using me to get to the king. My heart stops. Ice floods my veins, but I force out a scoff, rolling my eyes. Please, I thought we established he's not worth looking at. Then why so many questions? His fingers trace patterns on my lower back, each touch sending sparks through my skin. Every conversation somehow circles back to him. I wet my lips, searching for the right words. How many times does one get to see a king? Every day. The corner of his mouth quirks up, like he's enjoying some private joke. I glare at him, annoyed by his arrogant response. I mean, for those of us that don't work with him, thank you very much. His laugh rumbles through his chest and into mine as he pulls me closer, the heat of his body seeping through the silk of my borrowed dress. My fingers tighten on his shoulder, betraying my unease at our proximity. What does he really look like? I ask, desperate to keep my mind on the mission, rather than the way his thumb traces circles on my lower back. Tall, even for our kind. Dex's eyes dance with amusement. Short black hair, violet eyes that can pierce right through you. He's built like a warrior, though he prefers his books to swords these days, the kind of man who commands attention without trying. I scoff, the sound sharp between us, trying to ignore how his description makes my stomach twist with uncertainty. You're paid to say that, aren't you? Make him sound like some sort of perfect specimen. And why would you think that? His voice carries a hint of challenge that makes me want to step back, but his arm keeps me firmly in place. Because that description sounds nothing like what I've heard. My fingers play with the collar of his shirt, noting how fine the fabric is, how it probably costs more than what most humans make in a month. Though I suppose advisors have to paint their masters in the best light possible. It's part of the job description, isn't it? His low chuckle vibrates through my body as he rests his cheek against my temple. The warmth of his breath tickles my ear, and my knees nearly buckle. What is happening to me? My skin tingles everywhere he touches. You seem flustered, he murmurs, his fingers trailing up my spine. Could it be the wine? I haven't had any. The words come out breathier than intended. I clear my throat. Someone has to keep their wits about them. And why is that? He pulls back just enough to catch my gaze, those violet eyes dancing with mischief. Afraid I might sweep you off your feet? You're not that charming. But even as I say it, his thumb brushes the sensitive spot behind my ear and electricity shoots down my spine. No? He spins me suddenly, catching me against his chest as the room whirls around us. Then why are you trembling? I'm not. The protest dies on my lips as he leans close, his mouth barely brushing my ear. Come with me. The whispered invitation sends heat pooling in my belly. Every instinct screams that this is dangerous, that I'm losing control of the situation. But when he takes my hand and starts leading me away from the dance floor, I follow without resistance. What is wrong with me? I'm supposed to be finding the king, not getting lost in some advisor's eyes. But my feet keep moving, and my fingers stay tangled with his. And yet I find myself following him anyway.
Chapter 32, Decarian. I tug Lirael through the winding corridors, my heart racing with an unfamiliar excitement. The sound of approaching footsteps makes me pull her behind a column. Shh, I whisper against her ear, pressing her closer as two of my own guards march past. Their boots echo down the marble floor. Won't we get in trouble? Lirael's breath tickles my neck. Only if we're caught. I peek around the column. Coast is clear. Her laughter follows me as we dash down another hallway. I know every secret passage, every hidden corner of this palace. Tonight, breaking my own rules feels intoxicating. Quick, this way. I guide her through a tapestry-covered doorway just as more guards round the corner. The night air hits us as I push open the balcony doors. Velmorin sprawls before us, a sea of twinkling lanterns and floating petals. The festival has transformed the city into something magical. Wow, Lyrael breathes, moving to the railing. I watch her instead of the view, mesmerized by how the moonlight plays across her features. Her fingers trace the intricate stonework, and I find myself wanting to trace the same path along her skin. The king comes here often, I say, moving beside her. It's his favorite spot to think. Is that so? She turns to face me, and there's something in her eyes I can't quite read. Then perhaps we shouldn't be here. Trust me. I lean against the railing. He won't mind. The way Lyrael leans against the railing draws my attention to the elegant curve of her neck, exposed by the way she swept her hair to one side. Her fingers tap against the stone as she takes in the view below. It's beautiful from up here, she says, but there's an edge to her voice, when you can't see how the people treat each other. Something in her tone makes me pause. There's bitterness there, raw and unfiltered. I find myself studying her profile, wondering what experiences have shaped that edge in her words. That's true for anywhere in Protheka, I say carefully, moving closer. Every city has its shadows. She doesn't respond, but I notice how her fingers tighten on the railing. The moonlight catches the slight tremor in her hands before she stills them. I can't stop staring at her. The way the festival lanterns below cast shifting patterns across her face, how the night breeze plays with loose strands of her hair. Her skin looks impossibly soft in this light, and the curve of her lips. Mother help me, but I want to trace them with my thumb, to learn if they're as soft as they look. She turns suddenly, catching me watching her. Instead of looking away, I hold her gaze. There's something magnetic about her eyes, something that makes me want to step closer, to break all my carefully constructed rules. A petal drifts between us, carried on the breeze. It catches in her hair, and before I can think better of it, I'm reaching out to brush it away. My fingers freeze mid-motion as her hand clamps around my wrist. The strength in her grip surprises me. There's nothing delicate about it. Her eyes lock with mine, and for a heartbeat, neither of us moves. Then she jerks away like my touch burns, stumbling back a step. The silence stretches between us, thick with unspoken words. A breeze stirs the petals at our feet, carrying the sweet scent of night-blooming jasmine from the gardens below. Who are you, really? I ask, keeping my voice soft. I feel like I know nothing about you. She crosses her arms, her posture defensive. That's rich coming from you. I could say the same thing. You haven't asked. I lean back against the railing, trying to appear casual despite how my pulse races. Neither have you. Her response is quick, sharp. The silence returns, heavier this time. I watch as she fidgets with the sleeve of her dress, her fingers tracing the intricate embroidery. The lantern light catches the tension in her jaw, the slight tremor in her hands that she tries to hide. In all my years of reading people, she's the first puzzle I can't seem to solve. Every answer leads to more questions. Every layer peeled back reveals another mystery beneath. It's maddening and intoxicating. The festival music drifts up from below, a haunting melody that seems to underscore this moment between us. Neither of us speaks, caught in this strange dance of words unsaid. My parents weren't exactly... I pause, searching for the right words. Well, let's just say nothing was ever good enough. Not the way I spoke, dressed, or acted. Certainly not my art. Lyrael's fingers brush against mine on the railing. The touch is so light I almost think I imagined it. They had very specific ideas about what their children should be, I continue. Ilaris got the worst of it. She was too loud, too emotional, too everything. I spent most of my time trying to shield her from their criticism. Is that why you let her do whatever she pleases? I've seen the way you bend to her, among other things. I smile, remembering Alaris's face when I gave her free rein of the palace's festival decorating years ago. She deserves to be happy. Lirael's expression softens. My parents were different. They loved me more than anything, but... Her voice catches. They died when I was 15. The guilt in her voice makes me turn to face her. What happened? They were... She swallows hard. Her fingers clench the railing. Sometimes I still think I can hear them. I reach for her hand, surprised when she doesn't pull away. She looks up at me, and in the moonlight, I can see tears threatening to spill. The space between us seems to shrink, and I find myself leaning closer. Her breath catches as my free hand cups her cheek, thumb brushing away a tear that's escaped. Our faces are inches apart now. The music from below fades away, leaving only the sound of our breathing and my thundering heart. Her eyes flutter closed, and I lean in. A burst of laughter from the hall breaks the spell. Lyra steps back, cheeks flushed. I should go. I don't say anything. I don't trust myself to. What is this woman doing to me?
Chapter 33. Lirael. I blink awake to sunlight streaming through gauzy curtains, my head still fuzzy from wine and dancing. Another dress lies draped across a nearby chair, this one a deep emerald that catches the light. Beside it, a crystal vase overflows with night-blooming jasmine and blood roses, Velmorin's most precious blooms. Their heady scent fills the room. My fingers brush the silken petals as I pick up the note nestled among them. The handwriting is elegant, precise. Join me for breakfast in the dining hall. Get it together, I mutter, pressing my palms against my eyes. You're here to kill the king, not play dress-up with his advisor. But as I slip into the emerald dress, my thoughts keep drifting to Dex's laugh, the warmth of his hands while we danced, that moment on the balcony when he almost... Focus. I secure a blade against my thigh, hidden in the folds of silk. The sooner you find the king, the sooner this ends. I step into the hallway, immediately lost in the maze of identical corridors. A servant, Zagfer, I correct myself, shuffles past with an armload of linens. Excuse me, I call out, keeping my voice light and aristocratic. Could you point me toward the dining hall? The Zagfer's eyes widen slightly at my appearance before he bows. Down this corridor, my lady. Take 2 rights, then the grand doors on your left. You can't miss it. I nod my thanks, heart pounding as I follow his directions. Each step closer to breakfast feels like another step away from my mission. But I have to keep playing this game, have to find the king somehow, even if it means ignoring how my pulse quickens when I think of seeing Dex again. The grand doors are opened by 2 guards, my heart doing a strange little skip when I scan the dining hall and don't see Dex. Instead, Elaris sits at the massive table, spreading jam on a piece of toast. She looks up and beams. Good morning. That dress is absolutely stunning on you. I smooth my hands over the emerald silk as I take a seat across from her. Thank you for this, and the flowers. Night jasmine is one of my favourites. They're beautiful. Elaris pauses mid-bite, her violet eyes sparkling with amusement. Oh, I didn't send those. You didn't? Heat creeps up my neck. But yesterday's dress. That was me, she says, setting down her toast. But this morning's gifts, definitely my brother's doing. She leans forward, resting her chin on her hand. He must really like you. I've never seen him give anyone flowers before, much less our prized night jasmine. I stare down at my empty plate, trying to ignore the warmth spreading through my chest. Why would he do that? And why does it make me feel like this? Speaking of my brother, Elaris continues, you 2 disappeared last night. Before Elaris can finish her teasing, the dining hall doors swing open. Dex strides in, and my stomach does a ridiculous flip when his eyes find mine. He's dressed more casually today, a fitted black jacket with silver threading that catches the morning light. "Good morning," he says, sliding into the chair beside me. His shoulder brushes mine as he reaches for the coffee pot. "Sleep well?" "Thanks to you, apparently." I tap my fingers against my water glass. "The flowers are beautiful." "Ah, so you liked them?" A smile plays at the corners of his mouth. "I was thinking about our conversation last night." "Which part?" "We'd talked about so many things, families, childhood memories, the way the city lights looked from the balcony." "All of it." He butters a piece of bread with careful precision. "I want to show you the city today." I blink at him. "The city?" "Yes, the city." His violet eyes dance with amusement. "You know that place outside these walls where people actually live?" "I know what a city is," I say dryly. "I just don't see how that relates to anything we discussed last night." He shrugs, taking a bite of his bread. "Maybe I just want to spend more time with you." Alaris makes a choking sound into her teacup. "Dex, I don't think—" Alaris starts, but her words die under his sharp glare. I seize my chance. "She's right. I should probably—" "Nonsense." Dex waves away my protest. "I'll meet you at the front gates in an hour." "But—" "An hour," he repeats, his tone brooking no argument. I twist my hands in my lap. "Fine." An hour later, I pace before the gates, every muscle tense. The emerald dress whispers against my legs with each step. What if someone from the resistance spots me? What if they recognize me through my disguise? My fingers brush against the hidden blade strapped to my thigh, its presence both comforting and condemning. Footsteps approach, and I spin around, ready to bolt. But it's just Dex, and my breath catches at the sight of him. He's traded his usual formal attire for a simple black tunic and pants that do nothing to diminish his presence. If anything, the casual clothing makes him more striking. "Ready?" That devastating grin spreads across his face as he offers me his arm. My carefully constructed walls crumble. I should refuse. I should make an excuse. I should focus on my mission. Instead, I find myself stepping forward, sliding my hand into the crook of his elbow. "Lead the way," I say, and hate how breathless I sound. His grin widens and I realize I'm in serious trouble.
Chapter 34. Decarian. I glance down at Lyra as we walk through the decorated streets, admiring how the red silk hugs her curves. The dress was worth every coin, though I'd never admit to Alaris that she was right about the color choice. My sister had insisted it would complement Lyra's skin tone perfectly. The morning sun catches on her hair, and I wonder if she truly liked the night jasmine. They're rare, cultivated only in the palace gardens, but something about her made me want to share them. I haven't had much time to see the festivities for myself, I say, gesturing to the market stalls draped in vibrant fabrics and strung with glowing lanterns. Flower petals drift through the air, carried on the breeze. Usually too busy with... I catch myself before saying, royal duties. Work? A soft laugh escapes her lips. I'm not surprised. Her fingers tighten slightly on my arm. You seem the type to choose responsibility over celebration. And what type is that exactly? I ask, unable to keep the amusement from my voice. Oh, you know. She waves her free hand. Serious. Dedicated. Probably spends more time with paperwork than people. If she only knew how accurate that assessment was. You figured me out already? You're not as mysterious as you think you are. Her eyes sparkle. I spot something through the crowd that makes me grin. Come here, I say, tugging Lyra's hand. She stumbles after me, laughing as I weave between festival goers. Where are you taking me? You'll see. I stop in front of a stall where an elderly elf crafts delicate glass figurines, heating and shaping them with practiced movements. The figurines catch the morning light, casting rainbow prisms across Lyra's face. Her eyes widen. I've never seen anything like this. Watch, I tell her, nodding to the artisan. He picks up a glass rod, holding it to the flame. With expert precision, he twists and pulls the molten glass into the shape of a rose. The petals curl and unfold before our eyes. It's beautiful, Lyra breathes. Like you, I say without thinking. She elbows me in the ribs. That was terrible. I thought it was rather smooth. About as smooth as gravel. But she's fighting a smile. The artisan finishes the rose and holds it out. I reach for my coin purse, but Lyra stops me. Don't you dare. I don't need trinkets. Who says it's for you? I counter, already handing over the coins. Perhaps I want a pretty rose for my desk. She rolls her eyes. Nice try. Smooth talker. Let's go find something else to look at. I watch Lyra's shoulders tighten as we pass another group of festival goers. Though she laughs at my attempts at humor, there's a guardedness in her eyes that wasn't there last night. Her fingers keep fidgeting with the fabric of her dress, and she startles at every loud noise. Something's wrong. Did I push too far on the balcony? Or perhaps she regrets spending time with me at all. The thought makes my chest tighten unexpectedly. A warm, sweet scent catches my attention. Through the crowd, I spot several food stalls, the kind that only appear during festivals. The aroma of fresh-baked pastries mingles with spiced meats and candied fruits. I notice how Lyra's steps falter, her nose lifting slightly as she catches the same scents. Her eyes widen, tension momentarily forgotten as she spots the displays of food. Hungry? I ask, already steering us in that direction. She hesitates, but I catch how her gaze lingers on a vendor pulling fresh bread from a stone oven. Maybe a little. Then allow me to remedy that. I guide her toward the stalls, watching as the guarded expression melts into something closer to wonder. What catches your fancy? Her eyes dart between the offerings like she can't decide where to look first. Everything smells amazing. Then we'll try everything. She shoots me a skeptical look. Everything? Why not? I hear the king pays his advisors well. I wink, and for once she doesn't tense at the mention of royalty. Instead, she laughs, a real laugh this time, not the forced ones from earlier. Well then, she says, a genuine smile spreading across her face. I suppose we better get started. After sampling what feels like half the food stalls, I lead Lyra to a street performance. Musicians play enchanting melodies while dancers twirl ribbons through the air. The way her eyes light up at each new discovery makes my chest tighten. I haven't done this in years, I admit, watching her sway slightly to the music. Done what? Eaten your weight in pastries? Enjoy the festival! I lean closer, lowering my voice. Usually I'm too busy working. She snorts. How very advisor-like of you. And you? When was the last time you celebrated? Her movement still. I don't remember. The music shifts to something livelier, and I grab her hand before she can retreat into whatever dark thoughts plague her. Then we have years to make up for. We watch puppet shows, browse through merchant stalls, and I even convince her to try dancing in the street when the music grows particularly infectious. Her laughter becomes more frequent, more genuine. The festival crowd parts around us as we walk, and I smirk at how wrong everyone's mental image of their king must be. If they're all working from the same description Lyra has, I could probably announce myself right now and no one would believe it. My amusement vanishes as hands grab my shoulders. Lyra spins me around, pushing me against the rough stone wall of an alley. Her body presses against mine, soft curves meeting hard muscle. Her breath fans across my chest, quick and shallow. I saw... She glances over her shoulder, fingers digging into my shoulders. There were, guards. From the palace. My mind snaps to attention. Guards, patrolling during the festival can only mean one thing. They found something about the resistance. Or someone. The thought of Lyra caught in the crossfire of whatever violence might erupt makes my chest tight. "We should head back," I say, keeping my voice low. My hand finds the small of her back. She tenses against me. "I mean, shouldn't we just split up?" "Not a chance." I peek around the corner, spotting the guards moving through the crowd. "I'm not leaving you alone out here." "I can take care of myself," she mutters, but doesn't pull away. "Humor me." I take her hand, threading our fingers together. Her eyes meet mine again, their peculiar green hue staring into my soul. "All right, let's go."
Chapter 35. Lyrael. The whispers follow us as we enter the grand ballroom, a susurration of voices that makes my skin prickle beneath the silk of my gown. Dark elven eyes track our movement, some narrowed in speculation, others wide with curiosity. My fingers tighten on Dex's arm. "Everyone's staring," I mutter through a fixed smile. "Let them." Dex's voice carries that hint of amusement I've grown familiar with. "They're just jealous I have the most beautiful woman in the room on my arm." "Flatterer." I roll my eyes, but warmth blooms in my chest at his words. A cluster of noblewomen huddle together, their voices carrying just enough for me to catch fragments. Never seen her before. Brown hair. His new pet. Come on. Dex steers us away from the gossip, heading straight for the long tables laden with food. "I know exactly what will cheer you up." My mouth waters at the sight of the spread before us. Roasted meats glistening with honey glaze, delicate pastries dusted with sugar, fruits I've never even seen before. It's a stark contrast to the meagre portions I grew up with, and something inside me still rebels at the excess. "Tonight's special," Dex says, guiding me toward a table adorned with tiny dark squares. The king and princess usually keep these all to themselves, but festival tradition demands they share. "What is it?" I lean closer, inhaling a rich, unfamiliar scent. "Chocolate, imported from across the sea." He picks up one of the small squares. "The royal family's greatest weakness, or so I hear." My lips part as he holds it out to me. The sweetness hits my tongue first, then something deeper, darker. It melts slowly, coating my mouth in decadence. I've never tasted anything like it. "Here." Dex plucks a chocolate-dipped strawberry from a silver tray and holds it to my lips. "Try this one." I hesitate, very aware of the eyes still watching us. Dex ... Trust me. His violet eyes dance with mischief. It's worth the attention. The fruit is perfectly ripe, the chocolate rich and dark. I can't help the small sound of pleasure that escapes me as I bite into it. I knew it. Dex grins triumphantly. "The buffet table is your favourite spot in the whole palace, isn't it?" "What gave it away?" I reach for another strawberry, unable to resist. The chocolate dissolves on my tongue, and I find myself wondering how the king could possibly be selfish enough to keep this from his people. Just another mark against him, I suppose. But then Dex offers me another piece, and thoughts of revenge momentarily fade beneath waves of pure pleasure. Dex's laugh startles me from my chocolate-induced bliss. "I was joking about the royal hoarding, by the way. Chocolate's just expensive to import. Most nobles can't afford it either." Heat floods my cheeks. Of course he was joking. I'm letting myself get distracted by sweets and his infectious smile when I should be focusing on my mission. Mother's words echo in my mind. Never let them turn you against your own kind. "So," I say, straightening my spine and gesturing to the crowd. "Who are all these people? Important nobles?" "Ah, you want the palace gossip?" Dex's eyes sparkle with mischief. He points to a tall elf wearing an absurdly large hat decorated with silk flowers. That's Lady Marine. She thinks if she wears enough flowers, the mother will bless her with a husband. I snort. Is that why her hat's bigger than her head? You should have seen last year's hat. This one's practically modest. He leans closer, his breath warm against my ear. See the gentleman by the wine fountain? Lord Vareth. Claims he can trace his bloodline back to the first Dark Elves, but really his grandfather was a shoe merchant who got lucky at cards. The one with the emerald cape? I ask between giggles. It looks like he wrapped himself in curtains. Those probably are curtains. He lost most of his fortune betting on racing drakes last month. A genuine laugh bubbles up from my chest. And I suppose the woman in the purple dress beside him is his wife. His third wife, actually. The first two mysteriously disappeared after discovering his gambling habits. Dex! I gasp, but can't stop laughing. His fingers brush my waist as he turns me toward another group. Now, want to hear about the twins who started a duel over which one of them the king's sister smiled at? I try to focus on gathering information about these nobles, potential targets, potential allies. But Dex's commentary keeps dissolving my concentration into helpless laughter. Dex's attention snaps to something across the room. Excuse me, he says, touching my elbow briefly. I need to handle something. I'll return shortly. Before I can respond, he's gone, weaving through the crowd with surprising grace for someone his height. I pop another piece of chocolate in my mouth, savouring the rich taste when a shadow falls over the table. Well, well, what do we have here? A dark elf woman towers over me, her platinum hair elaborately styled with jewelled pins that probably cost more than a year's worth of food in the Lowtown. Her lips curl into a sneer. I don't believe we've met, though I suppose that's not surprising given your appearance. My fingers tighten around the delicate crystal glass in my hand. I don't believe we have. That hair. She circles me like a predator. Such an unfortunate shade of brown. And your skin. Did you roll in ash before coming here? She laughs, the sound like breaking glass. Though I suppose even that couldn't hide those common features. The chocolate turns bitter in my mouth. I shouldn't care what this woman thinks. I'm not actually trying to pass as one of them. This is just a disguise. But something in my chest tightens painfully. Tell me, she continues, which noble took pity on you? Or did you simply steal that dress? I force myself to meet her gaze, wondering why these barbs sting so much when I hate everything about their kind. Actually, it was a gift. Oh, darling. She pats my cheek condescendingly. Whoever gave it to you must have been blind or desperate. My face burns. These aren't even my real features. The ash-stained skin, the altered bone structure from herbs and poultices. So why does her disdain cut so deep? That would be me! Dex's voice cuts through the air like steel wrapped in silk. The woman spins around, her face paling as she takes in his imposing height. I assure you my eyesight is perfect, he continues, each word precise and cold, and the only desperate one here is you, attempting to compensate for your own inadequacies by attacking others. Leave. Now, before I have the guards escort you out. Her face twists with rage. As she storms past, her shoulder slams into mine with enough force to send me stumbling backward. My heel catches on the hem of my dress and snaps. The world tilts as I lose my balance. Strong hands catch me before I hit the ground, steadying me against the wall. Dex kneels before me, lifting my foot with surprising gentleness. His fingers brush against my ankle as he slides the broken shoe back on. Are you all right? His touch lingers, sending sparks of electricity up my leg. I'm fine, I manage, trying to ignore how intimate this feels. Him on his knees before me, his hands on my skin. Though I think the shoe is beyond repair. I'll get you new ones. His thumb traces a small circle on my ankle. Gods, why is he looking at me like that?
Chapter 36, Decarian. I pull my Captain Rallner into a shadowy alcove near the ballroom's entrance, keeping my voice low. What have you discovered? The humans are mobilizing, Your Majesty. Our informants report increased activity in the lower districts. I pinch the bridge of my nose. Timeline? Days, possibly hours. Whatever they're planning, it must be imminent. He shifts nervously. My jaw tightens. Have we gotten information from... We don't know his identity yet, but we believe he has valuable information on whatever is being planned. Keep the guard on their toes, I interrupt, and have Tithus. Movement catches my eye across the ballroom. Lady Garonium towers over Lyra, her perfectly manicured finger jabbing toward her chest. Even from here, I can see Lyra's shoulders tense, her hands balling into fists at her sides. Your Majesty, my agent prompts. Handle it, I snap, already striding across the room. Report any developments immediately. Lady Garonium's voice carries as I approach. Whoever gave it to you must have been blind, or desperate. That would be me, I say, my voice dropping to a dangerous octave that makes several nearby guests step back. Lady Garonium whirls around, her perfectly painted lips parting in shock. The color drains from her face as she realizes her mistake. Assure you, my eyesight is perfect. Each word falls like ice between us. And the only desperate one here is you, attempting to compensate for your own inadequacies by attacking others. I step closer, towering over her. Leave, now, before I have the guards escort you out. Her face contorts with rage, but even she isn't foolish enough to argue. She spins on her heel, deliberately ramming her shoulder into Lyra. I reach out to steady her, but she's already stumbling, her heel catching on the hem of her dress. The delicate shoe slips off her foot, and without hesitation, I drop to one knee before her. The silk of her dress whispers against my fingers as I lift the hem just enough to expose her ankle. My breath catches at the sight of her smooth skin, and I have to force myself to focus on the task at hand. I cradle her foot, noting how perfectly it fits in my palm. The arch of her foot presses against my fingers as I guide the shoe back on, and the intimacy of the moment isn't lost on me. My thumb brushes against her ankle, lingering perhaps longer than necessary. When I look up, her cheeks are flushed, and I can't help but smile. Are you all right? I ask, still kneeling before her. The warmth of her skin beneath my thumb sends sparks through my entire body. The whispers around us fade into background noise as I focus solely on her face, the way her chest rises and falls with quick breaths. I'm fine, she says, glancing at where the heel dangles precariously. Though I think the shoe is beyond repair. I trace slow circles on her ankle, mesmerized by the way she shivers at my touch. I'll get you new ones. The words come out huskier than intended. Lyra's eyes dart around the room, her cheeks darkening further. She flutters her hand at me in a shooing motion. God, stand up already. You're causing a scene. A chuckle escapes me as I rise to my feet, offering her my hand. Would you care to dance? The music swells around us, a sweet melody that makes me want to hold her close. But she shakes her head, wrapping her arms around herself. I think I'm done for the night. The disappointment that crashes through me is surprising in its intensity. I want to protest, to convince her to stay, but something in her expression stops me. Perhaps Lady Garonium's words cut deeper than she's letting on. Let me walk you to your room, I offer, extending my arm. The disappointment in my chest doesn't show in my voice. Lyra hesitates before sliding her hand into the crook of my elbow. Her touch sends electricity through my skin, even through the fabric of my sleeve. We walk in comfortable silence until she asks, "So what's her deal anyway?" "Lady Garonium?" I laugh. She's made quite the habit of throwing herself at me. The first night of the festival, she actually threw herself into my lap. What? Lyra's eyes widen. Oh, yes. Pretended to stumble into the perfect position that put her breasts in my face. Lyra snorts, covering her mouth. You're joking. I wish I was. I shake my head at the memory. She's desperate to secure a position of power through marriage or other means. Other means? Producing an heir would certainly give her leverage. She's not the first to try. We reach her door too soon. The torchlight flickers across her face, catching the gold flecks in her brown eyes. A strand of hair falls across her cheek, and I can't resist reaching out to brush it away. Her hand shoots up, fingers wrapping around my wrist, but she doesn't push me away this time. My thumb traces along her cheekbone, and I feel her pulse racing beneath my fingertips where they rest against her neck. Well, she says, I hope no one throws themselves at you on your way back. The torchlight flickers across her face, casting shadows that dance in her eyes. My thumb traces her cheekbone, memorizing the softness of her skin. I think you're beautiful, I whisper, the words escaping before I can stop them. Her breath catches and I lean in slowly, giving her time to pull away. But she doesn't. Instead, her fingers curl into the fabric of my shirt. When our lips meet, everything else fades away. The sweet taste of chocolate and strawberries lingers on her lips, and I'm instantly addicted. Her mouth is soft, yielding, yet there's an underlying strength in the way she kisses me back. My hand slides into her hair, cradling the back of her head as I deepen the kiss. A small sound escapes her throat, something between a sigh and a whimper, and it sets my blood on fire. I've kissed countless women over my centuries, but nothing has ever felt like this. Like finding something I didn't know I was missing. Like coming home. She breaks away first, her cheeks flushed and lips slightly swollen. Thank you, she breathes, then darts into her room, shutting the door between us. I stare at the wooden barrier, a smile tugging at my lips. Only she would thank someone for a kiss and run away. Good night, I call through the door, not surprised when no response comes. Sighing, I lick my bottom lip and turn to stride down the hallway. Yes, hopefully no one tries to throw themselves at me, since apparently the only woman I'm interested in prefers running away.
Chapter 37. Lyriel. I slide down the door, my legs giving out beneath me like brittle twigs snapping under pressure. My heart is racing, slamming against my ribs like it's trying to escape. And maybe it should. It knows better than to stay in the chest of someone like me. What have I done? The question echoes in my head, mocking me with each frantic beat of my pulse, reminding me that some choices can never be undone. Thank you. I groan, banging my head back against the wood. Thank you. Who says thank you after a kiss? The memory of his lips on mine sends another wave of heat through my body. I scrub at my mouth with the back of my hand, but I can still taste him, still feel the ghost of his fingers in my hair. Get it together! I hiss at myself, but my body won't stop trembling. He's one of them, the same kind that murdered your parents, that enslave your people. But Dex isn't like the others. He's kind and funny and— No! I spring to my feet and pace the room. No, he's exactly like the others. They're all the same, cruel, entitled monsters who think humans are beneath them. My fingers brush against my lips without permission. The kiss replays in my mind. The tenderness in his touch, the way he waited for me to close the distance. Stop it! I grab a pillow off the bed and scream into it. You're here to kill their king, not fall for his advisor. Fall for? The thought stops me cold. No, absolutely not. This is just physical attraction. Nothing more. It can't be more. I rip the beautiful dress off, suddenly disgusted by the feel of elven silk against my skin. 8 years I've trained for this mission. 8 years of planning, preparing, waiting for the perfect moment to avenge my family. and now I'm letting myself get distracted by a pretty face and gentle hands. Focus, I tell myself, pulling on my own clothes. The mission is what matters, nothing else. But as I curl up in the luxurious bed, I can't stop touching my lips, remembering the way he whispered that I'm beautiful. I am so screwed. I bunch the silk sheets around me, but their softness only reminds me of his touch. My fingers drift to my lips again, and I growl in frustration. Rolling onto my back, I stare at the ornate ceiling. The moonlight filtering through the gauzy curtains casts dancing shadows across the gold leaf details. Even the architecture in this place is trying to seduce me. Focus on the mission. I sit up, running my hands through my hair. The king is here somewhere in this palace. That's all that matters. Using Dex to get to him seemed like such a brilliant plan at first, but now, every time he looks at me with those violet eyes, my resolve crumbles a little more. Each laugh we share chips away at 8 years of carefully cultivated hatred. He's the enemy, I remind myself, but the words sound hollow even to my own ears. They're all the enemy. I slide out of bed and pace the room, my bare feet silent on the plush carpet. The dress he gave me lies in a puddle of silk by the door. I kick it aside. Tomorrow I start fresh, no more letting Dex distract me. No more. My voice catches. No more. The mission is what matters. Only the mission. My parents deserve justice, and I won't let some charming advisor with a devastating smile make me forget that. I crawl back into bed, wrapping myself in determination instead of silk. Tomorrow I'll find another way to locate the king. And Dex? Dex can go screw himself, I whisper, ignoring the way my chest aches at the thought of avoiding him. I pull the blankets tighter around me, trying to smother the warmth that lingers from his kiss. The palace stretches vast and sprawling around my little guest chamber. Plenty of places to search without crossing paths with Dex. Just stick to the plan, I mutter into my pillow. Find the king. Complete the mission. Go home. Home. The word feels hollow now, like everything else I thought I was sure of. The Resistance hideout with its damp walls and bitter coffee seems a world away from these silk sheets and chocolate treats. Rolling onto my back, I trace the intricate patterns on the ceiling. No more breakfast with him and Alaris. No more stories about his artwork. No more of that look he gets when he thinks I'm not watching. The Mother's Festival lanterns cast shifting shadows through my window, reminding me of how he spun me through the market today, both of us laughing like children. I press my palms against my eyes until stars burst behind them. The mission comes first. That's what Father always said. I remind myself firmly, as if saying it out loud will make it any easier to digest. The Resistance is counting on me. My parents' memory deserves better than whatever this is. Tomorrow I'll start fresh, map out the private wings, track guard rotations, find the king's quarters. Do what I came here to do. No more getting lost in violet eyes or clever smiles. No more kisses, I whisper to the darkness, ignoring how my lips still tingle with the memory. No more Dex. From the depths of the darkness of Protheka,
or clawing up from the realms of fantasy,
come the most fearsome beasts you have ever seen.
These monsters are done watching from the shadows.
Now, as they step into the light, something unexpected grips them.
Something even they can't fight off.
Love.
Vampires.
Demons.
Dark Elves.
Gods.
Minotaurs. Creatures of light and dark.
They will protect their mates.
Do whatever needs to be done.
Morally grey heroes who will burn the world. To protect the women who love them.
10 audiobooks.
Fall into over 60 hours of fantasy romance.
20 ebooks.
Over 1 million words of these brutes who will protect their women.
Even if they might destroy themselves in the process.
Get the immersive Protheka fantasy romance bundle.
For 80% off, right now, Dive into Protheka at a once-in-a-lifetime discount.
The first bundle to offer both ebooks and audiobooks on worldsofprotheka.com. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this romantasy bundle will make it endless.
Chapter 38. Decarian. I tap my fingers against the polished dining table, watching the steam curl up from my untouched coffee. The empty chair across from me mocks my expectations. Lyra should have been here already. A servant places fresh pastries on the table, the chocolate-filled ones Lyra fell in love with yesterday. They'll go cold, just like the first batch. Brother, dear, if you keep glaring at that empty chair, you might set it on fire. Alaris picks at her fruit, studying me with those two perceptive eyes of hers. Did something happen between you two? No. The word comes out sharper than intended. I force myself to stop tapping and wrap my hands around my coffee cup instead. Really? Because the two of you disappeared from the party last night. Again. Alaris leans forward, silver hair falling over her shoulder. And you're acting like someone stole your favorite paintbrush. I'm acting like someone who has better things to do than wait around all morning. I push my chair back, the legs scraping against the floor. Speaking of which... Dex. Alaris's voice softens. If you upset her, somehow... I didn't. I insist, knowing that the only thing she could be upset about is the one thing I was hoping would encourage her to be here this morning. I stand, straightening my jacket. I have work to do. I stride out of the dining room before Alaris can press further, leaving my sister and those damned chocolate pastries behind. I stride down the marble halls, my footsteps echoing off the high ceilings. Each step fuels my growing unease. Something isn't right. Lyra? I knock on her chamber door, waiting for that musical laugh or even a sharp retort. Nothing. Lyra, are you there? The silence stretches. I press my palm against the ornate wood, hesitating only a moment before pushing it open. I'm coming in. The morning sun streams through the tall windows, illuminating an untouched bed. The sheets remain perfectly smooth, not a single wrinkle to suggest anyone slept here last night. My gaze falls to the vanity where the box sits exactly where I instructed the chambermaid to leave it this morning. The silk ribbon still tied in a perfect bow, the note unopened. My throat tightens. Where could she be? Was I really that poor of a kisser? I'm about to leave Lyra's room when heavy footsteps echo down the corridor. Tithus appears in the doorway, his broad frame blocking most of the light from the hall. Your Majesty. He bows stiffly. Your presence is requested in the dungeon. Very well. I take one last look at Lyra's untouched room, at the gift she never opened. Where is she? The question gnaws at me, but I force it down. There are more pressing matters. Lead the way. Tithus's armor clinks as we descend the spiral staircase to the dungeons. The temperature drops with each step, and the perfumed air of the palace gives way to damp stone and rust. The human was brought in undetected, Tithus says, his voice echoing off the walls, and our efforts to extract information started after a brief delay as you requested. He snorts. Didn't take long, did it? I remain silent, letting him ramble. My mind is split between thoughts of Lyra and wondering what information this prisoner might have about the Resistance's plans. The dungeon entrance looms ahead, heavy iron doors groaning as the guards push them open for us. I straighten my spine, pushing all thoughts of Lyra aside. For now. The dungeon's torchlight casts long shadows across the stone walls as I follow Tithus inside. The air down here is thick with the metallic scent of blood and something else. Fear, maybe. Or desperation. Lord Zevrek's boots click against the floor as he paces, his normally pristine military uniform wrinkled from what I assume has been hours of interrogation. The human slumps forward in the chair, head bowed, wrists bound behind him. Blood drips steadily onto the floor between his feet. Your Majesty. Zevrak stops his pacing, inclining his head. Our guest has been resistant to our usual methods. Has he now? I keep my voice neutral, though the sight of torture always turns my stomach. A necessary evil, perhaps, but evil nonetheless. Claims he'll only speak to you directly. Zevrak's lip curls. Wants to look the king in the eye, I expect. These humans and their misplaced sense of honor. I approach the bound man, noting the tremors running through his frame. Fresh bruises model what I can see of his skin, and his breathing comes in wet, ragged gasps. I reach down and grip the man's jaw, forcing his head up. His face is a mess of purple and red, one eye swollen shut. But the other fixes on me with surprising clarity. I'm here, human. Say what you will. I stare down at the human, his defiance both admirable and irritating. Blood and spittle drip from his split lip as he looks up at me. Still alive, he grunts, chest heaving with each labored breath. My fingers flex at my sides. Yes, I see that. But I expect you want to say more than just the obvious. The chains binding him rattle as he shifts in the chair. Even beaten and bound, there's a gleam of triumph in his one good eye. You want to know about the resistance? About our plans? I maintain my silence, letting the weight of the dungeon's atmosphere press down on us both. Water drips somewhere in the darkness beyond the torchlight. The sound echoes off stone walls, marking each second he keeps me waiting. It's too late. His voice rises, cracking with fervor. All you need to know, bastard king, is that it's too late. Things are already in motion. Before I can react, he lurches forward and spits. The mixture of blood and saliva hits my chest, staining the fabric of my shirt. The sound of Tithus's armored fist connecting with the prisoner's jaw reverberates through the chamber. The chair topples, taking the human with it. He crashes to the floor with a grunt of pain. Zevrak steps forward, offering me his handkerchief with a slight bow. Your Majesty. I take it, wiping the spot with distaste. I'll have to throw out a perfectly fine shirt. I expect that's all he really wanted. Proceed as you will. Turning, I stalk out of the room. What plan? What are those humans up to this time?
Chapter 39. Lyriel. I press my ear against another door, listening for movement inside. Nothing, just like the last dozen rooms. My fingers brush against the knife hidden in the folds of my dress as I ease the door open, the silk rustling softly against my skin. Empty. Not even a servant tidying up or arranging flowers for the festival. 8 hells, I mutter, shutting it with more force than intended. The sound echoes through the corridor, making me wince. The decorative lanterns cast dancing shadows that mock my failed attempts at stealth. This mission is falling apart. The Resistance's intel claimed the king would be mingling during the festival, entertaining nobles and dancing like he didn't have a care in the world. Instead, he's nowhere to be found, and I'm wandering the palace like a lost puppy, checking rooms that grow more elaborate and useless with each passing minute. Baron's going to be furious. I can already picture his cold eyes narrowing in disappointment. Corwin is probably trying to gather a search party to rescue my pathetic efforts, assuming I haven't completely ruined our carefully laid plans. A flash of silver catches my eye. I spin around to find Alaris approaching, her dress flowing behind her like liquid moonlight. There you are, she beams. We missed you at breakfast. I force a smile. I wasn't feeling well. My brother was looking for you. She links her arm through mine, steering me down the hall. He seemed quite put out when you didn't show. My stomach twists at the mention of Dex. I'm sure he'll survive. He's been in such a good mood lately, even came down to some of the festivities. She eyes me sideways. I wonder why that might be. I wouldn't know. The lie tastes bitter on my tongue. Really? Alaris's violet eyes sparkle with mischief. Because ever since you arrived, I should go. I try to extract my arm, but she holds firm. Why are you avoiding him? I'm not. The protest dies in my throat as she arches an eyebrow. It's complicated. Isn't it always? She squeezes my arm. But sometimes complicated things are worth figuring out. If she only knew how complicated. I think of Dex's smile, of his lips on mine, and my chest aches. Ilaris tilts her head, studying my face. Something happened between you two, didn't it? He kissed me. The words tumble out from my lips without restraint. I clamp my mouth shut, horrified at my loose tongue. Her eyes light up. Finally, I was wondering when he'd work up the nerve. It shouldn't have happened. I try to pull away again, but her grip is surprisingly strong. I'm not here for that. Not here for what? She raises an eyebrow. Having fun? Enjoying yourself? Kissing men or having flings? My voice comes out sharper than intended. I have more important things to... I cut myself off, realizing I've said too much. But Ilaris just laughs, the sound echoing through the corridor like silver bells. More important than living? Than feeling? She pats my arm. When was the last time you did something just because you wanted to? The question catches me off guard. I think of the resistance, of Baron's stern face, of years spent training and planning, of chocolate melting on my tongue and Dex's fingers in my hair. That's what I thought. Ilaris's voice softens. My brother doesn't kiss just anyone, you know. In fact, I can't remember the last time he showed interest in someone. That doesn't change anything. Maybe it should. She squeezes my arm. The Mother's Festival is about joy, about letting yourself feel. When was the last time you allowed yourself that? Well, not everyone lives in a palace. I snap, my words sharper than intended. No, maybe not. But you're living in it now, if only for the time being. You should enjoy its advantages while you can. Ilaris's violet eyes soften. You can work and play at the same time. Her words hit something deep inside me. When was the last time I did anything just for pleasure? Even as a child, after my parents died, every moment was devoted to training, to planning, to surviving. Baron's stern face and cutting words echo in my memory. Weakness gets you killed. I think of the past week, the taste of chocolate melting on my tongue, the warmth of spring water against my skin, the flutter in my chest when Dex smiled. Simple pleasures I've denied myself for so long. The realization crashes over me like ice water. I've been existing, not living. Every laugh shared with Dex felt like stealing something forbidden, every moment of joy tainted with guilt. 8 years of my life spent in the shadows, watching others live while I waited to die for a cause. He's in his gallery, you know. Ilaris's voice breaks through my thoughts. Probably painting or sketching. He does that when he's troubled. The corner of my mouth twitches. Of course he does. I've seen his art, beautiful and precise, just like everything else about him. Another stolen pleasure I shouldn't have allowed myself. But maybe Ilaris is right. Maybe I can have both, my mission and moments of joy. The thought feels dangerous, rebellious even. But isn't that what I've been fighting for all these years? The right to live freely. Anyway, not that it matters, Ilaris says, shifting her feet and heading down the hall. The room is down that way. She gestures in the direction she'd come from, not sparing me another glance. Ah, screw it.
Chapter 40, Decarian. I stare at the canvas, brush hovering over the deep red of her dress. The color matches the one Ilaris picked for her perfectly, though my sister always did have an eye for these things. My hand moves almost of its own accord, adding subtle shadows to the fabric's folds. The interrogation from earlier weighs heavy on my mind. The human resistance is planning something, but what? The prisoner's words echo in my head. You're already too late. My jaw clenches. 8 years ago, they tried to overthrow the nobility. It ended in bloodshed. Too much of it. And now, the brush slips, marring the line of Lyra's dress. I curse under my breath, dabbing at the mistake with a cloth. Her face on the canvas draws my attention. The slight curve of her lips, the defiant tilt of her chin. Even in paint, she captivates me. What are you doing to me? I mutter, running a hand through my hair. The paint leaves streaks of red, but I hardly notice. It's only been days since she walked into my study, yet I feel like I've known her forever. The way she laughs, how her nose scrunches when she's thinking, the fire in her eyes when someone challenges her. Little details I shouldn't know after such a short time. The brush moves again, adding highlights to her hair. Brown, unusual for a dark elf, but striking. Everything about her is striking. Different. My fingers trace the edge of the canvas, remembering how her skin felt under them. The kiss replays in my mind for the 100th time. The way she melted against me for just a moment before pulling away. And now she's avoiding me. I drop the brush into a cup of water, watching the red paint swirl like blood. The humans are planning something. My kingdom might be in danger, and all I can think about is finding her. I pick up a shade of green, mixing it carefully to match the color I remember in her eyes. The brush moves in smooth strokes across the canvas, adding depth to her gaze. The click of heels against marble echoes through the room. I don't turn around, assuming Alaris has come to drag me to another festival event. My sister's timing has always been impeccable when it comes to interrupting my work. Is that me? The brush slips from my fingers, clattering to the floor. The voice isn't Alaris's, it's hers. I spin around, and there she stands in that first dress, the one that caught my eye days ago. The deep blue fabric hugs her curves just as I remember. My throat tightens. No clever response comes to mind. No witty deflection. Just the sight of her, real and present, after avoiding me since that kiss. She steps closer, eyes fixed on the canvas. You missed breakfast. The words come out softer than I intend, my eyes still fixed on her face rather than the painting. Did I? Lyra steps closer, fingers trailing along the edge of my easel. I suppose I was preoccupied with avoiding me. My hand itches to touch her, but I keep it at my side. Was the kiss that terrible? A smile tugs at her lips. I wouldn't say terrible. No? I raise an eyebrow. Then what would you say? I'd say... She takes another step closer, close enough that I can smell the jasmine perfume Alaris probably insisted she wear. I'd say I ran because it wasn't terrible at all. And I'm tired of pretending it was. Her lips meet mine, and my world narrows to the soft press of her mouth, the warmth of her body against mine. My hands find her waist, lifting her onto the nearby table. Brushes and paint tubes clatter to the floor, but I barely notice. All I can focus on is how perfectly she fits against me, how her fingers tangle in my hair, how she makes this small sound in the back of her throat when I deepen the kiss. This is dangerous. She's dangerous. But with her legs wrapped around my waist and her lips moving against mine, I can't bring myself to care. The silk ripples under my palms as I hike her skirt up her thighs. Gods, how does she feel smoother than the fabric itself? Second time I'm on my knees for you, I murmur against her inner thigh, lips brushing satin skin. Should I be concerned about developing a taste for this position? Her legs tense around my shoulders. You might find yourself there again if you impress me. As much as Samara and I want to finish what these two characters have started, it looks like this chapter is about to get too hot for this platform to handle.
Unfortunately, we have to pause here because their guidelines won't allow us to reveal the spiciest details.
To keep bringing you these free audiobooks, we have to follow their rules.
But don't worry. You can experience the full, unabridged version over at worldsofprotheka.com, where the boundaries of passion and fantasy collide.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off any of our unabridged audiobooks set in the rich and immersive worlds of Protheka.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
With these scenes, it will be unforgettable.
Chapter 41. Lirael. Gods, he feels so good, I think to myself as Dex kisses his way up my body. His lips are like a brand, marking every inch of my skin with his heat. I can feel the hard planes of his chest against mine, the tickle of his long hair brushing my sides. He kisses and sucks on my neck, reaching around my back to unlace my dress. The fabric loosens, and I feel the cool air of the room against my exposed skin. My heart is racing, my breath coming in short gasps as I fumble with his buttons, pushing his shirt off his shoulders. I reach for his trousers, unlacing them impatiently and freeing him.
This scene is about to get too steamy for this platform's comfort. And as much as we'd love to keep going, their guidelines say we need to stop here.
To continue releasing these free audiobooks on this platform, we've got to play by the rules.
The passion doesn't end here.
Visit worldsofprotheka.com to hear the full, uncut version of this fantasy romance, and every daring moment that YouTube can't handle.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off unabridged audiobooks in the Worlds of Protheka.
Don't let YouTube hold you back. Immerse yourself in a world of magic, danger, and unfiltered passion.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
Listen unabridged and you'll never want to go back. I wince at the sudden emptiness. He must see it on my face because he frowns, concern flashing in his eyes. "Did I hurt you?" he asks, his voice filled with genuine worry. I shake my head, a small smile playing on my lips. No, it's been a while since I felt anything like that. He grins, looking almost boyish in his pride. "Well, I'm glad I could be of service," he teases, pressing a gentle kiss to my forehead. I laugh, pushing him away playfully. "You're insufferable," I say. But a sharp knock echoes through the art room. I freeze, still sprawled on the table with my dress half undone. "Just a moment," Dex calls out, already reaching for his scattered clothes. His fingers work quickly, doing up buttons and smoothing wrinkles. I scramble to sit up, frantically trying to lace my bodice. Dex steps over, his nimble fingers making quick work of the complicated ties. "Tonight," he whispers against my ear, sending shivers down my spine. "Come to my study before the party starts." Another knock, more insistent this time. "Coming!" Dex shouts, rolling his eyes. He cups my face in his hands and kisses me deeply, leaving me breathless. Then he's gone, striding toward the door while I'm still trying to remember how to think. I watch him slip through the door, closing it firmly behind him. The sound of urgent voices fades down the hallway, leaving me alone with my racing thoughts and the lingering taste of him on my lips.
Chapter 42. Decarian. I follow Captain Rallner down the corridor, my thoughts drifting back to Lyra. Her presence still echoes in my mind, making it difficult to focus on the matters at hand. The marble floors and ornate tapestries pass by in a blur as we walk, my attention elsewhere entirely. "Your Majesty?" Rallner's voice cuts through my thoughts. "The council is waiting." I wave him off. Yes. I heard you the first time." My fingers absently trace the embroidered sleeve of my formal robes, remembering the softness of her hand there earlier. The memory of her speaking my name, well, the name I gave her, refuses to leave my thoughts. The genuine emotion in her voice haunts me, along with the way she looked at me with those bright, beautiful eyes. I find myself wondering what she's doing now, if she's still in the studio where I left her, or if she's already disappeared like morning mist. Rallner shoots me a concerned glance over his shoulder, no doubt noting my distraction. But some things are worth being distracted over, aren't they? The prisoner! Save it for the council room. My voice comes out sharper than intended, making Rallner flinch ever so slightly. The interruption has left me on edge, frustrated in more ways than one. My thoughts keep drifting back to the studio, to moments I shouldn't be dwelling on right now. We reach the heavy wooden doors of the conference room, their ancient carvings a reminder of the weight of duty that awaits inside. I pause, straightening my jacket and running a hand through my hair, hoping to erase any visible trace of my previous distraction. The council doesn't need to know what I was just doing, or that most of me wants to go back to it instead of being here. They're already difficult enough to deal with on a good day. Your Majesty, Rallner asks again, his hand on the door. There's an edge of concern in his voice that I choose to ignore. I nod, squaring my shoulders and forcing my mind to focus on the task ahead. Let's get this over with. The words come out resigned but determined, as befitting a king who'd rather be somewhere else entirely. The look Rallner gives me makes me want to throw him in the dungeons. Instead, I stride past him into the conference room, already dreaming of having Lyra in my study later. I enter the council room, where a heavy silence hangs in the air. No idle chatter about festival conquests or drunken revelry today, despite the dance of petals being in full swing outside these stone walls. The council members rise from their ornate chairs, bowing their heads with a formality that speaks of grave matters. Your Majesty, they murmur in unison, their voices a somber chorus that echoes off the vaulted ceiling. What news of the prisoner? I settle into my chair at the head of the long table, still tasting Lyra on my lips from our earlier encounter. I push the thought away, though it lingers like sweet wine, focusing instead on the grim faces before me. The morning light streaming through the stained glass windows does nothing to soften their expressions. Lord Varen clears his throat, his usually confident demeanor wavering as he straightens the papers before him. The human didn't survive the questioning, my king. His words fall like stones in the quiet chamber. My fingers dig into the armrests, knuckles whitening against the polished wood. Explain. The methods were perhaps too harsh for their fragile constitution, another counselor offers, his voice trembling slightly as he avoids my gaze. We didn't account for... You killed our only lead? The words come out sharp enough to make them flinch, and I taste the metallic edge of fury on my tongue. The morning light catches the dust motes dancing between us, making the tension in the room almost visible. Rallner steps forward, his armor gleaming as he moves into a shaft of colored light from the windows. The human revealed nothing of value before his death, Your Majesty, only that their plan was already in motion. His face remains stoic, but I catch the slight twitch in his jaw that betrays his frustration. And now we have no way of knowing what that plan is. Vedran interrupts, pointing an accusatory glare in Zevrek's direction. The ancient rivalry between the two counselors crackles in the air like static before a storm. I rub my temples, frustration building with each passing moment. So, we have nothing. Absolutely nothing. The human mentioned something about the festival, Lord Varen offers weakly. Perhaps. The festival has been going on for days, I snap. If they plan to strike during it, why haven't they? Rallner shifts beside me. Your Majesty, if I may. The dance of petals culminates on the final night, when the petals rain down. When everyone's guard is lowest, I finish, a cold feeling settling in my gut. When we're all looking up at the sky instead of watching our backs. The resistance has grown bolder, another counselor adds. More organized. I lean forward, pressing my palms against the polished table. Then, we need to be better. Rallner. Yes, Your Majesty. Take your best men into the city. Find me another resistance member. One who'll talk. I fix him with a hard stare. And this time, keep them alive long enough to get answers. What of the festival, sire? Lord Varen asks. Should we increase security? No. I straighten up. We can't let them know we're onto them. Continue as normal, but have your men stay alert. I won't have more innocent blood spilled in my city. Rallner bows. It will be done, Your Majesty. Dismissed! I wave them away, my mind already racing with possibilities. Whatever the Resistance is planning, I'll be ready for it. I have to be.
Chapter 43. Lyrael. I struggle with the laces of this new dress, fingers fumbling with the intricate pattern. The white fabric feels impossibly soft against my skin, and the rose-red gradient at the hem catches the light like fresh blood on snow. My hands shake slightly, remembering what happened in the art room earlier. A knock at the door startles me. "Come in." Alaris slips inside, her silver hair gleaming. "Need help with that?" "Please." I turn, letting her take over the lacing. Her nimble fingers work quickly, the dress tightening perfectly around my waist. "So," she drawls, "I hear you found my brother." Heat floods my cheeks. "I did." "And?" She tugs at a particularly stubborn lace. "Did you talk things out?" "We talked. Among other things. The memory of being spread across his art table makes my skin tingle." Her knowing tone makes me want to sink into the floor. You know, I've never seen him like this before. Usually during the festival, he's impossible to drag away from his work. "He works too much," I say before I can stop myself. "That's what I've been saying for years." Alaris finishes the lacing and spins me around. "But he listens to you. I saw him smile yesterday. Actually smile. Do you know how rare that is?" I fidget with the dress's delicate sleeve. I'm sure he smiles plenty. "Not like that." She picks up a hairbrush and starts working on my tangled brown hair. "Not the way he smiles at you." My chest tightens. This isn't part of the plan. None of this is part of the plan. But when Alaris starts weaving small white flowers into my hair, humming softly, I can't help but wonder what it would be like to belong here. "There," she says, stepping back to admire her work. "My brother won't know what hit him." I roll my eyes despite the way my heart flutters. Alaris steps back, admiring her handiwork with my hair. "You know, the mother's blessing during her festival isn't just some silly story the elders tell." "What do you mean?" I adjust one of the delicate white flowers, careful not to dislodge it. "The mother guides those who are meant to find each other." She sits on the edge of my bed, smoothing her silk skirts. "And my brother. I haven't seen him enjoy the festival since we were children. He used to paint the petals as they fell, create the most beautiful art." Her violet eyes meet mine in the mirror. "Now he paints you." My chest tightens. "That doesn't mean..." "Doesn't it?" She grins. "The mother's blessing comes in mysterious ways. Sometimes it's love at first sight, sometimes it's a chance meeting in a study while hiding from creepy men." Heat floods my cheeks as I remember that first encounter. The way my heart raced when I saw him. How natural our banter felt, despite everything I'd been taught about Dark Elves. "I've never believed in..." I trail off, thinking of how drawn I am to Dex. How right it feels when he touches me. How different he is from what I expected. "Do you really think the mother would bless something like this?" "Like what?" "Us, him and me. An advisor and a nobody. A dark elf and... whatever he thinks I am." Alaris stands and takes my hands in hers. "The mother's love knows no boundaries, and neither does my brother's when he chooses to give it." I swallow hard, wondering if that's why I can't seem to stay away from him, why every touch feels like coming home. Has the mother truly blessed us, or am I just fooling myself? After Alaris leaves, I smooth down my dress and head for Dex's study. The palace corridors twist and turn, each one identical to the last, with their gilded frames and magical lighting. I've never ventured this deep into the private wing before. After my third wrong turn, I spot a guard posted at an intersection. His armour gleams with that distinct sheen of enchanted metal. "Excuse me?" I say, keeping my voice light and pleasant. "I'm looking for the King's advisor's study." The guard's violet eyes narrow. "The King's advisor?" "Yes. Dex. Tall, dark hair, probably scowling over some paperwork right now." "My lady, the King has no advisor." He gestures down the left corridor. "Though His Majesty's study is that way, last door on the right." My stomach drops. "The King's study?" "Yes, my lady, King Decarian's private study." The guard's words don't make sense. I shake my head. "There must be some mistake. I'm looking for Dex." "Ah, you mean His Majesty." The guard's expression softens. "Allow me to escort you, my lady." "His Majesty?" My voice comes out higher than intended. "No, I mean Dex, the King's advisor." "The King has no advisor, my lady," the guard repeats, sounding slightly exasperated. He gestures down the corridor. "But I'd be happy to show you to King Decarian's study." I follow numbly, my mind racing. Dex can't be... But then why did Alaris call him the King's advisor? And the way everyone deferred to him at the parties, how he could order anyone around. The guard's boots click against the marble floor as we walk. Each step feels heavier than the last. Here we are. He stops in front of an ornate door I recognise, the same door I'd hidden behind that first day. King Decarian's private study. The pieces slot into place like a puzzle I should have solved days ago. The expensive clothes, the private art room, how he knew every noble at the parties. The way he dodged my questions about the king while laughing at my descriptions. The man I've been searching for, the one I came here to kill, has been right in front of me this whole time. Dex isn't the king's advisor. Dex is the king.
Chapter 44. Decarian. The moment Lirael walks into my study, my breath catches. The dress I chose for her flows like liquid fire, starting in deep crimson at the hem and fading into pure white at her bodice. Small white flowers weave through her brown hair, catching the light from my window. Her neck is bare, drawing my eyes to the curve of her collarbones and the swell of her breasts above the fitted bodice. The dress hugs every curve I explored earlier today, and my fingers itch to touch her again. Her eyes, usually bright with mischief, seem different now. Guarded, almost cold. "You look stunning," I say, pushing off my desk. The wood creaks beneath my palm as I straighten. She doesn't respond, but her jaw tightens. I cross the room to her, reaching for her waist. When I lean in to kiss her, she turns her head sharply. My lips brush her cheek instead. "You lied to me." Her words are as cold and hollow as ice. I step back, studying her face. The warmth from our afternoon together has vanished, replaced by something harder, more brittle. Her hands are clenched at her sides. My mind races, trying to piece together what lie she's referring to. We've shared so much these past few days. Stolen moments, intimate touches, laughter. What could have... "You're not the king's advisor." Ah, that explains the ice in her eyes. "Come now, it's not as bad as all that." I lean against my desk, crossing my arms. "In fact, the king has no advisor." Her voice cuts through my thoughts like a blade. "No, you aren't the advisor. You're the king, aren't you, Decarian?" I sigh. Would you have spoken to me so freely if you'd known? "Don't." She takes a step back, her hands trembling. "Don't you dare try to make this into a joke." "What would you have had me do? Announce myself with trumpets every time I entered a room? How about not lying to my face?" Her voice rises. "Every time I asked about the king, you played along. You made me look like a fool." "I never lied, I simply allowed you to make your own assumptions." "Oh, that's rich coming from His Royal Highness." The title drips with venom. "Is that what you do? Pretend to be someone else so you can toy with people?" If I remember correctly, you're the one who kept asking about the king. I push off the desk, taking a step toward her. Almost obsessively, I might add. Her face flushes. This whole time you were just what? Getting to know you. Enjoying your company. Having the first real conversations I've had in years without someone bowing and scraping. Playing me for a fool. Is it that bad that I'm king? I ask, genuinely baffled by her reaction. Most women would be thrilled to discover they'd caught the eye of royalty. Yes! Because if I had known, I wouldn't have screwed you! Her words are more confusing than anything I've encountered in my centuries of life. I stare at her, trying to process what she's saying. My mind reels, unable to make sense of her reaction. Throughout my reign, I've had countless women throw themselves at me, desperate for a chance to bear the next heir to the throne. They scheme and plot, wearing their finest silks and sweetest perfumes, all hoping to catch my attention. Yet here stands Lyra, beautiful and fierce, acting as if sleeping with me is the worst thing she could have done. I don't understand, I say, running a hand through my hair. Most women would be praying to the mother herself for the chance to bear a royal heir. Her face contorts with something that looks like disgust. Is that what you think this is about? That I should be grateful for the chance to birth your spawn? The venom in her voice makes me take a step back. There's something here I'm missing. Something that makes her reaction different from any I've encountered before. My tactical mind starts picking apart her words, her body language, searching for the piece that doesn't fit. You should be flattered, I say, stepping closer. Most would consider it an honor to catch the king's attention. An honor? She spits the word like poison. Is that what you tell all the women you deceive? I didn't deceive you. Everything between us has been real. My fingers flex at my sides, resisting the urge to reach for her. You're the one who kept asking about the king. Because I didn't know it was you. And what difference does that make? King or advisor, I'm still the same man who made you laugh, who danced with you, who... Stop. She holds up her hand. Just stop. Why are you acting like this changes everything? I move closer, watching her jaw clench. We have something special, Lyra. I felt it the moment you burst into my study. The mother herself must have guided you to me during her festival. Don't bring your goddess into this. Then tell me why finding out I'm king matters so much. When she doesn't answer, I close the distance between us. Whatever's between us is real, title or not. I cup her face in my hands and kiss her, pouring everything I feel into it. For a heartbeat, she melts against me. Then her palm cracks across my cheek, the sound echoing through my study. Don't ever touch me again, she snarls, then whirls and storms out, slamming the door behind her. I press my fingers to my stinging cheek, staring at the closed door. What in the mother's name just happened?
Chapter 45. Lyrael. I run through the palace halls, my heels clicking against the marble floors. Tears blur my vision, making the mother's festival decorations swim in a haze of colours. The lanterns become blurry orbs of light, the flower arrangements merge into smears of pink and white. My chest constricts with each ragged breath. The knife strapped to my thigh burns against my skin, a constant reminder of my failure. 8 years of training, of planning, of dreaming about this moment, and I ran. The king was right there. Vulnerable. Trusting. I slammed through a set of doors into an empty sitting room, pressing my back against the wall. My legs give out and I slide to the floor, the silk of my dress, his dress, pooling around me. Stupid, stupid, stupid. I bang my head back against the wall. What kind of assassin falls for her target? But it wasn't just falling for him. It was the way he looked at art like it held the secrets of the universe. How he teased his sister, but would move mountains to make her smile. the genuine interest in his eyes when he asked about my thoughts, my dreams. A sob rips from my throat. My fingers dig into my arms, leaving crescent marks in the ash-stained skin. He's the enemy, I whisper, but the words ring hollow. The memory of his lips on mine, his hands in my hair, the way he made me feel seen, it all tangles with images of my parents' bodies, of humans scraping by in the slums while dark elves feast in their towers. My mother's last words echo in my head. Don't ever let them turn you against your own kind. But she never warned me about falling in love with the enemy. I push myself up from the floor, my legs shaky beneath the silk dress. Someone could walk in at any moment and find me like this, a mess of tears and betrayal. The thought sends me stumbling toward the nearest exit. The cool night air hits my face as I burst into the palace gardens. Lanterns cast dancing shadows across the pristine paths, and the scent of night-blooming flowers fills my lungs. I wander aimlessly between topiaries and elaborate fountains, each step taking me further from the truth of D, the king's study. Get it together, I mutter, swiping at my eyes. He's just another dark elf, just like the ones who murdered your parents, just like all of them. But the words feel wrong in my mouth. The memory of his fingers trailing through my hair, the way his eyes lit up when he showed me his paintings. Lirael. The harsh whisper cuts through my thoughts. I whirl toward the sound, my hand instinctively reaching for the knife strapped to my thigh. Through the ornate iron fence that separates the palace grounds from the city, I spot a familiar figure dressed in black. Corwin? My heart stutters. The sight of him, my childhood friend, my fellow resistance fighter, feels like being doused in ice water. Reality crashes back in, washing away the fantasy world I'd been living in. I move closer to the fence, my silk dress catching on the thorny rose bushes that line the palace grounds. The rough iron feels cold against my palm as I grip it for support. Where have you been? Corwin's harsh whisper carries the weight of days of worry. The guards are getting suspicious. They've been asking questions, trying to catch our people. My throat tightens. I'm trying. It's complicated. Complicated? He leans closer, his familiar scent of leather and sweat a stark contrast to the sweet festival air. What's so complicated about killing one dark elf? The moonlight catches the tears still drying on my cheeks. Corwin's expression softens, and he reaches through the fence bars. His calloused fingers brush my cheek, wiping away a stray tear. Hey, he says, gentler now. Lyra. The touch feels wrong, clinical, calculated. Nothing like D, the king's tender caresses. I start to pull away, but Corwin's hand slides to the back of my neck. Before I can react, he yanks me forward, my face pressed against the cold iron as his lips crash into mine. The kiss is rough, demanding, nothing like the sweet exploration I shared with Decarian hours ago. I taste desperation and anger on Corwin's tongue, and my stomach turns. Corwin pulls back, his fingers still tangled in my hair. The grip is too tight, possessive in a way that makes my skin crawl. His eyes search mine with an intensity that makes me nauseous. I believe in you, Lyra. His voice drops to a whisper. Your parents would be so proud. 8 years of planning, and here you are, right where we need you to be. My stomach lurches. The dress, Decarian's gift, suddenly feels like it's suffocating me. If Corwin knew what I'd done, what I'd let the enemy do to me, the memory of his touch burns through me like acid. You're the only one who can do this. Corwin's grip loosens, his thumb stroking my neck in what's meant to be a comforting gesture. Your parents died fighting for our freedom. Now you can finish what they started. I swallow hard, tasting bile. Right. Guards will be making their rounds soon. He glances over his shoulder. Don't let their sacrifice be for nothing, Lyra. Then he's gone, melting into the shadows like we were trained to do. I stand alone in the garden, the mother's lanterns casting accusatory light across my borrowed finery. The knife strapped to my thigh feels heavier than ever. Traitor. The word echoes in my head with each beat of my heart. There's only one way to prove it isn't true. Only one way to honour my parents' memory. I have to kill the king. I have to kill Decarian.
Chapter 46. Decarian. I burst through the doors of my study, my footsteps echoing off the marble floors as I scan the empty hallway. The red silk of her dress disappears around a corner before I can call out. Damn it! The word bounces off the walls, startling a nearby Zagfer, who quickly scurries away. My chest aches in a way I haven't felt in, well, ever. I rake my fingers through my hair, pacing the corridor like a caged animal. The skin of my cheek still burns where she slapped me. Is everything all right, Your Majesty? A guard appears at attention, hand on his sword. I wave him off. Leave me. Alone again, I slump against the wall, replaying her words in my head. If she had known I was king, she wouldn't have screwed me. What kind of backwards logic is that? Most women throw themselves at my title. Hell, that's why I didn't tell her in the first place. I wanted someone to want me for me. And she did. She wanted Dex, the advisor. She laughed at my jokes, challenged my opinions, kissed me like she meant it. None of that was about my crown. I'm still the same person, I muttered to the empty hall. The same person who taught her to paint, who watched her face light up at her first taste of chocolate, who held her like she was made of glass and fire all at once. The memory of her body against mine in the art room just hours ago makes my fingers twitch. How can the same woman who whispered my name like a prayer now look at me with such hatred and heartbreak? I need to find her. I stride into the ballroom, my eyes scanning the sea of faces for Lyra. The music swells as nobles and courtiers part before me, bowing and murmuring greetings. Your Majesty, what an honor. My king, might I? I barely register their words, nodding absently as I search the crowd. The red silk of her dress is nowhere to be seen. Your Majesty. Lady Garonium's voice cuts through the noise as she glides toward me, her hips swaying beneath emerald silk. I've been hoping you'd grace us with your presence. Lady Garonium. My tone could freeze the mother's springs. She either doesn't notice or chooses to ignore it, pressing closer. Her fingers trail up my arm. I see you're alone this evening. Perhaps we could share a dance? Or better yet, retire somewhere more private? I catch her wrist before she can touch my chest. Let me be clear, my lady. I wouldn't touch you if the mother herself commanded it. Her painted lips part in shock. But not now. Not ever. I release her hand like it burns. Find someone else to trick into your bed. She recoils as if slapped, color flooding her cheeks. Without another word, she spins and disappears into the crowd. Harsh. Perhaps. But I've had enough of her games, enough of everything. I move through the ballroom like I'm underwater, faces and voices blurring together into meaningless noise. The music sounds distant, muffled, as if cotton fills my ears. My king, might I present my daughter? Their words wash over me without registering. I search for a flash of red silk, brown hair, that curve of her lips when she smiles. But she's gone. Brother. Alaris appears at my elbow, her silver hair gleaming in the candlelight. You look terrible. Thanks. I rub my temple. Just what I needed to hear. She grabs my arm, steering me away from the crowd. What happened? Did you and Lyra... She found out? The words taste bitter. About who I really am? Oh. Alaris's grip tightens. I take it she didn't react well? She slapped me. She what? My sister's eyes widen. In front of everyone? In my study, My cheek still stings, but it's nothing compared to the ache in my chest. Said she wouldn't have. I glance around, lowering my voice. Been with me if she'd known I was king. Something twists in my gut, an uneasy sensation I can't shake. The hair on the back of my neck stands up. Dex? Alaris touches my arm. What's wrong? I scan the room again, this feeling of dread intensifying. I don't know. Something's not right. She'll come around, Alaris says, squeezing my arm. Just give her time to process everything. I shake my head. You didn't see her face. The way she looked at me. The memory makes my chest tighten. I can't find her. Maybe that's for the best right now. Let her cool off then. What if she left the palace entirely? The thought sends a spike of panic through me. I need to find her. Explain. My king. Captain Rallner's voice cuts through my spiral. He materializes at my side with Tithus close behind, both wearing grim expressions. What is it? I snap, not in the mood for more problems. Rallner glances at the nearby partygoers, then lowers his voice. We've captured another human resistance member. He's provided some interesting information. My jaw clenches. How interesting. Tithus's lips curl into a cruel smile. Very, Your Majesty. Something you'll want to hear immediately. Brother... Alaris starts, but I wave her off. Lead the way. I follow my guards, leaving the music and laughter behind. The sense of unease in my gut only grows stronger with each step we take toward the dungeons.
Chapter 47. Lyrael. I storm through the palace halls, my fingers curled into fists so tight my nails break skin. The beautiful dress he gave me swishes around my legs, mocking me with its luxury. Every lantern, every flower arrangement, every bit of decor screams of the wealth stolen from my people. The king. He's the damn king. My blood boils as I remember his hands on my body, his lips on my neck. I let him touch me. I let him inside me. The thought makes bile rise in my throat. Mum's last words echo in my head. Don't ever let them turn you against your own kind. And what did I do? I spread my legs for their king. A dagger presses against my thigh, hidden beneath the silk. One clean strike through his heart. That's all it will take to end this. To avenge my parents. To free my people. I round another corner, my steps quick and purposeful despite the heeled shoes. The route to his study is burned into my memory. My chest constricts. Stop it, I whisper to myself. He's the enemy. He's always been the enemy. I'm so lost in my rage that I nearly collide with someone as I turn the next corner. Stumbling back, I look up to find Solrin's beady eyes fixed on me, his thin lips curled into that familiar sleazy smile. Well, well. He steps closer, blocking my path. I was hoping I would find you. The stench of wine wafts from his breath. Great, just what I need, a drunk, entitled noble in my way. I heard the king's at the party without you. Solrin's breath reeks of wine as he leans closer. Seems you're free for some entertainment. My heart drops straight into the abyss. Of course Dex is at the party. Of course he's moved on, probably surrounded by those noble women who actually belong in his world. The dagger against my thigh feels heavier. Good, this makes it easier. When I slide the blade between his ribs, I won't feel a thing. Get out of my way. I step to move around him, but his pudgy hand shoots out to grip my arm. Come now, we had such fun last time. His fingers dig more forcefully into my skin, as if his grip will make me change my mind. Let's make another night of it. A harsh laugh escapes my throat. Fun? You mean when I drugged your wine and left you tied to your own bed? I wrench my arm free. Nothing happened between us, you pathetic excuse for nobility. I just needed a place to sleep. His face contorts, cheeks flushing an ugly shade of purple. You what? You heard me. Now screw off before I tell everyone how easily you were subdued by a woman half your size. The wine glass in his hand trembles. You lying wench. What's wrong, Solren? Worried what the other nobles will think when they hear how you passed out before you could get it up. I bare my teeth in what could barely pass for a smile. I wonder how many of them already know. I don't have time to react before Solren's hands are on me. His pudgy fingers dig into my shoulders as he slams me back. My head cracks against the marble wall with a sickening thud. Stars explode behind my eyes as my knees buckle. The floor rushes up to meet me. The impact jars through my bones, sending fresh waves of dizziness washing over me. The elaborate dress tangles around my legs as I try to orient myself. Not so clever now, are you? Solren's voice comes from somewhere above. Through blurred vision, I see him fumbling with the fastenings of his trousers. My stomach lurches as his sweaty hands push up my skirts. The silk rustles against my skin as he paws at the fabric. Wine-soured breath washes over my face as he leans closer. Get your hands off. The words slur in my mouth. Everything's spinning, spinning, spinning. Shut up. His knee presses between my thighs as he struggles with the layers of fabric, eventually ripping it open out of impatience. You'll give me what I want, one way or another. I try to focus, to fight back, but my limbs feel like lead. The dagger strapped to my thigh seems miles away. Black spots dance at the edges of my vision as his fingers move against my body. The world snaps back into focus. Through the pounding in my head, one thought crystallizes. My dagger. As Solren fumbles with my skirts, I slide my hand beneath the torn silk. My fingers close around the familiar hilt strapped to my thigh. What's wrong? Solren sneers, mistaking my movement for surrender. Finally accepting your place. I let my body go slack, playing into his assumption. Please, I whimper, channeling the scared noble girl he thinks I am. You're hurting me. He laughs, leaning closer. Perfect. In one fluid motion, I drive my knee up between his legs while simultaneously drawing my blade. Solren howls, doubling over. Before he can recover, I roll to my feet, my movements precise despite the heavy skirts. You little... He lunges, arms outstretched. I pivot, letting his momentum carry him past me. The dagger flashes, opening a line across his forearm. Blood spatters the marble floor. Solren roars, charging again. This time I duck under his wild swing, spinning behind him. My blade finds the tender spot beneath his ribs. He yells, the sound echoing off the palace walls. Shut up, I hiss, mimicking his earlier command. The dagger slides deeper. He tries to grab me, but his movements are clumsy, desperate. I dance away from his grasp, my feet moving through the steps of a deadlier dance than any we shared in the ballroom. One final thrust, and it's over. The blade sinks into his heart with perfected precision. His eyes go wide with shock, probably his first genuine emotion. Solren crumples to the floor, blood pooling beneath him. It soaks into my dress, staining the beautiful silk he tore. My hands shake as I stare at them, crimson coating my fingers like macabre gloves. The metallic scent of blood fills my nose, making my stomach roll. The dagger clatters to the marble floor, the sound echoing through the empty hallway. I've killed him. I've actually killed someone. My knees give out and I collapse beside Solren's body. My dress soaks up the growing pool of blood. Training never prepared me for this. They said it would feel righteous, justified. They never mentioned how the light leaves someone's eyes, or the wet gurgle of their final breath. A sob catches in my throat. The walls seem to close in, the elaborate festival decorations becoming a blur of colour. Another wave of nausea hits as I look at Solrin's face, frozen in permanent shock. Footsteps echo down the hall. I should run, hide the body, do something. But I can't move, can't breathe, can't think. Lyra! Dex's voice cuts through the fog in my head. He rounds the corner and freezes, taking in the scene before him. Did Dex? My voice cracks. Tears stream down my face, cutting tracks through the blood I must have smeared there. Help me. I reach for him without thinking, desperate for something solid to anchor me to reality. The same hands that just ended a life, reaching for the man I came here to kill. My parents sold me to the dark market.
I am the avatar of chaos, and nothing will stop me from fulfilling the prophecy.
Looks like you're the only one left. Take a step forward.
It's her. She's the woman from the prophecy. My key to godhood.
This is Delia. Starting price is 3 ducats.
You will wed soon and restore the Enoch family name.
Okay. I'll lower it down even more. 2 ducats. Who wants to buy Delia for 2 ducats?
She is my mate. Destiny has foretold it.
You don't know anything about me, and you want me to marry you?
You're nothing but a human toy to be used and discarded.
Hold on. How about 1 ducat? Does anyone want her?
A gilded cage is still a cage.
6 ducats. 6 ducats for Delia. I'll give you revenge on your parents if you marry me.
Okay, I'll marry you.
Godhood is mine for the taking. Chapter 48. Decarian. I stride out of the conference room, my footsteps echoing off the marble floors. The guard's words replay in my mind, each one a dagger to my chest. They already have a spy here. A human woman. My fists clench at my sides, muscles tensing as the pieces slot together with sickening clarity. The brown hair, the curves unusual for an elf, the way she grabbed my wrist whenever I touched her. Defensive training. She was sent here to find you, Your Highness, and kill you. The chocolate. Her reaction to it wasn't because she'd never had it. Humans can't afford it. The questions about the king. Her rage when she discovered my identity. It all makes perfect sense now. I paused at a window overlooking the gardens where we walked just yesterday. Where she laughed at my jokes and touched my arm and made me feel. I slammed my palm against the windowsill. How could I have been so blind? I'm supposed to be tactical, calculating, always 3 steps ahead. Instead, I let myself get caught up in her smile, in the way she'd roll her eyes at my teasing, in how perfectly she fit against me when we danced. Your parents would be disappointed, Decarian, I muttered to my reflection, letting a pretty face cloud your judgment. But even now, knowing what she is, what she came here to do, I can't stop seeing her face, hearing her laugh, feeling her lips against mine. The memory of this morning in my art room burns through me. My chest aches with an unfamiliar hollowness. Is this what betrayal feels like? Or something worse? I stride through the halls, each step heavier than the last. The marble floors mock me with their pristine shine, reflecting fragments of magical light that dance across my face. My fingers trace the wall, seeking something solid to ground me as my world spins apart. She's here to kill you. The words echo in my skull, a cruel reminder of my own foolishness. But the pieces don't quite fit. In my study, when she discovered who I really was, she had the perfect opportunity. We were alone. My guard was down. Her blade would have found my heart with ease. Instead, she ran. The sound of quiet sobbing breaks through my spiraling thoughts. I follow it around the corner, and the sight before me stops my heart. Lyra kneels in a growing pool of crimson, her beautiful dress, the one I gave her, soaked with blood. Beside her lies Solrin, the nobleman who'd been pursuing her since the first night of the festival. His unseeing eyes stare at the ceiling, a thin line across his throat telling the story of his demise. Dex, her voice cracks. Help me. She lifts her face, tears cutting clean tracks through the blood splattered across her cheeks. Those eyes, the ones that sparkled when she laughed at my jokes, that darkened with desire in my art room, now shine with raw terror. My jaw clenches. The resistance, those cowards, sent this girl to die. Just those they handed over to save their own hide. Just like they'll send the next one and the next, using their own people as pawns while they hide in shadows. But is this another game? Another manipulation? She had the perfect chance to kill me in my study. Instead, she ran. And now here she is, vulnerable, covered in blood, calling for my help. Screw it, I mutter, closing the distance between us. I crouch beside her, careful to avoid the growing puddle of blood. What happened? Her voice cracks. She swallows hard, her bloodied hands trembling. He cornered me. Said he heard you went to the party without me. That I was available. A sob escapes her. He tried to get under my dress. I had to do it. My gaze shifts to Sulrin's body, to the precise cut across his throat. The work of someone trained to kill, but also the desperate act of a woman protecting herself. She stares at her crimson-stained hands. I've never killed anyone. The raw honesty in her voice hits me harder than any blade could, whether she came here to kill me or not. Right now she's just a terrified girl who needs help. I scoop Lyra into my arms, her slight frame practically weightless against my chest. She curls into me, fingers clutching my shirt as tears and blood smear across the expensive fabric. The contrast of her warm body against mine and the cooling blood seeping through our clothes makes my stomach turn. Shh, I murmur, more gentle than I knew I could be. I've got you. Her sobs quiet to hiccups as I stride down the corridor, my boots clicking against marble floors that reflect our macabre image back at us. The magical lights cast strange shadows across her blood-stained dress, the one I picked out for her this morning, when everything still made sense. A guard rounds the corner and freezes, hand instinctively going to his weapon. Your Highness. Clean up the mess in the East Wing, I cut him off. Quietly. If anyone asks, Sulrin left the festival early. Understood? He nods sharply, though his eyes linger on Lyra's bloodied form. I can read the questions in his expression. Why is the king carrying a blood-covered woman through his palace? I draw her closer, shielding her face from view. We must look quite the sight. The king of Velmorin cradling a supposed dark elf noblewoman covered in another noble's blood. The festival guests would certainly have something to gossip about if they saw us now. Lyra's fingers dig deeper into my shirt. I'm sorry, she whispers against my neck. I'm so sorry. I'm not sure what she's apologizing for, killing Sulrin or coming here to kill me.
Chapter 49. Lyrael. The king's chambers are exactly what I'd expect, luxurious beyond measure, with silks and velvets in deep purples and blacks. The bathroom itself is bigger than my entire home in the slums. Dex sets me down on a cushioned bench, and my blood-stained hands leave prints on the expensive fabric. The sound of running water fills the silence as he prepares the basin, steam rising in delicate wisps. Your dress is ruined, he says, his voice softer than I've ever heard it. My fingers curl into the fabric. I'm sorry. I'll get you another. He dips a cloth into the water and kneels before me. The king of Velmorin, on his knees, ready to wash the blood from my hands. His touch is gentle as he takes my right hand, and I watch his face closely. Those sharp violet eyes are focused entirely on his task, his jaw set in concentration. This man, this king, isn't anything like what I was told. Where is the monster who ordered my parents' death? Where is the tyrant who oppresses my people? You're staring, he murmurs, moving to my other hand. The words catch in my throat. How can I tell him that I'm searching for any trace of the villain I was sent to kill? I didn't expect you to be like this. Like what? Helping me. The word slips out before I can stop it. I'm a murderer. His hands still and those violet eyes lift to mine. Did you expect me to be cruel? Yes. That's exactly what I expected, what I was trained to expect. But as I look at him now, all I see is the man who taught me to paint, who made me laugh, who touched me like I was something precious. I've never felt safe with a man before, but Dex is kind, gentle, patient. He's the only man she's never been afraid of, even knowing who he really is. Let me help you out of these clothes, Dex says, his fingers ghosting over the blood-stained fabric. May I? I nod, unable to find my voice. His hands are steady as they work at the laces of my dress, and I shift carefully to keep my remaining daggers from clinking together. Thank the mother. I had the presence of mind to remove most of them earlier today when The dress pools at my feet, and Dex helps me step out of it. Steam rises from the bath, carrying the sweet scent of roses. The petals float on the surface like drops of blood, and my stomach turns. Dex's hand steadies me as I sink into the warm water. It's perfect. Not too hot, not too cold. Just like everything else about him seems to be perfect. The thought makes my chest ache. He starts with my hands, washing away the rest of Solrin's blood with careful, methodical strokes. Neither of us speaks as he works his way up my arms, then my shoulders. When he reaches for my hair, his touch is so gentle that tears spring to my eyes. I've never killed anyone before, I whisper, my voice barely audible over the soft splash of water. Never killed anything, not even a mouse in our grain stores. His hands still for a moment before resuming their rhythm. The first is always the hardest. The casual way he says it reminds me of who he is, what he is. A king who's probably ordered countless deaths, my parents' deaths. But his fingers are so tender as they work through my hair, and I can't reconcile this man with the monster I was sent to kill. Tears well up in my eyes as Dex's fingers work through my hair with impossible gentleness. My shoulders shake, and I can't hold back the sobs any longer. His touch is so tender, so unlike anything I've ever known, that it breaks something inside me. The careful way he untangles each knot, as if I'm something precious rather than the weapon I was meant to be, makes my chest ache with an unfamiliar warmth. Shh, he murmurs, helping me stand. Water cascades down my body as he wraps a plush robe around my shoulders. The fabric is softer than anything I've ever felt, and I clutch it close as he lifts me into his arms. The silk clings to my damp skin, and I find myself curling into his chest, seeking comfort from the very man I was sent to destroy. His heartbeat thrums steady and strong against my ear, a rhythm that somehow makes my own racing pulse begin to slow. The world spins a little as he carries me to his bed. The mattress dips beneath me, and I sink into sheets that smell like him. My fingers twist in the fabric as panic grips my chest. Am I going to be in trouble? My voice cracks, betraying the fear that's clawing at my insides. The memory of Solrin's body, lifeless and cold on the marble floor, flashes through my mind. Are they going to lock me up? His eyes meet mine as he brushes wet strands of hair from my face. The touch sends shivers down my spine, and I hate how my body responds to his gentleness, how desperately I want to lean into that careful caress. Number, not as long as I'm here. My breath catches at the conviction in his voice. He means it. The King of Velmorin is promising to protect me. I don't miss the irony. Here I am, an assassin sent to end his life, and instead, He's become my shield. The thought makes my chest ache with a guilt so profound it threatens to suffocate me. I need to clean up, he says softly. Just close your eyes and rest. I want to protest, to beg him not to leave, but exhaustion weighs heavy on my limbs. My eyes drift shut as his footsteps fade away, and I'm left alone with the ghost of his touch on my skin.
Chapter 50. Decarian. A sharp gasp pierces through my sleep, followed by ragged breathing and soft whimpers. My eyes snap open to find Lyra trembling beside me, her fingers clutching the silk sheets. Moonlight streams through the windows, casting shadows across her tear-stained face. Lyra. I reach for her, and she flinches. You're safe. I'm here. I keep seeing his face, she whispers, her voice breaking. The way he looked when the knife... Her shoulders shake with silent sobs. I don't want this anymore, Dex. I don't want to kill. I'm so tired of being angry, of being sad all the time. I pull her into my arms, and this time she doesn't resist. Her skin burns against mine as I stroke her hair, feeling her tears dampen my chest. Then don't. What? You don't have to kill anyone. You don't have to be angry. I cup her face, thumb brushing away a tear. Choose your own path. It's not that simple. It is. The knowledge of who she really is, why she's here, burns in my chest alongside the ache to protect her, to keep her. You're not a weapon, Lyra. You're not anyone's tool, but your own. Her breath hitches as I lean down, capturing her lips with mine. She tastes of salt and something sweeter, something uniquely her. My fingers tangle in her hair as she melts against me, and I know I should push her away, should guard myself against this assassin sent to kill me. But the way she trembles in my arms, the soft sound she makes as I deepen the kiss, I can't let her go. Not now. Maybe not ever. My heart pounds against Lyrael's as I roll on top of her, my body acting on pure, unadulterated instinct. The silk sheets pool around our waists, cool against my skin. I'd slipped into nothing but my underwear after the bath, the fabric straining against my arousal. Her eyes, wide and luminous in the dim light, search mine for a moment's hesitation, but they find none. Dex, she breathes out my name like a prayer, her hands exploring the contours of my chest, her touch igniting a trail of fire wherever she roams. I grind against her, a low growl escaping my throat as I feel her heat through the thin barrier between us. You're so perfect, I declare, my voice rough with desire. Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprotheka.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the Worlds of Protheka are waiting for you.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable.
For a moment, we lie there, breathless and sated, the only sound the erratic beating of our hearts. But as the world slowly comes back into focus, I find myself unable to let this moment pass without confronting the truth that's been hanging between us. With trembling hands, I reach up and gently remove the elven ear jewelry that's been a constant fixture on Lyra's ears since I met her. She stiffens, her eyes wide with panic as her hands fly up to cover the rounded tips of her ears, the unmistakable sign of her humanity. Dex, I press a finger to her lips, silencing her. Shh. It's all right, Lyra. I know you're human, I confess, holding her gaze, letting her see the truth in my eyes. And I know you were sent here to kill me.
Chapter 51. Lyriel. The hidden blade from beneath my pillow presses against his throat, cold steel against warm flesh. My hand trembles as I hold it there, my heart thundering in my chest. The intimate closeness we shared moments ago shatters like glass around us. How long have you known? I demand, my voice wavering despite my attempt to sound fierce. Dex lies beneath me, completely still. His eyes meet mine with that same gentle expression he's worn since the day we met. No fear, no anger, just that infuriating calmness that makes my chest ache. Does it matter? He asks softly. Yes. My mind screams. Yes, it matters. The dagger shakes against his skin as questions flood my thoughts. Was every moment a lie? Every laugh, every touch, every kiss? Was it all just a game to him? Did he know from the start what I was, who I was, and simply play along until he could expose me? Or worse, was he genuine? Did he know what I was meant to do and chose to be kind anyway? The thought makes me sick. My stomach churns as I remember how he held me after I killed Solrin, how he washed the blood from my hands with such tenderness. If he knew then what I was sent here to do. Answer me, I whisper. But the words come out more like a plea than a command. The blade starts to slip in my sweaty grip. Why? His hand comes up slowly, fingers wrapping around my wrist, not forcing the blade away, just holding. What difference would it make to know when I discovered the truth about you? Because it just does. But I can't bring myself to tell him. I know you won't do it, Dex says, his voice maddeningly calm. My blood boils. The blade trembles against his throat, not from fear now, but from rage. You don't know anything about me. I know enough. His fingers trace up my arm, sending unwanted shivers through my body. I know you're not a killer. I killed Solrin. To protect yourself. This is different. I will kill you. I'm not afraid of you. His eyes pierce into mine. I don't believe you. Shut up! I slam my fist into his jaw, satisfaction coursing through me when his head snaps to the side. But he moves faster than I expect, catching my wrist and rolling us. The blade goes flying as we tumble across silk sheets. I twist my body, using his momentum against him, and flip us back over. His grunt of surprise makes me smirk. Not bad for a human, he says, blood trickling from his split lip. I pin his arms above his head. I trained for 8 years for this moment. He bucks his hips, trying to throw me off, but I lock my thighs around his waist. Years of practice let me anticipate his next move, a roll to the left. I counter it, keeping him trapped beneath me. Impressive, he says, breathing hard. But you're still holding back. I'm not. He surges upward, catching me off guard. I slide down his chest, but recover quickly, wrapping my legs around his torso and using my weight to drag him back down. We grapple across the mattress, a deadly dance of limbs and leverage. I may be stronger than the average human, but he has centuries of combat experience. Still, I match him move for move, counter for counter. When he reaches for my throat, I slip under his arm. When he tries to pin me, I twist free. The blade glints in the moonlight streaming through his windows. I lunge for it, rolling across silk sheets and snatching the hilt. Dex follows, his body coiling like a spring as he moves to intercept. We clash again, but this time with deadly intent. The knife becomes an extension of my arm as I weave and strike. He blocks each thrust with precise movements, but I match his speed. My training shows, quick jabs followed by feints, using my smaller frame to slip past his defences. Not bad for someone who claims they're not a killer. He taunts, deflecting another strike. I spin away from his grasp, the blade whistling through air. Shut up and fight back. Our bodies tangle as we grapple for control of the knife. His fingers wrap around my wrist, trying to force the blade away. I counter by hooking my leg behind his knee, threatening to topple us both. The sharp edge catches my palm as we struggle. Pain flares hot and bright, blood welling up instantly. The knife clatters to the floor. Dex freezes. All pretense of fighting vanishes as he grabs my hand, examining the cut with careful fingers. Let me see. I try to pull away, but he holds firm, his touch impossibly gentle compared to moments ago. Without hesitation, he tears a strip from his silk sheets and begins wrapping my palm. Why would you do that? I whisper in utter disbelief. His fingers still against my skin, but he doesn't answer. He just continues binding the wound with careful precision, as if I hadn't just tried to kill him moments ago. I stare at his fingers as they finish tying off the makeshift bandage, my mind struggling to process his gentleness. The same hands that blocked my killing strikes now tend to my wound with impossible care. Why? The question tumbles from my lips before I can stop it. Why what? His thumb brushes over my palm, checking the tightness of the binding. Why are you helping me? I pull my hand back, cradling it against my chest. I just tried to kill you. Tried being the operative word. His lips quirk up slightly. Rather poorly, I might add. I had you pinned. Did you? He leans back against the headboard, completely at ease despite the weapons I know are still hidden around his bed. Because from where I was lying, you seemed more interested in fighting than killing. Heat floods my cheeks. That's not... If you're so determined to end my life, he interrupts, violet eyes fixing on mine, at least tell me why. The question hits like a physical blow. Why? As if he doesn't know what his kind has done to mine, as if he hasn't spent centuries watching humans suffer under Dark Elf rule. But when I open my mouth to tell him exactly why, the words stick in my throat. Because this is Dex, the man who spent hours teaching me to paint, who danced with me under festival lights, who washed blood from my hands when I needed him most. Number, he's not just Dex, he's King Decarian, the man responsible for every injustice my people face, isn't he?
Chapter 52. Decarian. I listen as Lyra's tears fall onto my silk sheets, each drop a thunderous accusation in the quiet of my chambers. Her fingers trace the bandage I wrapped around her palm with an almost obsessive focus, following the neat edges I'd carefully secured. And she won't meet my eyes no matter how long I wait. They wanted better for me, she whispers, her voice cracking on the words. A world where humans weren't treated like animals. The last word comes out bitter, like poison on her tongue. My chest tightens until I can barely breathe. I've heard these words before from other resistance members we've captured and questioned. But never like this. Never with such raw pain that makes me want to reach out and comfort her. Never from a woman I've come to care for. Naked, trapped between me and my bed. Vulnerable in ways that go far beyond her state of undress. Tell me, I say softly, fighting to keep my voice steady despite the turmoil churning inside me. They joined the resistance when I was young. Said they couldn't stand by while their daughter grew up in a world where she'd be... She swallows hard. Property. The word hangs between us like a physical barrier, heavy with accusation. I reach for her hand, but she pulls away, jerking back as if my touch would burn her. The rejection stings more than it should, more than I'd ever admit to anyone else. My fingers curl into empty air, and I let my hand drop back to my side, trying to ignore how the small gesture of refusal tears at something deep within my chest. They wanted me to have choices, Lyra continues, her voice hollow. To be more than just... breeding stock or a servant or... She trails off, and I watch her shoulders curl inward, making herself smaller. So they joined the resistance. My stomach drops. The palace guards came at dawn. Her fingers twist in the sheets. I was hiding in the cellar like they taught me. I heard everything. The moonlight streaming through my window catches the tears on her cheeks. I want to wipe them away, but I don't dare move. They strung up their bodies in the town square. Her voice cracks. Left them there for days as a warning. I was 15. 8 years, and the image is as fresh as the first day. The air leaves my lungs. 8 years ago, the resistance, the punishments, but that doesn't matter. Not to her, not to the girl who lost everything. My mother's last words to me were, "Don't let them turn you against your own kind." She lets out a bitter laugh, and here I am, in the king's bed. I let the silence stretch between us, giving her the space to speak. My chest aches with each tear that slides down her cheeks, but I force myself to remain still, to listen. Is the search for justice, for equality, for what's right? Lyra's voice breaks, her fingers twisting in my torn sheets. Is it really punishable by mutilation? The question hangs in the air like smoke, choking me with its weight. I think of the reports I'd read, the bodies I'd ordered taken down. The resistance took me in, she continues, her voice dropping to barely a whisper. They said they could help me honor my parents' sacrifice, that I could finish what they started. Her words drip with pain. My fingers dig into my thigh as I resist reaching for her again. The mother's festival lanterns cast dancing shadows across her face, highlighting the strength in her jaw, the determination that drew me to her from the start. Even now, broken and vulnerable in my chambers, she maintains that fierce dignity that first caught my attention across a crowded ballroom. The glow from the lanterns reminds me of my own mother's warnings about humans, warnings I'd chosen to ignore the moment I saw past Lyra's carefully constructed facade. 8 years of training. Her laugh is hollow, empty. 8 years of learning to kill, to seduce, to lie, and the dance of petals. She gestures at the flower arrangements visible through my chamber windows. When else would the palace gates be thrown wide open? When else would a human girl in dark elf paint be overlooked among the crowds? I watch as she unconsciously touches the bandage on her palm, and my heart twists. They'd groomed her, shaped her into their perfect weapon, and I'd fallen for her, anyway. I listen to her story, but something nags at the back of my mind. The timing, the guard. It can't be coincidence. It isn't. The deaths. The meeting with the resistance. 8 years isn't very long. I still remember every detail. I have to kill you now. You know too much. Lyra's fingers tighten around the dagger she retrieved from somewhere in my sheets, her knuckles going pale with the force of her grip. The blade gleams dully in the darkness of my chambers. The moonlight catches the tears still glistening on her cheeks, making them shine like diamonds against her ash-stained skin, and I reach up to brush one away. She flinches but doesn't stop me, though I can feel the slight tremor that runs through her body at my touch. Even now, knowing what she is, what she came here to do, I can't help but want to comfort her. You can kill me, if you really have to. I trace my thumb along her jawline. But then, you'll never know the truth.
Chapter 53, Lyrael. The truth? What are you talking about? I press the blade harder against his throat, but my hand trembles. The cold metal catches the dim light filtering through the gauzy curtains, and I can see a thin line of red where it meets his skin. Dex looks up at me with an expression that makes my stomach turn. Pity. I hate pity. The silk sheets beneath us rustle as I shift my weight, painfully aware of my nakedness, of the intimacy we just shared. The heat of his body still lingers on my skin, making this moment even more unbearable. 8 years ago, the Resistance took action against the Dark Elves. His voice is soft, careful, like he's trying to soothe a wild animal. It only makes me angrier. I scoff, rolling my eyes. I know that. I was there. Well, not there, but I remember the aftermath. And in response, you murdered my parents. The words taste bitter in my mouth, memories of crying and screams threatening to overwhelm me. My fingers tighten around the dagger's hilt, seeking comfort in its familiar grip. I flinch when Dex reaches up, his fingers brushing against my ear as he tucks a damp strand of hair behind it. The gentle touch sends an unwanted shiver down my spine, and I hate how my body betrays me, leaning into his warmth even as my mind screams to pull away. His eyes search mine, filled with an intensity that makes my chest ache. But do you know what they did? My grip on the dagger wavers, uncertainty creeping in like poison. The weight of the blade feels heavier now, my palms sweaty against the ornate hilt. What? The resistance. Do you know what action they took? His words carry a weight I don't understand, and something in his tone makes my stomach clench with dread. I shake my head slowly, realizing I never asked, never questioned. The resistance had always told me it was a peaceful protest gone wrong, that the Dark Elves had attacked first. But now, here with my dagger trained on Dex, doubt gnaws at my certainty like a festering wound. All these years of blind faith, of accepting their version of events without ever demanding proof. The words I'd been fed since childhood suddenly taste bitter on my tongue. They created an explosion, Dex says softly, his violet eyes never leaving mine. Outside a schoolhouse, full of children. The words hit me in the stomach. A nauseous sensation lurches and I nearly drop the blade. You're lying! The accusation comes out as a whisper, then builds to a shout. You're lying! But even as I say it, doubt creeps in. Why wouldn't they tell me what happened? Why were the details always so vague? You're trying to trick me, I spit out, pressing the blade harder against his throat. Making up stories to save yourself. Dex remains motionless beneath my blade, his violet eyes steady. 23 children died that day. 42 more were injured, some permanently disabled. Burns, missing limbs. His voice catches. The youngest was 4. The dagger shakes in my grip. Stop it. One little girl lost both her legs. Another boy, his face was... I said stop. The blade nicks his skin, a bead of blood welling up. The entire kingdom was in an uproar. Even the lowest castes were calling for justice. Children, Lyra. They targeted children. My chest heaves as memories flash through my mind. Snippets of conversations I'd overheard at resistance meetings, whispered words that never quite made sense. The way they'd change the subject whenever I asked about specific details of that day. You're trying to manipulate me. The words come out hoarse, desperate. The resistance wouldn't... They fight for freedom, for equality. By murdering innocent children. His tone isn't accusatory. If anything, he sounds sad. Is that the kind of freedom they taught you to fight for? The dagger clatters to the silk sheets as my hands begin to shake uncontrollably. No, you're wrong. They wouldn't. But even as I say it, doubt gnaws at my insides. All those times they'd told me the Dark Elves struck first, that they'd had no choice but to fight back. Had they been lying all along? Why didn't they tell me? The question slips out before I can stop it. Because they needed you angry. They needed you to hate us enough to kill. I shake my head, but he keeps going. So I called a meeting with the head of the resistance, Dex says, his fingers trailing down my bare arm. The touch sends conflicting signals through my body, comfort and revulsion battling for dominance. I wanted answers. My throat tightens. When? 8 years ago, right after the explosion. He shifts beneath me, but makes no move to push me away despite the blade I held to his throat moments ago. The leader was pragmatic. He offered a deal. The silk sheets rustle as I pull away from his touch, wrapping them around my body like armor. What kind of deal? He would give up the ones responsible for the bombing. In exchange, the rest of the humans in the slums would be spared from punishment. Dex's violet eyes search my face, including himself, of course. My fingers dig into the silk. And he gave us 5 names. Dex's voice grows quiet, almost gentle. 2 men, a married couple. Something cold settles in my stomach, the way he's looking at me, and their daughter.
Chapter 54. Decarian. The light from the windows casts shadows across Lyra's face as she processes what I've told her. Her lips part, close, part again, but no sound comes out. The dagger slips from her fingers, landing on the silk sheets with a soft thud. No, her voice breaks. You're lying. I wish I was... My chest aches at the devastation in her eyes. 8 years ago, when Alaris came to me about sparing the child named in the Resistance's deal, I never imagined that child would end up in my bed. They wouldn't... Lyra's shoulders shake. They raised me. They took care of me after my parents. After they sacrificed your parents to save themselves. The words taste bitter on my tongue. They gave up your family to protect their own involvement. Lyra's face crumples, tears spilling down her cheeks. She wraps her arms around herself, as if trying to hold the pieces together. Stop! I wanted to execute everyone involved. I reach for her, but she jerks away. Alaris reminded me that killing a child for the crimes of killing children would make us no better than them, so we spared you. I don't believe you. But her voice wavers, uncertainty creeping in. You were just a child. I try again to touch her, and this time she lets me brush my thumb across her tear-stained cheek. They took you in, raised you as their own, turned your grief into a weapon they could point at me, and now here you are. Lyra launches herself at me with a feral scream, her fists connecting with my chest. I let her hit me, each blow carrying the weight of her shattered world. Liar! Her voice cracks. You're lying. Another punch lands on my shoulder. Her knuckles are white, trembling. I catch a glimpse of her face, tears streaming down her cheeks, mouth twisted in anguish. She's beautiful even in her rage, even as she tries to break me. They wouldn't. Her words dissolve into sobs as she pounds against my chest. They loved me. They took care of me. My hands stay at my sides. She needs this. Needs to let it out before the truth can sink in. You're just like them. Her palm strikes my cheek. The sting spreads across my face, trying to turn me against my own people. Her next blow catches my jaw. I taste blood where my teeth cut into my cheek. Still, I don't stop her. They were all I had. Her strikes grow weaker, more desperate. She collapses against my chest, fingers digging into my skin, her whole body trembling with the force of her sobs. For a moment, I think the storm has passed, until she spots the dagger on the sheets, its polished steel glinting in the dim light like an accusation. In one fluid motion, she snatches it up and straddles me again, pressing the blade to my throat with the practiced precision of an assassin. I feel the sharp sting as it breaks skin, warm blood trickling down my neck. Despite the threat, I remain still, knowing any sudden movement could force her hand, or worse, shatter what little trust remains between us. Tell me you're lying. Her voice is barely a whisper, broken and raw. Please. It's okay. My voice is soft as I reach up to touch her trembling hand on the dagger. You can do it. If my death takes away even a fraction of your pain, that's something I'm willing to die for. Her eyes widen, glistening with fresh tears. The blade presses deeper into my skin, but I don't flinch. I faced death before, but never has it looked so beautiful. Stop it! Her grip tightens on the dagger. Stop being kind to me. I can't. A sad smile tugs at my lips. Not when they've been so cruel to you. Shut up! The dagger shakes against my throat. You don't know anything about them. I know they took your parents' sacrifice and twisted it into a weapon. My thumb strokes the inside of her wrist. I know they fed you lies with their bread, poisoned you with hatred while claiming to love you. No. Her voice cracks. They raised you to be their perfect weapon, Lyra. My free hand cups her cheek, catching her tears. But you're so much more than that. And you can kill me. Do whatever you need. She is worth dying for. Worth living for. Worth changing everything for. The blade bites deeper into my skin. Warm blood trickling down my neck. Her tears splash against my chest, each one a dagger to my heart. The physical pain is nothing compared to watching her world shatter. I hate you, she whispers, but her voice breaks on the last word. I know. My thumb traces circles on her wrist, still holding the dagger. Her body trembles against mine, chest heaving with ragged breaths. The morning light catches in her tears, turning them to diamonds on her cheeks. My free hand cups her face and she leans into the touch even as she presses the blade harder. More blood seeps from the wound. The metallic scent fills the air between us. Then something in her breaks. Her shoulders slump and a sound tears from her throat. Part scream, part sob. The dagger slips from my neck as she falls back, her whole body shaking with the force of her grief. They lied. The words come out raw, broken. Everything was a lie. Before I can reach for her, she raises the dagger again. But this time, she turns the blade toward herself, and a terror I've never felt in my entire existence floods me entirely.
Chapter 55. Lyrael. The blade trembles in my hands as I turn it toward myself. My whole life has been a lie. Everything I believed in, everyone I trusted, they used me. They murdered my parents and then twisted me into their weapon. I want it to stop. I sob, gripping the dagger with both hands. Make it stop. Lyra, don't! Dex lunges for me, but I twist away, my training kicking in even now. His fingers catch my wrist, and I struggle against his grip. The knife shakes between us as he tries to pry it from my hands. My chest heaves with broken sobs that tear through my body. Let me do it! I scream, thrashing against him. They killed them! They killed my parents and made me. I know, Dex says through gritted teeth. His arms wrap around me from behind, trying to control my movements. But this isn't the answer. I slam my head back, catching him in the chin. He grunts but doesn't let go. The dagger inches closer to my skin as we wrestle for control. Please, I beg, my voice breaking. Please just let me die. No! The raw anguish in his voice makes me falter. His fingers finally wrench the blade from my grasp, and he hurls it across the room. It clatters against the wall as he pulls me against his chest. I want to die, I wail, my body going limp in his arms. Please, let me die. I can't live with this. Dex's weight pins me to the mattress, his breath heavy against my neck as he keeps my arms locked behind my back. The silk sheets beneath my cheek are damp with tears I didn't realise I was still shedding. I'm a criminal, I whisper, my voice hoarse from screaming. I killed a man tonight. I tried to kill you. Just let me die. No. His grip tightens on my wrists. I told you no harm would come to you as long as I'm here. I meant it. The gentleness in his voice makes me want to scream again. How can he be so kind when I've done nothing but lie to him? When I was sent here to murder him? My chest constricts as another horrible thought surfaces. Is it true? The words catch in my throat. Did they murder children? His hold on my wrists loosens slightly, but he doesn't let go. The silence stretches between us like a physical thing, heavy and suffocating. I'm so sorry, Lyra. His voice cracks. I wish the truth was kinder. The sorrow crystallizes inside me, hardening into something sharp and jagged. My tears dry on my cheeks as a different kind of heat builds in my chest. 8 years. 8 years of training, of dedication, of believing I was fighting for justice, for my parents. My fingers curl into fists against the silk sheets. The resistance, my family, my mentors, my supposed protectors, they were the ones who betrayed my parents. They sacrificed them to save their own worthless skins. Then they took me in, shaped me into their perfect little weapon, and aimed me at their enemy. The memory of Corwin's kiss through the garden fence makes bile rise in my throat. How many times had he looked me in the eye and lied? How many times had he held me while I cried about my parents, knowing the truth all along? My whole life has been nothing but a series of lies stacked on top of each other. Every memory feels tainted now, corrupted by this new knowledge. The resistance members who trained me, who praised my progress, they weren't preparing me for revenge, they were grooming me for their own agenda. Even my grief wasn't truly mine. They twisted that too, warping it into hatred for the wrong people. The rage builds higher, hotter, consuming the last remnants of my despair. These people who claimed to fight for human rights murdered children. They turned me into a killer. They made me believe I was honouring my parents' memory when really I was just continuing their legacy of violence. A cold clarity washes over me. I've been living as someone else's puppet, dancing to strings pulled by murderers and liars. But now those strings are cut, and for the first time I can see everything clearly. I shove against Dex's chest, breaking free from his grip. My bare feet hit the cold marble floor as I scan the room. "What are you doing?" Dex's voice carries that edge of authority he probably uses on his subjects. I ignore him, yanking open his wardrobe. The silk and velvet beneath my fingers would have once made me sick with envy. Now I just need something practical. My fingers find a simple black tunic and pants. Lyra. His hand catches my shoulder. Stop. I whirl around, meeting his violet eyes. They spent 8 years training me to be the perfect weapon. The clothes clutch against my chest like a shield. 8 years teaching me how to kill without leaving a trace. You're not thinking clearly. I shove him with my hands, and he stumbles back, landing on the bed. I'm thinking clearer than I have in my entire life, I snap back. They train me to be an assassin. Fine, I'll do what they made me to do. I'm going to kill.
Chapter 56. Decarian. I grab Lyra's wrist as she tries to storm past me, pulling her back. Her body tenses, coiled like a spring ready to snap. The assassin training is evident in every line of her body, but I'm not letting her go. Not like this. No, you aren't going to stop me. Her voice carries steel, but I hear the tremor underneath. You're right. I don't want to stop you. I slide my hand from her wrist to her fingers, gentle but firm. But it's late, and I just destroyed your world. Sleep. Please. The moonlight streaming through my windows catches the tears still clinging to her lashes. She lets out a long breath, shoulders dropping as the fight drains from her. I guide her back to the bed, and she doesn't resist when I pull her down beside me. You didn't destroy my world, she whispers, curling into my chest. Her fingers trace the cut she left on my throat. You took the veil off. I wrap my arms around her, breathing in the scent of rose water from her bath. The sheet rustles as she shifts closer, and I feel the wetness of fresh tears against my skin. My chest aches with an unfamiliar tightness. In 2 centuries, I've never felt this protective urge over anyone except Alaris. I trace patterns on Lyra's back, knowing my next words will hurt her. The humans in Velmorin, they aren't treated fairly. You're right about that. She stiffens against me. But it's the way things have always been. The natural order. Natural order? She pushes up on her elbow, eyes flashing in the darkness. There's nothing natural about slavery and abuse. My fingers still on her spine. Not all humans are like you, Lyra. So, you think I'm worth less than you? The words cut through the air between us. I cup her face, thumb brushing her cheek. No. You've shown me that I was wrong about some things, about you, but not about all humans. Her jaw tightens under my palm. I can't change centuries of beliefs in a week. She pulls away from my touch. I don't want to talk about it anymore. Okay. I draw her back against my chest, and she doesn't resist. Her breathing eventually steadies, fingers loosening their grip on my shirt as sleep claims her. I wake to rustling fabric and the soft pad of bare feet on marble. Through half-lidded eyes, I watch Lyra rifle through my wardrobe, her movements precise and calculated even in her grief. The morning sun catches her skin, still bearing traces of the ash she used to darken it. She pulls out one of my white tunics, the fabric catching the light as she slips it over her head. The sight of her in my clothes stirs something primal in my chest. She finds a pair of my riding trousers next, rolling the waistband to make them fit her smaller frame. Her fingers work deftly at the tunic's laces, cinching the fabric to hug her curves. The assassin's grace shows in every movement as she bends to retrieve the knife from where I threw it last night. The blade catches the sunlight, a flash of silver before she tucks it into her waistband. My heart clenches, remembering how close that blade came to ending both our lives. The thought of losing her like that makes me sick. I slide out of bed and grab Lyra by my tunic she's wearing, tugging her against me. She doesn't resist when I wrap my arms around her, but her body remains rigid with tension. What are you going to do? Kill them. Her voice is cold, detached. It sends a chill down my spine, not because I fear what she might do, but because I recognize that tone. I've heard it in my own voice when delivering death sentences. But what's your plan? I run my fingers through her hair, still slightly damp from last night's bath. The silk of it catches on my calluses. She doesn't respond. Her fingers dig into my leg, and I feel her breath hitch. The knife at her waist presses between us, a cold reminder of what she's capable of. Lyra! Don't try to stop me. I pull the collar of my tunic back from her shoulder, pressing my lips to the warm skin beneath. Her pulse jumps under my touch. Let me help. Why would you want to help the woman sent to kill you? Her voice wavers, caught between suspicion and something softer. My fingers trace the line of her collarbone, feeling the tension in her muscles. Because you couldn't kill me, I murmur against her skin. As much as I find myself unable to harm you. She turns in my arms, searching my face. The morning light catches the gold flecks in her eyes, something I've never seen in an elf. You're the king. You can't just, help me murder your subjects. I'm the king, I agree, tucking a strand of hair behind her human ear. Which means I have resources, information, guards who won't question my orders. I cup her face, thumb brushing her cheek. And most importantly, I know how to make it look legal. Her breath catches. You do that? For me? I do a lot of things for you. I lean down and kiss her neck. Besides, they betrayed the crown when they bombed those children. Justice was never fully served. She looks at me from under her lashes. Thank you, Dex. Damn it. I might burn the whole city for her to look at me like that again.
Chapter 57, Lirael. The marble floor chills my bare feet as we walk through the halls. Dex's hand is warm in mine, his thumb tracing circles against my skin. Every guard we pass bows their head, and I wonder how many of them know what I am, what I came here to do. "You're thinking too loud," Dex murmurs, pulling me closer. "Sorry." The word comes out hollow, empty, just like I feel. I don't know what to think anymore. He stops walking, turning to face me. His violet eyes search mine, and I hate how they make my chest ache. "Then don't think, just be here, with me." His fingers brush against my cheek, and I lean into his touch without meaning to. The gentleness in his actions still surprises me. Everything I was taught about Dark Elves, about him specifically, was wrong. So wrong. "I can try," I whisper. His lips quirk up. "That's all I ask." We continue walking, and I can still feel where his lips pressed against my neck before we left his chambers. The memory sends a shiver down my spine that has nothing to do with my bare feet on cold marble. "Cold?" Dex asks, misreading my reaction. "No." I squeeze his hand. "Just processing." "Take all the time you need." He pauses at the dining hall doors. "Ready?" I nod, though I'm not sure I'll ever be ready for anything again. The world I knew shattered last night, leaving me raw and exposed. But Dex's hand in mine anchors me to this moment, keeping the pieces of me from scattering completely. The dining hall falls into a hush as we enter, the clink of silverware stuttering to silence. Several nobles sit frozen, their morning meals forgotten as they stare at me wearing the king's clothes. A servant drops a pitcher, the crash echoing through the room. Ilaris sits at her usual spot, her violet eyes wide as saucers, as Dex guides me to the chair across from her. His fingers brush my lower back as he pulls out my chair, the touch sending sparks through my borrowed shirt. I sink into the plush velvet, hyper-aware of every eye in the room. The whispers start immediately, a steady hiss of speculation that makes my skin prickle. But Dex's presence beside me, so casual and certain, steadies my nerves. A smile tugs at my lips as I turn to him. "Aren't you supposed to sit at the head of the table, Your Highness?" He leans in close, his breath warm against my ear. "When I'm with you, I'm no more a king than you are an assassin." A laugh bubbles up from my chest, surprising even me with how genuine it sounds. His words shouldn't be funny. They're both painfully true and completely false. Yet something about the absurdity of it all, of sitting here in his clothes while wearing a knife against my hip, makes me laugh. Ilaris sets her fork down with a clatter. "What in the abyss did I miss?" Her violet eyes dart between me and Dex. "And why are you dressed like a man?" I tug at the white tunic self-consciously. The silk feels too fine against my skin, a constant reminder that I'm wearing the king's clothes. My fingers brush over where I know the knife is hidden beneath the fabric. "The dress was ruined," Dex says simply, buttering a piece of bread like this is the most normal breakfast in the world. "Did you finally kiss and make up, brother?" Ilaris teases, but there's an edge to her voice. She knows something isn't right. Dex's hand finds mine under the table. Something like that. His thumb traces over the bandage wrapped around my palm, and I fight back a shiver at the gentle touch. The cut from our struggle feels like it happened years ago instead of hours. "You're both being weird," Ilaris declares, pointing her fork at us accusingly. "What aren't you telling me?" "Eat your breakfast, sister," Dex says, his tone leaving no room for argument. Ilaris narrows her eyes at me over her teacup. "My brother probably shredded your dress without the decency of having something ready for you to wear this morning." My cheeks burn at her implication. "The dress was just ruined. Yes, I heard." She sets her cup down with a decisive clink. "We'll go shopping in my closet after breakfast." "That's really not necessary." "Of course it is. You can't keep wearing Dex's clothes." She gestures at my borrowed attire with her fork, though I must say, you make them look better than he does. Dex chokes on his wine. I resent that. You can't walk around the palace dressed like that, Ilaris continues, ignoring him. People will talk. Let them talk, I mutter, but she's already planning outfits in her head. The green silk would look lovely with your colouring. Oh, and that purple gown from last season. Ilaris. I won't hear any arguments. She points her fork at me threateningly. You're coming with me after breakfast. I look to Dex for help, but he just smirks. It's a good idea, actually. It'll give me time to arrange some things. Why can't I come with you? I ask, pushing away my barely touched breakfast. The knife at my hip feels heavier with each passing moment. Dex's smirk fades, his expression turning serious. His fingers tighten around mine under the table. You know why, Lyra? The words he doesn't say hang between us, because I'm human, because even though I'm sitting here wearing his clothes, eating at his table, I'm still less than nothing to everyone else in this room. The whispers around us grow louder, and I catch fragments of their speculation about the king's new pet. I sigh, resigned to my fate. Fine, but don't expect me to enjoy playing dress-up while you're off being important. Oh, we'll have fun, Ilaris chirps, either oblivious to the tension or choosing to ignore it. I have so many dresses that would look absolutely divine on you.
Chapter 58. Decarian. I pull Lyra close, savoring the warmth of her body against mine. Her borrowed clothes smell like my soap, and something about that sends a possessive thrill through me. The dining hall doors stand closed behind us while Ilaris taps her foot with theatrical impatience. I'll make the arrangements. I brush my thumb across her knuckles. I have to take care of last night's events as well. Lyra's eyes dart away, her shoulders tensing. You won't tell anyone. A laugh escapes me, deep and genuine. I draw her closer, tilting her chin up with my fingers. Her breath catches as I capture her lips with mine, tasting the lingering sweetness of breakfast wine. When I pull back, her eyes remain closed for a heartbeat longer. I know this may seem ironic to you, but you can trust me. My voice drops lower, meant only for her ears. Of all the people you've met, you can trust that I won't betray you. For Mother's sake, Ilaris groans. Are you two quite finished? Some of us have shopping to do. Lyra's cheeks flush pink, but there's a ghost of a smile playing at her lips. I press one final kiss to her hand before releasing her. Go. Let my sister dress you up like her personal doll. I shoot Ilaris a warning look. Within reason. When am I not reasonable? Ilaris says with feigned innocence. Would you like that list alphabetically or chronologically? Alara snorts, crossing her arms. The sound pulls my attention from Lyra's uncertain expression. "Trust me," I say, turning back to catch Lyra's gaze. Those eyes of hers, dark and mesmerizing, hold so much pain and betrayal. Yet beneath it all, I see a flicker of something else. Hope, perhaps. Or maybe it's the same magnetic pull I feel whenever she's near. My chest tightens as I study her face. The mother's blessing. It has to be. Nothing else could explain this overwhelming need to protect her, to keep her close, to make her smile, to erase every hurt she's ever endured. Her fingers fidget with the hem of my borrowed tunic, and the gesture strikes me as endearingly vulnerable. Before she realizes it, I'm sliding the royal signet ring from my finger. The metal feels warm as I take her hand in mine, noting how perfectly it fits as I slip it onto her middle finger. I bring her hand to my lips, pressing a kiss to the ring. "You're mine, Lyra." The words come out rougher than intended, raw with emotion I can't contain. In the most, "I'll wither away if I can't have you" kind of way. Alaris links her arm through Lyra's and practically drags her down the marble hallway. "Come on, you'll love my wardrobe, though we'll have to take everything in at the waist." Their voices fade as I turn toward the conference room. My council members wait inside, faces grim as stone. The mother herself couldn't have crafted a more unwelcoming audience. "Solrin was the assassin," I say without preamble, striding to my seat. "He attacked a guest in my home last night and paid for it with his life." Lord Varen's lip curls. "Solrin? The same nobleman who's attended every festival for the past century. The very same." I meet his gaze steadily, though it seems his attendance had ulterior motives. "And what proof do you have of this accusation?" Lady Marin asks, her long fingers drumming against the table. His body bore the mark of the resistance. The lie is easy, simple. A rather crude attempt at infiltration. Wouldn't you agree? Interesting. Counselor Theron leans forward. Because our intelligence suggests the assassin is a woman, one who's been seen quite frequently in your company these past days. My jaw tightens. Are you questioning your king's judgment? We're questioning your objectivity, Lady Marin says. This guest of yours, she appeared the same night as the festival began, and now Solrin is dead. What a fascinating coincidence, Lord Varen adds with a sneer. Such strange coloring for an elf, almost as if she isn't one. I rise slowly from my chair, letting my power fill the room like a physical presence. Choose your next words carefully. Very carefully. Silence fills the conference room like a physical weight. The council members exchange glances, their earlier bravado diminishing under my steady gaze. I settle back into my chair, letting the tension build. The human female was a distraction. My fingers trace the edge of the table. A rather clever one, I'll admit. While we focused our attention on her, Solrin worked his way deeper into our ranks. Lady Marin's brow furrows. But the intelligence was planted. I waved my hand dismissively. The Resistance knew we would investigate any human presence. They counted on it. Meanwhile, Solrin used his status to move freely through the palace. And the woman? Lord Varen asks, his earlier sneer replaced by uncertainty. Has realized she was meant to be sacrificed. I lean forward, lowering my voice. And now she wants revenge on those who betrayed her. Counselor Theron strokes his chin. The timing of Solrin's death was fortunate. The woman discovered his true nature and defended herself. My lip curls, though I doubt the Resistance expected their pawn to survive the encounter. The council members murmur among themselves. I can see the moment they accept my version of events, the subtle relaxing of shoulders, the thoughtful nods. So what do you propose? Lady Marin asks. A smile tugs at my lips as I rest my elbows on the table. Here's the plan.
Chapter 59. Lyriel. Elaris practically shoves me into the plush seat at her vanity, her excitement palpable as she throws open the doors to her massive wardrobe. The sheer amount of fabric and colours makes my head spin. "So," she drawls, rifling through silks and satins. "You spent the night in my brother's chambers. It's not what you think." My fingers trace over Dex's ring, still warm from his touch. "Oh. Then what exactly should I think?" She pulls out a deep purple gown dripping with crystals. "This would look divine on you." I shake my head. Too restrictive. I need something I can move in. Move? Planning on running away from my brother again? She tosses the dress aside and digs deeper. "Speaking of which, what happened between you two? Last I heard, you were ready to tear his eyes out." Things changed. The memory of his gentleness last night, the way he held me through my breakdown, makes my chest tight. Clearly. She emerges with a crimson dress that looks like it weighs more than I do. This one. "Elaris, I can't move in that." "Uh-huh." She narrows her violet eyes, so like her brother's, and picks up a flowing emerald gown. "And that ring on your finger? The one I've never seen my brother remove in over a century. It's complicated." "So you keep saying..." She tosses the green dress onto a growing pile. "But I've never seen him look at anyone the way he looks at you." Elaris yanks out a black dress from the depths of her wardrobe, and my breath catches. The bodice is tight, perfect for concealing weapons, with long panels instead of a traditional skirt that would allow for quick movement. "This is perfect." "Perfect?" Elaris scrunches her nose. "It's not very festive. The Mother's Festival is about celebration, about love and..." "You're festive enough for half the city." I run my fingers over the smooth fabric. Besides, black is classic. Classic is boring. But she helps me into it anyway, her nimble fingers working the laces. "At least let me do something with your hair." I sit at her vanity, watching her work through the mirror. The weight of everything, the truth about my parents, Dex's ring on my finger, the revenge burning in my chest, makes me feel like I'm drowning. Maybe that's why the words slip out. I'm human. Elaris doesn't even pause in her braiding. "I know. You..." "What?" She meets my eyes in the mirror, a mischievous glint in her violet gaze. "Please. Your ears might fool the nobles, but I've known since I first saw you. Just like I know my brother is completely smitten with you." She twists another strand of hair into place. "Just like my brother to fall for a human. And that doesn't... bother you?" "Bother me?" She laughs, the sound like silver bells. "Do you know how long I've waited for someone to make my brother smile like that? I don't care if you're human, dark elf, or a talking tree. You make him happy." The relief of her acceptance makes my tongue loose. "I came here to kill your brother." Elaris's fingers still in my hair. The silence stretches between us, thick and heavy. Then she resumes braiding, her movements even more deliberate than before. "Just like my brother to fall for a human woman sent to kill him." She shakes her head, a small smile playing at her lips. "He's always been a fool." Elaris secures another braid with a pin. She meets my eyes in the mirror again. "Now hold still. I'm almost done with this braid." The gentleness in her touch, so like her brother's, makes my throat tight. These dark elves, they're nothing like what I was taught. Nothing like what I expected. I watch Elaris work, wondering how many other lies I've been fed. "Aren't you mad?" I twist in the chair to face her directly. "Aren't you going to call the guards?" Elaris snorts, her fingers working another intricate braid into my hair. "Well, my brother is obviously still alive, and clearly besotted with you, given that ring on your finger." Her eyes sparkle with mischief in the mirror. Besides, you two are good for each other. He needs someone who will challenge him. And you... She tugs playfully at my hair. You need someone who sees past all those walls you've built. The acceptance in her voice, so genuine and warm, breaks something in my chest. I spin around and throw my arms around her waist, burying my face in her silky dress. She stumbles back with a surprised laugh. Oh no, none of that! She pushes me back into the seat. You'll ruin all my hard work with these braids. Oh, I say, wiping at my eyes. Sorry. Contrary to what my dear brother believes, she says, resuming her work on my hair, I'm not some vapid princess who only cares about parties and pretty dresses. It would be a shame if you believed that too. I shake my head, careful not to disturb her braiding. Trust me, I know better than that. Ilaris beams at me, her violet eyes sparkling. I always wanted a sister. She tugs at another strand of my hair, weaving it into an intricate pattern. The mother-nose Dex is useless when it comes to discussing fashion or court gossip. I'm not much for gossip either. I fidget in the chair, my assassin's instincts making it difficult to stay still while someone works behind me. Stop squirming. She taps my shoulder with a jeweled hairpin. And everyone loves gossip, even my stuffy brother, though he'd never admit it. I find that hard to believe. Oh. Then why does he always linger at breakfast when I'm discussing the latest scandals? Her fingers work quickly, securing another braid. Though lately you're all anyone can talk about. The mysterious woman who caught the king's eye. I snort. If they only knew. Indeed. She meets my eyes in the mirror, her expression softening. Now sit still. These braids need to be perfect if we're going to properly scandalize the court tonight. I thought you said you already knew I was human. Oh, I did. But there's a difference between knowing and making a statement. She winks at me. And trust me, sister dear, we're about to make quite the state.
Chapter 60, Decarian. My breath catches in my throat when I see Lyra descending the palace steps. The black dress Alaris chose for her hugs every curve, the split panels of the skirt revealing tantalizing glimpses of her legs with each step. The sight of her makes my heart race like I'm some lovesick adolescent instead of a centuries-old king. You clean up nice, I say, drinking in the sight of her. The guards shift uncomfortably behind me, but I couldn't care less about propriety right now. Your sister has good taste. Lyra's lips curve into a knowing smile as she approaches, though she wasn't particularly fond of this choice. I close the distance between us in 2 long strides, unable to resist pulling her against me. My hands slide over the silken fabric at her waist as I capture her lips with mine. She tastes sweet, like the honey from breakfast, and I deepen the kiss despite our audience. My lord, one of the guards clears his throat. The carriage awaits. I break away reluctantly, keeping one hand possessively on Lyra's lower back. Are you ready, my little assassin? I murmur against her ear, savoring the way she shivers at my touch. Lyra nods, her fingers finding mine and squeezing tight. The royal crest on her finger catches the light, and something primal stirs in my chest at the sight of my ring marking her as mine. I help her into the plain carriage I arranged, nothing that would draw attention in the slums. The leather seats creak as I slide in beside her, closing the door with a solid thunk. As we wind through the city streets, I can't tear my eyes away from her. The way the black silk hugs her curves, how the slit reveals tantalizing glimpses of thigh with each shift of her body, my ring glinting on her finger, the determined set of her jaw. You're staring, she says without looking at me, a smile playing at her lips. Can you blame me? I trail my fingers along her exposed thigh, earning a sharp intake of breath. Though I must say, I prefer you in my clothes. Careful, Your Highness. She catches my wandering hand. We have work to do. Indeed we do. I bring her captured hand to my lips, pressing a kiss to her knuckles. But that doesn't mean I can't appreciate the view. The carriage rattles over cobblestones as we enter the slums, and Lyra's posture straightens, all business now. But I notice how she doesn't let go of my hand. Gods help me, I'm no better than any lovesick fool. The only difference is that somehow, impossibly, this fierce creature has allowed me to do this. I reach for Lyra, pulling her onto my lap in one fluid motion. The fabric of her clothes slides against my palms as she straddles me, her weight settling perfectly against me. Someone's impatient, she teases, her fingers playing with the collar of my shirt. Can you blame me? My hands slide up her thighs where the dress splits. Have you seen yourself in this dress? I have. She rocks against me deliberately, making my breath catch. It's practical. I capture her lips, drinking in her soft gasp. My fingers tangle in her elaborately styled hair as I deepen the kiss, drawing her closer. The carriage hits a bump, making her grind against me in the most delicious way. Dex, she breathes against my mouth. Your sister will murder you if you mess up her masterpiece. I trail kisses down her neck instead, savoring the way she arches into me. Worth it. Is it worth her wrath? Her laugh turns into a moan as I find that sensitive spot behind her ear. She spent an hour on my hair. Everything about you is worth it. I rock up against her, desperate for friction. Her fingers dig into my shoulders as she matches my rhythm. You're insatiable, she pants, but she's the one who crashes her lips back to mine in a messy, desperate kiss. I break away just enough to murmur, only for you. She pulls back slightly, chest heaving. Her lips are swollen from our kisses, her hair already starting to come undone. Alaris is going to kill you. Let her try. I pull her back down for another searing kiss. The carriage lurches to a stop, and I bury my face in Lyra's neck, breathing in her scent. My hands tighten on her hips, reluctant to let her go. The thought of her walking into that den of vipers alone makes my blood run cold. I'm going in alone, she says before I can voice my protests. I pull back, meeting her determined gaze. Let me send guards with you, or better yet, let me... No. She presses a finger to my lips. This is my fight. They took everything from me, built me into their perfect weapon. Her hand drops to trace the ring on her finger. Now they get to see what that means. At least let me wait here. I catch her hand, pressing a kiss to my ring. If anything happens, nothing will happen. She slides off my lap, straightening her dress. The fabric whispers against her skin as she checks her hidden weapons. I was trained for this, remember? I grab her wrist as she reaches for the door. Lyra. She turns back, and for a moment I see a flicker of vulnerability in her eyes. Then she's leaning in, pressing her lips to mine in a fierce kiss that tastes of promises and revenge. I know, she whispers against my mouth. Me too. You can wait for me. Then she's gone, slipping out of the carriage like a shadow. I watch her disappear into the decrepit building, my heart hammering against my ribs. Everything in me screams to follow to protect what's mine. But this isn't about me. This is her choice, her revenge.
Chapter 61. Lyrael. I slip into the dimly lit basement, my footsteps silent against the wooden stairs. The musty air fills my lungs, bringing back memories of planning and training in this very room. Baron, Corwin and Grayson look up from their usual spots around the rickety table. Is it done? Baron's weathered face splits into a grin, his cold eyes gleaming with anticipation. My fingers brush against Dex's ring, warm against my skin. I hold up my hand, letting the royal crest catch the candlelight. See for yourself. Corwin pushes away from the wall he's leaning against, crossing the room in quick strides. The king's ring, you actually did it. Of course she did it, Grayson says, crossing his thick arms. We trained her for this. Baron rises from his chair, joints creaking. Let me see it. I pull my hand back before he can touch the ring. Why the rush? Don't you want to hear how I did it? Details can wait, Baron says, reaching for my hand again. That ring is proof of our victory. Baron yanks the ring from my fingers, his calloused hands rough against my skin. He holds it up to the candlelight, squinting at the intricate crest before biting down on the metal. The sound of teeth against gold makes my lip curl in disgust. Corwin's arms wrap around my waist, lifting me off my feet. I knew you could do it. His stubbled face comes close, lips seeking mine, but I turn my head away. His grip loosens, confusion flickering across his features. It's real, Baron announces with a crass smile, tossing the ring to Corwin so that he can inspect it. Instead, he slips it onto his finger. I scoff, crossing my arms. Of course it is. The weight of what I'm about to do settles in my chest. Tell me something. What really happened to my parents? The room goes still. Even the candle flames seem to freeze. What do you mean? Corwin's hand finds my shoulder. The royal guards killed them. You know this. Do I? I shrug his touch away. Because I heard a different story. About an explosion. About children. Baron's face hardens. Who told you that? Does it matter? Is it true? Lyra... Corwin starts, but Baron cuts him off. Your parents were heroes, Baron says, his voice steady. They did what needed to be done. They killed children. The words taste like ash in my mouth. Sometimes sacrifices must be made for the greater good. And then you sacrificed them too, didn't you? My fingers curl into fists. Handed them over to save your own skin. Grayson shifts uncomfortably by the table. You were just a child, Baron says. We protected you, gave you purpose. You used me. The truth burns in my throat. Raised me on lies so I'd do your dirty work. And you did it, he barks a laugh. You did exactly what we wanted you to do. The blade slides across Baron's throat before he can utter another word. His eyes widen in shock, hands flying up to clutch at the wound as blood spills between his fingers. The metallic scent fills the musty basement air. I watch him stumble backward, knocking over his chair. His mouth opens and closes like a fish out of water, gurgling sounds escaping instead of words. The candlelight flickers across his face as he falls, casting dancing shadows over his dying form. Lyra, what have you done? Corwin's voice cracks. He takes a step back, bumping into the table. Did you know? I turn to face them both, my blade dripping red onto the floor. About my parents? About the children? Grayson's hand moves to the sword at his hip. The job is done, Lyra. You killed the king. Let's not make this messier than it needs to be. A laugh bubbles up from my chest, bitter and sharp. The job isn't done. I twist the knife in my hand, watching Baron's blood slide down the steel. The job won't be done until each one of you bastard murdering liars is dead. You're not thinking clearly, Corwin says, raising his hands. We're your family. Family? The word tastes like poison on my tongue. Family doesn't sacrifice each other. Family doesn't lie. I step over Baron's body, advancing on them both. Family doesn't turn children into weapons. Grayson's sword whistles through the air. I drop and roll, the blade slicing where my neck had been. His strength is impressive, but predictable, just like his training. You're making a mistake, he growls, advancing with heavy footsteps. I spring up, my smaller frame giving me the advantage of speed. The only mistake was trusting any of you. He lunges again, but I sidestep, my knife finding the gap between his ribs. He roars in pain, swinging wildly. I duck under his arm, using his momentum against him. My elbow connects with his kidney, making him stumble. "Stay still, you little..." His next attack leaves him open. I slide between his legs, slashing his hamstring. He crashes to one knee with a howl of pain. Before he can recover, I'm on his back, my blade pressed against his throat. "This is for the children," I whisper, drawing the knife across his neck in one clean motion. Corwin's boot catches me in the shoulder before Grayson's body hits the ground. I roll with the impact, coming up in a defensive crouch. "We trained together, Lyra," he says, circling me with the practiced grace I know so well. "I know all your moves. Not all of them." I feint left, but he reads it, blocking my real attack from the right. Our blades clash in a familiar dance. Every strike, every parry. We've done this 1,000 times before. But this time, it's not practice. "You're still telegraphing your strikes," he taunts, forcing me back toward the stairs. I kick a chair at him, buying myself space. His knife grazes my arm as I spin away, the sting of betrayal sharper than the cut. I take the stairs 2 at a time, hearing his footsteps thunder behind me.
Chapter 62. Decarian. I lean against the carriage, my fingers drumming against my thigh as I wait. The street is eerily quiet, save for the occasional muffled sounds from inside. Every muscle in my body screams to follow her, to protect her, but I know this is her fight. The door bursts open. Lyra stumbles out, blood streaking her clothes. Before I can move, a man charges after her like a bull. He tackles her to the cobblestones, and my heart stops. "You betrayed us!" he snarls, pinning her beneath him. His knee digs into her chest as she writhes. She bucks her hips, trying to throw him off, but he outweighs her. His hands wrap around her throat. This is her revenge, I remind myself. "We gave you everything," he growls. She claws at his face, drawing blood. He releases one hand to strike her. The sound of flesh hitting flesh echoes through the empty street. Something inside me snaps, but before I can intervene, Lyra's knee drives up between his legs. He doubles over with a grunt. She uses the momentum to roll them, reversing their positions. Her elbow connects with his nose in a spray of red. "You used me." Another strike. "You murdered children." Her fist comes down again. "You killed my parents." He catches her wrist mid-swing and twists. The crack of bone makes me flinch. Lyra doesn't even scream. She headbutts him instead, stunning him long enough to wrench free. They grapple in the dirt, a desperate dance of survival. Blood and sweat mix with the grime of the street. Neither notices me, too consumed by their battle, by their betrayal. I surge out of the carriage, my patience finally snapping. In one fluid motion, I grab the boy by his collar and yank him off Lyra like he weighs nothing. His body flies through the air, landing in a heap several feet away. "Take him!" I command my guards, watching as they descend on him. "I want him alive for questioning." I drop to my knees beside Lyra. Her lip is split, blood trickling down her chin. Bruises already bloom across her throat where he tried to strangle her. When I touch her wrist, she winces, definitely broken. "Let me see," I murmur, gathering her into my arms. My hands ghost over her ribs, checking for breaks. She hisses when I find one. "I had it under control," she protests weakly, but doesn't fight as I cradle her against my chest. "I know." I brush her matted hair from her face. "I couldn't wait any longer. The thought of him hurting you..." A crooked smile breaks through her grimace. "That's all right." She touches my face with her good hand. "I probably would have killed him, and that would have been too merciful." I press my lips to her forehead, tasting salt and copper. "I have better plans for him." "You traitorous wench!" Corwin spits blood onto the cobblestones. The guards hold him tight, but he still thrashes like a wild animal. "After everything we did for you, you spread your legs for the enemy? You're nothing but a wench!" I hold Lyra closer, feeling her body tense against mine. Despite her injuries, her voice remains steady, cold as ice. Corwin. His name falls from her lips like poison. You betrayed me first. You knew what happened to my parents. You knew what they did, and you still used me. Her fingers dig into my shirt as she pushes herself up straighter. All those nights you knew that I cried about them. All those times you told me we'd get justice. A broken laugh escapes her. You were just grooming me to be your perfect little tool. Everything I did was for the cause. The cause? She cuts him off. Murdering children. Is that your noble cause? Her voice cracks. Well, now you're going to get exactly what you deserve. Pride swells in my chest, even broken and bleeding. She's magnificent in her fury. I press my lips to the crown of her head, tasting copper and sweat. We'll get every bit of information out of him, I murmur against her hair. Every name, every location. We'll hunt down every last one of them until you're satisfied. She relaxes into me, her good hand finding mine. Promise. I promise. I squeeze her fingers gently. No one will ever use you again. I feel Lyra's body relax against mine, the tension draining from her muscles as the reality sinks in. Her revenge isn't complete, but it started. She won't be alone for the rest. She pulls away from me suddenly, moving toward Corwin. Her fingers close around his hand, and he tries to jerk away, but my guards hold him firm. She yanks the ring, my ring off his finger, wiping it on her clothes before slipping it back onto her own hand. That's mine, she says, her voice steady despite her injuries. Thank you. Corwin spits at her feet. Screw you, wench! Take him to the dungeons, I order my guards. Make sure he's comfortable. We'll be having a long chat later. I wrap my arm around Lyra's waist, supporting her weight as we make our way back to the carriage. She winces with each step, and I can feel the tenderness of her injuries through her clothes. I can walk, she protests, but her fingers dig into my shoulder. I know you can. I help her up into the carriage anyway, but you don't have to. She settles against the cushions with a quiet groan as I climb in after her. When the carriage starts moving, she lets her head fall onto my shoulder. Thank you, she whispers, for letting me do that myself. I press my lips to her temple. Thank you for staying alive while doing it.
Chapter 63. Lyriel. I lean against the balcony railing, watching lanterns bob through the streets below like fireflies. The cool night air kisses my skin, a welcome relief from the stuffy ballroom behind me. Music and laughter drift out through the open doors, but I can't bring myself to join in. Baron's blood still stains my hands, even if I've washed them raw. Grayson's final gasp echoes in my ears. I thought killing them would feel different, better, like scratching an itch that's been burning for 8 years. And it certainly felt good, but something still doesn't feel right. The royal crest weighs heavy on my finger as I twist it absently. What happens when the festival ends, when the petals stop falling and reality crashes back in? I'm a human who killed other humans, living in the palace of the Dark Elf King. There's no handbook for this. A warm chest presses against my back, strong arms sliding around my waist. Dex's lips find that sensitive spot below my ear, sending shivers down my spine despite my brooding. You're missing the party, he murmurs against my skin. I'm not sure this party is for me, I say, turning back to watch the city lights. A group of dark elves stumble past below, their laughter echoing up to us as flower petals dance around them in the night breeze. Dex's arms tighten around my waist, his breath warm against my neck. The silence stretches between us, filled only by the distant music and chatter from the ballroom. Finally he speaks, his voice low and intimate. It could be, if you wanted. My heart skips a beat. I twist in his arms to face him, searching those striking violet eyes. "What are you talking about?" His lips curve into that devastating smile that makes my knees weak. He reaches up, brushing his thumb across my cheek. "Don't pretend you don't know, Lyra. I want you to stay with me." The royal crest on my finger catches the lamplight as I press my palm against his chest. "Is that even allowed? I'm human, and you're a king." A laugh rumbles through Dex's chest, vibrating against my skin. "I don't care about that. You're mine, Lyra." His fingers trail up my arm, leaving goosebumps in their wake. The mother has declared it. We belong to each other now. Don't you feel it? His violet eyes search mine, intense and vulnerable all at once. "Stay with me. Be my queen. Allow me to give you the life you deserve." My heart aches in my chest with anticipation. "You would have me?" He leans in, his breath hot against my neck. His teeth graze my skin, making me shiver as he works his way down to where Alaris's dress exposes my collarbone. I thank her silently for letting me take a new one after staining the last in the blood of my enemies. "I would have you." His lips brush lower, over and over again. His hands grip my waist, until you don't know whether to beg me to stop. He pulls me flush against him, or for more. Heat pools in my belly as I thread my fingers through his dark hair. "Prove it." The cool breeze off the palace balcony does nothing to temper the heat coursing through my veins. Dex's violet eyes are dark with desire, his breath a warm whisper against my skin as he murmurs, "I love how you respond to me with every touch." His hands, deft and commanding, pull the bodice of my dress down with an urgency that makes my heart race. My breasts spill free into the night air, nipples hardening under his heated gaze. His lips are on me, tongue lavishing one nipple then the other, each suck and nip sending jolts of pleasure straight to my core. I can feel the smirk on his lips as he switches his attention from one breast to the other, his words a low taunt that stirs something primal within me.
As much as Samara and I want to finish what these two characters have started, it looks like this chapter is about to get too hot for this platform to handle.
Unfortunately, we have to pause here because their guidelines won't allow us to reveal the spiciest details.
I keep bringing you these free audiobooks. We have to follow their rules.
But don't worry. You can experience the full, unabridged version over at worldsofprotheka.com, where the boundaries of passion and fantasy collide.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off any of our unabridged audiobooks set in the rich and immersive worlds of Protheka.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
With these scenes, it will be unforgettable.
He pulls his fingers out, a wicked grin on his face as he brings them to his lips, tasting me without a hint of shame. "You taste as sweet as you look." But his eyes tell me that he's still hungry.
Chapter 64, Decarian. The night air is cool against my skin, a stark contrast to the heat of the festival below us. Lyra's eyes, reflecting the starlight, hold a storm of emotions I've come to know intimately. She pushes me back, her hands firm against my chest, and I yield to her, the railing pressing into my back. "Lyra," I begin, but her name is lost in the quiet strength of her actions. She sinks to her knees before me, her fingers deftly undoing the fastenings of my trousers. The sight of her like this, the king of Velmorin at her mercy, is a heady mix of power and vulnerability. This scene is about to get too steamy for this platform's comfort, and as much as we'd love to keep going, their guidelines say we need to stop here.
To continue releasing these free audiobooks on this platform, we've got to play by the rules.
The passion doesn't end here.
Visit worldsofprotheka.com to hear the full, uncut version of this fantasy romance, and every daring moment that YouTube can't handle.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off unabridged audiobooks in the Worlds of Protheka.
Don't let YouTube hold you back. Immerse yourself in a world of magic, danger, and unfiltered passion.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
Listen unabridged and you'll never want to go back.
We collapse against the railing, panting and spent, the petals still fluttering around us like delicate snowflakes. I pull out slowly, tucking myself back into my trousers before turning her to face me. Her eyes are wide, reflecting the vibrant hues of the festival below. I cup her face in my hands, my thumbs brushing away the stray petals that cling to her eyelashes. "Stay with me," I say, my voice raw with emotion. "Get your revenge at my side as my queen." She searches my eyes, her expression unreadable. "And if I say no?" she asks, a hint of defiance in her tone. I smirk, my grip on her face tightening ever so slightly. "I'll be in agony." Her lips part as if to respond, but no words come out. Instead, she presses herself against me, her arms wrapping around my neck as she pulls me into a deep, passionate kiss. It's a kiss that speaks volumes, a silent promise of shared battles and whispered secrets in the dark. When she finally breaks away, her eyes are shining with unshed tears. "I'll stay," she murmurs, her voice barely audible over the sound of the festival. As the petals continue to fall, blanketing Velmorin in a tapestry of color, I realize that Lyra has become my purpose.
Chapter 65. Betrayal. I stretch my limbs across the silk sheets, feeling the delicious ache in my muscles from last night's activities. Rolling over, I spot the fresh rose on Dex's pillow, its deep red petals still dotted with morning dew. My lips curve into a smile as I reach for it, bringing it to my nose and inhaling its sweet fragrance. The sheets whisper against my skin as I wrap them around my body and pad over to the vanity. The collection of roses there has grown impressively, 30 fresh blooms mingling their scents together. I've had to throw out so many that have wilted, but I remember each one. 93 roses, one for every day since the festival ended. I add today's rose to the crystal vase, adjusting the stems until it sits perfectly among its companions. The morning sun streams through the tall windows, catching on the water and creating dancing patterns on the polished wood of the vanity. My fingers trace the edge of a petal, marvelling at how something so delicate can smell so strong. "Look at you now," I murmur to my reflection. The woman in the mirror doesn't look like an assassin anymore. The ash-stained skin has faded to reveal my natural tone, and my eyes hold a softness I never thought possible. A breeze from the open window carries the scent of the roses through the room, reminding me of that final night of the festival when petals rained from the sky and Dex asked me to be his queen. I slip into a deep blue silk dress, one that matches the colour scheme for tonight's ball. The fabric whispers against my skin as I adjust the intricate lacing at my sides. 3 months ago, I would have hidden daggers there. Now I only keep one small blade strapped to my thigh. Old habits die hard. The guards bow their heads as I pass. My lady. The title still feels foreign, but I'm learning to wear it like I wear these silk dresses. "There you are." Alaris's voice echoes through the throne room as she practically skips toward me. She wraps me in a tight hug and plants a kiss on my cheek. I've been going crazy trying to finalise everything for tonight. The guest list is confirmed. I smooth my hands over the ornate table where we've laid out the seating arrangements. Even the families from the outer district? Yes, though some of the nobles threw quite a fit about sitting next to humans. She rolls her eyes, but I told them exactly where they could shove their complaints. Alaris. What? Someone had to say it. She grins, adjusting one of the place cards. Besides, this is your night, the first time humans will be welcomed in the palace. The doors burst open and Dex strides in, still wiping blood from his hands with a cloth. A streak of red marks his jaw, and his eyes are bright with the thrill of whatever interrogation he's just finished. When he spots me, his face breaks into that dangerous grin that makes my knees weak. "Hello, little assassin," he purrs, closing the distance between us in 3 long strides. I barely get out a hi before his mouth claims mine, his hands tangling in my hair as he kisses me like we've been apart for weeks instead of hours. The metallic taste of blood mingles with his natural sweetness, and I find myself melting against him, forgetting everything else. He pulls back and looks at me. "Hi," he murmurs. "Hi," I say again, and he leans down, capturing another kiss from my lips. The grand ballroom pulses with music and chatter, a sea of silk and jewels beneath crystal chandeliers. I stand at the entrance, taking in the mix of pointed ears and round ones, of ash-dark skin and human pallor. My own gown, a deep crimson that matches the roses in my hair, draws appreciative glances and venomous stares in equal measure. A cluster of Kuzuth nobles whisper behind their fans as I pass, their violet eyes narrowed. One mutters something about human filth. I smile sweetly and wave, enjoying how they bristle at my audacity. "Quite the gathering," drawls Lord Valen, a Miyu commander who's proven surprisingly supportive, though some seem to be having trouble digesting their wine along with the changes. "They'll adapt or choke on it," I reply, making him laugh. The crowd parts suddenly, conversation dying as all eyes turn toward the dais. My breath catches. Dex stands before his throne, resplendent in black and gold, his hair falling loose past his shoulders. His crown glints in the lamplight, but it's the heat in his violet eyes that makes my pulse quicken. He descends the steps with fluid grace, and the crowd bows in his wake. When he reaches me, he extends his hand, palm up. I let Dex guide me up the steps to his throne, my crimson skirts whispering against the marble. The ornate chair looms before me, all carved wood and gleaming gold. "Sit." Dex's breath tickles my ear. "In your throne? I've never—" He chuckles, guiding me toward it. But my heart thunders as I turn and lower myself onto the cushioned seat. The arms are cool beneath my fingers, worn smooth by centuries of royal hands. Dex settles onto the arm of the throne, his thigh pressing against my shoulder. From here, the entire ballroom spreads out before us like a painting. The swirling dancers, the glittering chandeliers, the mix of pointed and round ears among the crowd. His fingers trace my jaw, turning my face up to his. When he kisses me, it's deep and possessive, a clear message to everyone watching. Mine. "So," he pulls back just enough to murmur against my lips. "What do you think, looking out at your kingdom, my lady?" I trail my fingers up his thigh, enjoying how his muscles tense under my touch. That I might enjoy ruling once the last of my vengeance is fed and full. I arch an eyebrow. "What are you thinking?" This party isn't just for fun, or to invite humans into the palace of Dark Elves. Whispers have been circulating in the Lowtown, and have reached me thanks to Dex's particular methods of persuasion. The humans want me dead, so I've given them the perfect opportunity to do so. But the moment one of them steps out of line, they'll have already lost. And I'll finally have what I need to finish what I started. Number what they started. Decarian's violet eyes darken as they rake over me, sending heat pooling low in my belly. "That you look good on my throne." He leans down, his lips brushing my ear. "And that after this party is over, and the traitors are dead, I should like to thoroughly screw you on it." I grin up at him, butterflies erupting in my chest. This is what I get to have for the rest of my life. What a wonderful idea, Your Highness. A playful growl rumbles from his chest, and he captures my chin, keeping me in place, so that he can kiss me in a manner I can only describe as completely claiming. I laugh against his lips, and he devours it. That's when a shocked gasp emanates from the crowd. We part, glancing over at the dozen or so humans who have gathered in front of us, weapons at hand. "Ah," my lover muses near to my ear. "Finally." I smirk, getting to my feet. So, the fun begins.